Tell me of the man, Muse, the man of many turns, who wandered far after sacred Troy had fallen. He saw the cities of many people and learned the minds of men. On the sea he suffered, fighting to save his own life and bring his companions home. But even he could not save them. Their own recklessness destroyed them when they touched the cattle of the sun. So the god took from them the day of their return. At last, after many years, the gods turned their thoughts toward Ithaca. Even there, among his own people, his troubles would not be finished. All the gods had begun to pity him, except Poseidon, who still drove him over the sea and kept him from home. Now Poseidon had gone off to the Ethiopians, who are at the world's end, and lie in two halves, the one looking west and the other east. He had gone there to accept a great sacrifice of sheep and oxen, and was enjoying himself at his festival. Hermes had warned him in good faith, but he would not listen. Now he has paid the full price. Then Athena said, "Father Zeus, son of Cronos, Aegisthus deserved his end, and so would any man who acted as he did. But Aegisthus is not the one I grieve for. My heart is for Odysseus, when I think of his suffering in that lonely, sea-ringed island, far away, alone, from all his friends. It is an island covered with forest, in the middle of the sea, and a goddess lives there, daughter of Atlas, who knows the depths of the sea and holds the great pillars that keep sky and earth apart. Father, you give no thought to this. And yet, when Odysseus was before Troy, did he not honor you with many a burnt sacrifice? Why then should you keep on being so angry with him?" And Zeus said, "My child, what do you mean? How could I forget Odysseus? No man on earth is more capable than he, nor more generous in his offerings to the immortal gods that live in the sky. But remember, Poseidon is still furious with Odysseus for having blinded an eye of Polyphemus, king of the Cyclopes. Polyphemus is son to Poseidon by the nymph Theusa, daughter to the sea king Phorcys." Then Athena said, "I will go to Ithaca and put courage into Telemachus, the son of Odysseus. I will give him courage to call the Greeks in assembly and speak out to Penelope's suitors, who persist in eating up his sheep and oxen. I will send him to Pylos and Sparta to see if he can hear anything about the return of his dear father, so that men will speak well of him." So saying, she bound on her golden sandals, undying, with which she can fly like the wind over land or sea. There she found the suitors seated on hides of the oxen which they had killed and eaten, and playing games in front of the house. Servants moved around them, some mixing wine with water in the mixing bowls, some cleaning down the tables with wet sponges and laying them out again, and some cutting up great quantities of food. Telemachus saw the stranger before anyone else. He sat among the suitors with his mind on his father, and how he would send them flying out of the house if he were to come to his own again and be honored as in days gone by. Inside, Telemachus took the stranger's spear and set it in the spear stand beside the weapons of his absent father. And he led her to a richly decorated seat under which he threw a fine cloth. There was a footstool also for her feet, and he set another seat near her for himself, away from the suitors, that she might not be annoyed while eating by their noise and arrogance, and that he might ask her more freely about his father. A servant woman then brought them water in a beautiful golden jug and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands, and she drew a clean table beside them. At once servants poured water over their hands, servant women went round with the bread baskets, pages filled the mixing bowls with wine and water. And they laid their hands upon the food set before them. When the suitors had eaten and drunk enough, they called for music and dancing, the final honors of a feast. So a servant brought a lyre to Phemius, whom they forced to sing for them. When Phemius touched the lyre and began to sing, Telemachus leaned close to Athena and spoke so that no one else could hear. "Stranger," said he, "I hope you will not be offended with what I am going to say. If these men saw my father return to Ithaca, they would pray for faster legs, not heavier purses. Money would not save them. But he has fallen into darkness, and even when people do sometimes say that he is coming, we no longer believe them. We think we shall never see him again. And now, sir, tell me, and tell me truly, who you are and where you come from. Tell me of your town and parents, what kind of ship you came in, how your crew brought you to Ithaca, and from what people they declared themselves to be, for you cannot have reached this island by land. My ship is anchored outside the town, by the fields, in the harbor below the wooded hill. Our fathers were friends before us, as old Laertes will tell you if you ask him. But they say Laertes no longer comes to town. He lives alone in the country, poorly cared for, with only an old woman to bring him food when he comes in tired from working among his vines. I came because men said your father was home again, but it seems the gods are still holding him back. He is not dead, not on the mainland, not yet. But tell me, and tell me truly, can Odysseus really have such a fine-looking fellow for a son? You are indeed wonderfully like him about the head and eyes, for we were close friends before he set sail for Troy, where the flower of all the Greeks went also. Since that time we have never either of us seen the other." "My mother," answered Telemachus, "tells me I am son to Odysseus, but it is a wise child that knows his own father. Have you some banquet, or is there a wedding in the family? For no one seems to be bringing any provisions of his own. And the guests, how atrociously they are behaving. What riot they make over the whole house. It is enough to disgust any respectable person who comes near them." "Sir," said Telemachus, "as regards your question, so long as my father was here, it was well with us and with the house. But the gods, in their displeasure, have willed it otherwise, and have hidden him away more closely than mortal man was ever yet hidden. Nor does the matter end simply with grief for the loss of my father. The gods has laid sorrows upon me of yet another kind. For the chiefs from all our islands, Dulichium, Same, and the woodland island of Zacynthus, as also all the principal men of Ithaca itself, are eating up my house under the pretext of paying their court to my mother, who will neither point-blank say that she will not marry, nor yet bring matters to an end. So they are making havoc of my estate, and before long will do so also with myself." "Is that so?" exclaimed Athena. "Then you do indeed want Odysseus home again?" "Ilus feared the ever-living gods, and would not give him any. But my father let him have some, for he was very fond of him. If Odysseus is the man he then was, these suitors will have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. But there, it rests with the sky to determine whether he is to return and take his revenge in his own house or no. I would, however, urge you to set about trying to get rid of these suitors at once. Take my advice. Call the Achaean heroes in assembly tomorrow morning. Lay your case before them, and call the sky to bear you witness. Someone may give you news, or you may hear a message from Zeus, as men often do. First go to Pylos and ask Nestor. From there go on to Sparta and visit Menelaus, for he got home last of all the Greeks. If you hear that your father is alive and on his way home, you can put up with the waste these suitors will make for yet another 12 months. If, on the other hand, you hear of his death, come home at once, celebrate his funeral rites with all due pomp, build a barrow to his memory, and make your mother marry again. Now, however, I must go back to my ship and to my crew, who will be impatient if I keep them waiting longer. Think the matter over for yourself, and remember what I have said to you." "Sir," answered Telemachus, "it has been very kind of you to talk to me in this way, as though I were your own son, and I will do all you tell me. I know you want to be getting on with your voyage, but stay a little longer till you have taken a bath and refreshed yourself. I will then give you a present, and you shall go on your way rejoicing." He felt the change, wondered at it, and knew that the stranger had been a god, so he went straight to where the suitors were sitting. Phaeacius was still singing, and his hearers sat wrapped in silence as he told the sad tale of the return from Troy and the ills Athena had laid upon the Greeks. Penelope, daughter of Icarius, heard his song from her room upstairs, and came down by the great staircase, not alone, but attended by 2 of her serving women. When she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing posts that supported the roof of the cloisters, with a staid maiden on either side of her. She held a veil, moreover, before her face, and was weeping bitterly. "Sing the suitors one of these other songs, and let them drink their wine in silence. But stop this sad tale. It breaks my sorrowful heart and brings back the husband I mourn without ceasing, whose name was known across Hellas and Middle Argos." "Mother," answered Telemachus, "let the bard sing what his heart moves him to sing. Bards do not create the grief they sing of. It is Zeus who sends good and evil to mankind, according to his own will. The singer means no harm by singing the bitter return of the Greeks. People always praise the newest song most warmly." Then, going upstairs with her serving women into her room, she mourned her dear husband till Athena shed sweet sleep over her eyes. But the suitors were clamorous throughout the covered cloisters, and prayed each one that he might be her bedfellow. Then Telemachus spoke. "Shameless," he cried, "and arrogant suitors, let us feast at our pleasure now, and let there be no brawling, for it is a rare thing to hear a man with such a divine voice as Phaeacius has. But in the morning, meet me in full assembly, that I may give you formal notice to depart, and feast at one another's houses, turn and turn about, at your own cost." Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, said, "The gods seem to have given you lessons in bluster and tall talking. May Zeus never grant you to be chief in Ithaca, as your father was before you." Telemachus answered, "Antinous, do not chide with me, but, God willing, I will be chief too if I can. Is this the worst fate you can think of for me? It is no bad thing to be a chief, for it brings both riches and honor. Still, now that Odysseus is dead, there are many great men in Ithaca, both old and young, and some other may take the lead among them. Has he brought you news about the return of your father? Or was he on business of his own? He seemed a well-to-do man, but he hurried off so suddenly that he was gone in a moment before we could get to know him." "My father is dead and gone," answered Telemachus, "and even if some rumour reaches me, I put no more faith in it now. My mother does indeed sometimes send for a soothsayer and question him, but I give his prophesyings no heed. As for the stranger, he was Mentes, son of Anchialus, chief of the Taphians, an old friend of my father's." but in his heart he knew that it had been the goddess. Laertes had bought her with his own money when she was quite young. He gave the worth of 20 oxen for her, and showed as much respect to her and his household as he did to his own wedded wife. But he did not take her to his bed, for he feared his wife's resentment. She it was who now lighted Telemachus to his room, and she loved him better than any of the other women in the house did, for she had nursed him when he was a baby. He opened the door of his bedroom and sat down upon the bed. Now, when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Telemachus rose and dressed himself. He bound his sandals onto his comely feet, girded his sword about his shoulder, and left his room, looking like an immortal god. He at once sent the criers round to call the people in assembly, so they called them, and the people gathered then. Then, when they were got together, he went to the place of assembly spear in hand, not alone, for his 2 hounds went with him. Athena endowed him with a presence of such divine comeliness that all marveled at him as he went by. And when he took his place in his father's seat, even the oldest counselors made way for him. He had 3 sons left, of whom 2 still worked on their father's land, while the third, Eurynomus, was one of the suitors. Even so, their father could not get over the loss of Antiphus, and was still weeping for him when he began his speech. "Men of Ithaca," he said, "hear my words. From the day Odysseus left us, there has been no meeting of our counselors until now. Who, then, can it be, whether old or young, that finds it so necessary to convene us? Has he got wind of some host approaching, and does he wish to warn us? Or would he speak upon some other matter of public moment?" "I have not got wind of any host approaching, about which I would warn you. Nor is there any matter of public moment on which I would speak. My grievance is purely personal, and turns on 2 great misfortunes which have fallen upon my house. The first of these is the loss of my excellent father, who was chief among all you here present, and was like a father to every one of you. The second is much more serious, and before long will be the utter ruin of my estate. The sons of all the chief men among you are pestering my mother to marry them against her will. I shall never, all my days, be as good a man as he was. Still, I would indeed defend myself if I had power to do so, for I cannot stand such treatment any longer. My house is being disgraced and ruined. Have respect so to your own consciences and to public opinion. Fear, too, the wrath of the sky, lest the gods should be displeased and turn upon you. I beg you, by Zeus and Themis, do not leave me alone in this. Do not stand aside while the suitors destroy my house, unless it be that my brave father Odysseus did some wrong to the Greeks, which you would now avenge on me by aiding and abetting these suitors." Everyone was very sorry for him, but they all sat still, and no one ventured to make him an angry answer, save only Antinous, who spoke thus. "Telemachus, arrogant braggart that you are, how dare you try to throw the blame upon us suitors? It is your mother's fault, not ours, for she is a very artful woman. This 3 years past, and close on 4, she had been driving us out of our minds, by encouraging each one of us and sending him messages without meaning one word of what she says. And then there was that other trick she played us. He is very rich, and the women of the place will talk if he is laid out without a pall." This was what she said, and we assented. And then we could see her working on her great web all day long, but at night she would unpick the stitches again by torchlight. She fooled us in this way for 3 years, and we never found her out. But as time wore on, and she was now in her 4th year, one of her maids, who knew what she was doing, told us, and we caught her in the act of undoing her work, so she had to finish it whether she would or no. It was not fair of her to treat us in that way, and as long as she continues in the mind with which Sky has now endowed her, so long shall we go on eating up your estate. And I do not see why she should change, for she gets all the honor and glory, and it is you who pay for it, not she. Understand, then, that we will not go back to our lands, neither here nor elsewhere, till she has made her choice and married someone or other of us." Telemachus answered, "Antinous, how can I drive the mother who bore me from my father's house? My father is abroad, and we do not know whether he is alive or dead. If you choose to take offense at this, leave the house and feast elsewhere, at one another's houses, at your own cost, turn and turn about. If, on the other hand, you elect to persist in sponging upon one man, the sky help me, but Zeus shall reckon with you in full. And when you fall in my father's house, there shall be no man to avenge you." As he spoke, Zeus sent 2 eagles from the top of the mountain, and they flew on and on with the wind, sailing side by side in their own noble flight. The people wondered as they saw them, and asked each other what all this might be. And then Halitherses, who was the best prophet and reader of omens among them, spoke to them plainly and in all honesty, saying, "Hear me, men of Ithaca, and I speak more particularly to the suitors, for I see mischief brewing for them. Odysseus is not going to be away much longer. Indeed, he is close at hand to deal out death and destruction, not on them alone, but on many another of us who live in Ithaca. Let us then be wise in time, and put a stop to this wickedness before he comes. Let the suitors do so of their own accord. I can read these omens myself much better than you can. Birds are always flying about in the sunshine somewhere or other, but they seldom mean anything. Odysseus has died in a far country, and it is a pity you are not dead along with him, instead of prating here about omens and adding fuel to the anger of Telemachus, which is fierce enough as it is. I suppose you think he will give you something for your family, but I tell you, and it shall surely be, when an old man like you, who should know better, talks a young one over till he becomes troublesome, in the first place, his young friend will only fare so much the worse. Till then we shall go on harassing him with our suit, for we fear no man, and care neither for him with all his fine speeches, nor for any fortune-telling of yours. You may preach as much as you please, but we shall only hate you the more. We shall go back and continue to eat up Telemachus's estate without paying him, till such time as his mother leaves off tormenting us by keeping us day after day on the tiptoe of expectation, each vying with the other in his suit for a prize of such rare perfection. Someone may know something, or Zeus himself may send me a rumor, as the gods sometimes do. If I hear that my father is alive and on his way home, I will bear this waste for another year. But if I hear that he is dead, I will return at once. I will give him the funeral rites he deserves, raise a mound to his memory, and make my mother marry again." With that, Telemachus sat down. Then Mentor rose to speak. He had been Odysseus's friend, and Odysseus had left him in charge of the house. "I am not half so angry with the suitors. For if they choose to do violence in the naughtiness of their hearts, and wager their heads that Odysseus will not return, they can take the high hand and eat up his estate. But as for you others, I am shocked at the way in which you all sit still without even trying to stop such scandalous goings-on, which you could do if you chose, for you are many, and they are few." Leocritus, son of Evenor, answered him, saying, "Mentor, what folly is all this, that you should set the people to stay us? It is a hard thing for one man to fight with many about his victuals. Now, so do you people go about your business, and let his father's old friends, Mentor and Halitherses, speed this boy on his journey, if he goes at all, which I do not think he will, for he is more likely to stay where he is, till someone comes and tells him something." On this he broke up the assembly, and every man went back to his own abode, while the suitors returned to the house of Odysseus. Then Telemachus went all alone by the seaside, washed his hands in the grey waves, and prayed to Athena. "If then you take after him, your voyage will not be fruitless. But unless you have the blood of Odysseus and of Penelope in your veins, I see no likelihood of your succeeding. Sons are seldom as good men as their fathers. They are generally worse, not better. Still, as you are not going to be either fool or coward henceforward, and are not entirely without some share of your father's wise discernment, I look with hope upon your undertaking. There are many ships in Ithaca, both old and new. I will run my eye over them for you, and will choose the best. We will get her ready, and will put out to sea without delay." Thus spoke Athena, daughter of Zeus, and Telemachus lost no time in doing as the goddess told him. He went moodily home, and found the suitors flaying goats and singeing pigs in the outer court. Antinous came to him at once, and laughed as he took his hand in his own, saying, "Telemachus, my fine fire-eater, bear no more ill blood, neither in word nor deed, but eat and drink with us as you used to do. Was it not enough that you should waste so much good property of mine while I was yet a boy? Now that I am older and know more about it, I am also stronger, and whether here among this people, or by going to Pylos, I will do you all the harm I can. I shall go, and my going will not be in vain, though, thanks to you suitors, I have neither ship nor crew of my own, and must be passenger, not captain." As he spoke, he snatched his hand from that of Antinous. Meanwhile, the others went on getting dinner ready about the buildings, jeering at him tauntingly as they did so. "In this case we should have plenty to do, for we could then divide up his property amongst us. As for the house, we can let his mother and the man who marries her have that." This was how they talked. But Telemachus went down into the lofty and spacious storeroom, where his father's treasure of gold and bronze lay heaped up upon the floor, and where the linen and spare clothes were kept in open chests. Here, too, there was a store of fragrant olive oil, while casks of old, well-ripened wine, unblended and fit for a god to drink, were ranged against the wall, in case Odysseus should come home again after all. "Let me have 12 jars, and see that they all have lids. Also fill me some well-sewn leathern bags with barley meal, about 20 measures in all. Get these things put together at once, and say nothing about it. I will take everything away this evening as soon as my mother has gone upstairs for the night. I am going to Sparta and to Pylos to see if I can hear anything about the return of my dear father." When Euryclea heard this, she began to cry, and spoke fondly to him, saying, "My dear child, whatever can have put such notion as that into your head? Your poor father is dead and gone, in some foreign country nobody knows where. And as soon as your back is turned, these wicked ones here will be scheming to get you put out of the way, and will share all your possessions among themselves. Stay where you are, among your own people, and do not go wandering and worrying your life out on the barren ocean." "Fear not, nurse," answered Telemachus. "My scheme is not without the sky's sanction. But swear that you will say nothing about all this to my mother, till I have been away some 10 or 12 days, unless she hears of my having gone and asks you." Soon the crew came up, and the goddess spoke encouragingly to each of them. Furthermore, she went to the house of Odysseus and threw the suitors into a deep slumber. She caused their drink to fuddle them and made them drop their cups from their hands, so that instead of sitting over their wine, they went back into the town to sleep, with their eyes heavy and full of drowsiness. Then she took the form and voice of Mentor and called Telemachus to come outside. "Telemachus," said she, "the men are on board and at their oars, waiting for you to give your orders, so make haste and let us be off." On this she led the way, while Telemachus followed in her steps. When they had brought the things as he told them, Telemachus went on board, Athena going before him and taking her seat in the stern of the vessel, while Telemachus sat beside her. Then the men loosed the hawsers and took their places on the benches. Athena sent them a fair wind from the west that whistled over the deep blue waves, and then Telemachus told them to catch hold of the ropes and hoist sail, and they did as he told them. They set the mast in its socket in the crossplank, raised it, and made it fast with the forestays. Then they hoisted their white sails aloft with ropes of twisted oxhide. But as the sun was rising from the fair sea into the firmament of the sky, to shed light on mortals and immortals, they reached Pylos, the city of Neleus. Now the people of Pylos were gathered on the seashore to offer sacrifice of black bulls to Poseidon, lord of the earthquake. There were 9 guilds, with 500 men in each, and there were 9 bulls to each guild. As they were eating the inward meats and burning the thigh bones on the embers in the name of Poseidon, Telemachus and his crew arrived, furled their sails, brought their ship to anchor, and went ashore. Athena led the way, and Telemachus followed her. I have never yet been used to holding long conversations with people, and am ashamed to begin questioning one who is so much older than myself. "Some things, Telemachus," answered Athena, "will be suggested to you by your own instinct, and the sky will prompt you further. For I am assured that the gods have been with you from the time of your birth until now." She then went quickly on, and Telemachus followed in her steps till they reached the place where the guilds of the Pylian people were assembled. There they found Nestor sitting with his sons, while his company round him were busy getting dinner ready, and putting pieces of food onto the spits while other pieces were cooking. Then he gave them their portions of the inward meats, and poured wine for them into a golden cup, handing it to Athena first, and saluting her at the same time. "Offer a prayer, sir," said he, "to King Poseidon, for it is his feast that you are joining. When you have duly prayed and made your drink offering, pass the cup to your friend, that he may do so also. I doubt not that he too lifts his hands in prayer, for man cannot live without God in the world. Still he is younger than you are, and is much of an age with myself, so I will give you the precedence." As he spoke, he handed her the cup. "Lastly, grant Telemachus and myself a happy issue, in respect of the matter that has brought us in our ship to Pylos." When she had thus made an end of praying, she handed the cup to Telemachus, and he prayed likewise. After a while, when the outer meats were roasted and had been taken off the spits, the carvers gave every man his portion, and they all made an excellent dinner. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Nestor, knight of Gerene, began to speak. "Now," said he, "that our guests have done their dinner, it will be best to ask them who they are. Who then, sir strangers, are you, and from what port have you sailed?" "We come from Ithaca, and the matter about which I would speak is of private, not public import. I seek news of my unhappy father Odysseus, who is said to have sacked the city of Troy in company with yourself. We know what fate befell each one of the other heroes who fought at Troy. But as regards Odysseus, Sky has hidden from us the knowledge even that he is dead at all. For no one can tell us in what place he perished, nor say whether he fell in battle on the mainland or was lost at sea amid the waves of Amphitrite. If my brave father Odysseus ever did you loyal service either by word or deed, when you Greeks were harassed among the Trojans, bear it in mind now as in my favour, and tell me truly all. My friend, answered Nestor, you recall a time of much sorrow to my mind, for the brave Greeks suffered much both at sea while privateering under Achilles, and when fighting before the great city of King Priam. Our best men, all of them, fell there, Ajax, Achilles, Patroclus, peer of gods and council, and my own dear son Telemachus, a man singularly fleet of foot, and in fight valiant. But we suffered much more than this. What mortal tongue indeed could tell the whole story? He and I never had any kind of difference from first to last, neither in camp nor council. But in singleness of heart and purpose, we advised the Greeks how all might be ordered for the best. When, however, we had sacked the city of Priam, and were setting sail in our ships as the sky had dispersed us, then Zeus saw fit to vex the Greeks on their homeward voyage. For they had not all been either wise or understanding, and from here many came to a bad end through the displeasure of Zeus's daughter Athena, who brought about a quarrel between the two sons of Atreus. Fool that he was! He might have known that he would not prevail with her, for when the gods have made up their minds, they do not change them lightly. So the two stood bandying hard words, and then the Greeks sprang to their feet with a cry that rent the air, and were of two minds as to what they should do. That night we rested and nursed our anger, for Zeus was hatching mischief against us. But in the morning some of us drew our ships into the water and put our goods with our women on board, while the rest, about half in number, stayed behind with Agamemnon. We, the other half, embarked and sailed. The son of Tydeus went on also with me, and his crews with him. Later on, Menelaus joined us at Lesbos, and found us making up our minds about our course, for we did not know whether to go outside Chios by the island of Syra, keeping this to our left, or inside Chios, over against the stormy headland of Mimas. So we asked the sky for a sign, and were shown one to the effect that we should be soonest out of danger if we headed our ships across the open sea to Euboea. So, my dear young friend, I returned without hearing anything about the others. I know neither who got home safely nor who were lost, but, as in duty bound, I will give you without reserve the reports that have reached me since I have been here in my own house. They say the Myrmidons returned home safely under Achilles' son Neoptolemus. So also did the valiant son of Poias, Philoctetes. Idomeneus, again, lost no men at sea, and all his followers who escaped death in the field got safe home with him to Crete. You too, then, for you are a tall, smart-looking fellow. Show your courage, and make yourself a name in story. Nestor, son of Neleus, answered Telemachus, honor to the Achaean name. The Greeks applaud Orestes, and his name will live through all time, for he has avenged his father nobly. Would that the sky might grant me to do like vengeance on the arrogance of the wicked suitors, who are ill-treating me and plotting my ruin. Athena openly favoured your father before Troy. If she were to care for you in the same way, these suitors would soon forget their courting. Telemachus answered, I can expect nothing of the kind. It would be far too much to hope for. I dare not let myself think of it. Even if the gods themselves willed it, no such good fortune could befall me." Then Athena said, "Telemachus, what do you mean?"
"There is no chance of my father's ever coming back.
The gods have long since counseled his destruction. There is something else, however, about which I should like to ask Nestor, for he knows much more than anyone else does. They say he has reigned for 3 generations, so that it is like talking to an immortal. Tell me so, Nestor, and tell me true. How did Agamemnon come to die in that way? What was Menelaus doing? And how came false Aegisthus to kill so far better a man than himself? At first, she would have nothing to do with his wicked scheme, for she was of a good natural disposition. Moreover, there was a bard with her, to whom Agamemnon had given strict orders on setting out for Troy, that he was to keep guard over his wife. But when the sky had counseled her destruction, Aegisthus carried this bard off to a desert island, and left him there for crows and seagulls to batten upon, after which she went willingly enough to the house of Aegisthus. Then he offered many burnt sacrifices to the gods, and decorated many temples with tapestries and gilding, for he had succeeded far beyond his expectations. When we reached Sunium, the headland of Athens, Apollo struck down Phrontis, the helmsman of Menelaus' ship. No man knew better how to guide a vessel through rough weather. He died there with the helm still in his hand. Menelaus longed to press on, but he had to wait, to bury his comrade and give him the funeral rites he deserved. Then, when Menelaus could put to sea again and had sailed as far as Malea, Zeus sent trouble against him. The wind rose hard, and the waves ran mountain high.
Meanwhile, Aegisthus here at home plotted his evil deed. For 7 years after he had killed Agamemnon, he ruled in Mycene, and the people were obedient unto him. But in the 8th year, Orestes came back from Athens to be his bane, and killed the murderer of his father. Then he celebrated the funeral rites of his mother and of false Aegisthus by a banquet to the people of Argos. And on that very day Menelaus came home with as much treasure as his ships could carry. Take my advice, then, and do not go travelling about for long so far from home, nor leave your property with such dangerous people in your house. Go to him, so, by sea, and take your own men with you. Or, if you would rather travel by land, you can have a chariot, you can have horses, and here are my sons who can escort you to Lacedaemon, where Menelaus lives. Beg of him to speak the truth, and he will tell you no lies, for he is an excellent person." As he spoke, the sun set, and it came on dark, and then Athena said, "Sir, all that you have said is well. Now, however, order the tongues of the victims to be cut, and mix wine, that we may make drink offerings to Poseidon and the other immortals, and then go to bed, for it is bedtime." Men servants poured water over the hands of the guests, while servant boys filled the mixing bowls with wine and water, and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. Then they threw the tongues of the victims into the fire, and stood up to make their drink offerings. When they had made their offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, Athena and Telemachus were for going on board their ship. But Nestor caught them up at once and stayed them. "The sky and the immortal gods," he exclaimed, "forbid that you should leave my house to go on board of a ship. I am the only older person among them. The rest are all young men of Telemachus' own age, who have taken this voyage out of friendship. So I must return to the ship and sleep there,
Moreover, tomorrow I must go to the Ciconians, where I have a large sum of money long owing to me. As for Telemachus, now that he is your guest, send him to Lacedaemon in a chariot, and let one of your sons go with him. Be pleased to also provide him with your best and fleetest horses." When she had thus spoken, she flew away in the form of an eagle, and all marveled as they beheld it. Nestor was astonished, and took Telemachus by the hand. "This can have been none other of those who dwell in the sky than Zeus's redoubtable daughter, the Trito-born, who showed such favor towards your brave father among the Greeks. Holy Queen," he continued, "vouchsafe to send down thy grace upon myself, my good wife, and my children. In return, I will offer you in sacrifice a broad-browed heifer of a year old, unbroken, and never yet brought by man under the yoke. I will gild her horns, and will offer her up to you in sacrifice." Thus did he pray, and Athena heard his prayer. He then led the way to his own house, followed by his sons and sons-in-law. Then, when they had made their drink offerings and had drunk each as much as he was minded, the others went home to bed, each in his own abode. But Nestor put Telemachus to sleep in the room that was over the gateway, along with Pisistratus, who was the only unmarried son now left him. As for himself, he slept in an inner room of the house, with the queen his wife by his side. Now when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Nestor left his couch and took a seat on the benches of white and polished marble that stood in front of his house. "Go then, one or other of you to the plain. Tell the stockman to look me out a heifer, and come on here with it at once. Another must go to Telemachus's ship and invite all the crew, leaving 2 men only in charge of the vessel. Someone else will run and fetch Laertius the goldsmith to gild the horns of the heifer. The rest, stay all of you where you are. Tell the maids in the house to prepare an excellent dinner, and to fetch seats and logs of wood for a burnt offering. Tell them also to bring me some clear spring water." On this they hurried off on their several errands. Then Stratius and Achephron brought her in by the horns. Aratus fetched water from the house in a jug that had a flower pattern on it, and in his other hand he held a basket of barley meal. Sturdy Thrasymedes stood by with his sharp axe, ready to strike the heifer, while Perseus held a bucket. Then Nestor began, with washing his hands and sprinkling the barley meal, and he offered many a prayer to Athena as he threw a lock from the heifer's head upon the fire. They cut out the thigh bones, all in due course, wrapped them round in 2 layers of fat, and set some pieces of raw food on the top of them. Then Nestor laid them upon the wood fire and poured wine over them, while the young men stood near him with 5-pronged spits in their hands. When the thighs were burned, and they had tasted the inward meats, they cut the rest of the food up small, put the pieces on the spits, and toasted them over the fire. Meanwhile, lovely Polycaste, Nestor's youngest daughter, washed Telemachus. The housekeeper packed them up a provision of bread, wine, and sweetmeats fit for the sons of princes. Then Telemachus got into the chariot, while Pisistratus gathered up the reins and took his seat beside him. He lashed the horses on, and they flew forward nothing loath into the open country, leaving the high citadel of Pylos behind them. All that day did they travel, swaying the yoke upon their necks till the sun went down and darkness was over all the land. Then they reached Pheræ, where Diocles lived, who was son to Autolycus and grandson to Alpheus. Here they passed the night, and Diocles entertained them hospitably. They reached the low-lying city of Lacedaemon, where they drove straight to the abode of Menelaus, and found him in his own house. Feasting with his many clansmen in honor of the wedding of his son, and also of his daughter, whom he was marrying to the son of that valiant warrior Achilles. He had given his consent, and promised her to him while he was still at Troy, and now the gods were bringing the marriage about. So he was sending her with chariots and horses to the city of the Myrmidons, over whom Achilles' son was reigning. For his only son he had found a bride from Sparta, the daughter of Elector.
Telemachus and the son of Nestor stayed their horses at the gate, and then Eteoneus, servant to Menelaus, came out, and as soon as he saw them, ran hurrying back into the house to tell his master. He went close up to him and said, "Menelaus, there are some strangers come here, 2 men, who look like sons of Zeus. What are we to do? Shall we take their horses out, or tell them to find friends elsewhere as they best can?" Menelaus was very angry and said, "Eteoneus, son of Boethos, you never used to be a fool, but now you talk like a simpleton. Take their horses out, of course, and show the strangers in that they may have supper." Then they leaned the chariot against the end wall of the courtyard and led the way into the house. Telemachus and Pisistratus were astonished when they saw it, for its splendor was as that of the sun and moon. Then, when they had admired everything to their heart's content, they went into the bathroom and washed themselves. When the servants had washed them and anointed them with oil, they brought them woolen cloaks and shirts, and the 2 took their seats by the side of Menelaus. A servant woman brought them water in a beautiful golden jug, and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands. And she drew a clean table beside them. "You must be descended from a line of scepter-bearing kings, for poor people do not have such sons as you are." On this he handed them a piece of fat roast loin, which had been set near him as being a prime part, and they laid their hands on the food set before them. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus said to the son of Nestor, with his head so close that no one might hear, "Look, Pisistratus, man after my own heart, see the gleam of bronze and gold, of amber, ivory and silver. Everything is so splendid that it is like seeing the palace of Olympian Zeus. I went to Cyprus, Phoenicia and the Egyptians. I went also to the Ethiopians, the Sidonians and the Erymbians, and to Libya where the lambs have horns as soon as they are born, and the sheep lamb down 3 times a year. Everyone in that country, whether master or man, has plenty of cheese, food, and good milk, for the ewes yield all the year round. But while I was traveling and getting great riches among these people, my brother was secretly and shockingly murdered through the perfidy of his wicked wife, so that I have no pleasure in being lord of all this wealth. Yet grieve for these as I may, I do so for one man more than for them all. I cannot even think of him without loathing both food and sleep, so miserable does he make me. For no one of all the Greeks worked so hard or risked so much as he did. He took nothing by it, and has left a legacy of sorrow to myself, for he has been gone a long time, and we know not whether he is alive or dead. While he was thus in 2 minds, Helen came down from her high, vaulted and perfumed room, looking as lovely as Artemis herself. Adraste brought her a seat, Alcippe a soft woolen rug, while Philo fetched her the silver work-box which Alcandra, wife of Polybus, had given her. Polybus lived in Egyptian Thebes, which is the richest city in the whole world. He gave Menelaus 2 baths, both of pure silver, 2 tripods, and 10 talents of gold. Besides all this, his wife gave Helen some beautiful presents, to wit, a golden distaff, and a silver work-box that ran on wheels, with a gold band round the top of it. Never have I seen any man or woman so like another person. When I look at him, I hardly know what to think. This young man is like Telemachus, whom Odysseus left as a baby when you Greeks sailed to Troy with battle in your hearts, all because of my shameless self. My dear wife, replied Menelaus, I see the likeness just as you do. His hands and feet are just like Odysseus. So is his hair, the shape of his head, and the expression of his eyes. A son has always trouble at home when his father has gone away, leaving him without supporters. And this is how Telemachus is now placed, for his father is absent, and there is no one among his own people to stand by him. Bless my heart, replied Menelaus. Then I am receiving a visit from the son of a very dear friend, who suffered much hardship for my sake. I had always hoped to entertain him with most marked distinction when the sky had granted us a safe return from beyond the seas. I should have founded a city for him in Argos and built him a house. Helen wept. Telemachus wept. And so did Menelaus, nor could Pisistratus keep his eyes from filling when he remembered his dear brother Antilochus, whom the son of bright dawn had killed. Then he said to Menelaus, Sir, my father Nestor, when we used to talk about you at home, told me you were a person of rare and excellent understanding. If, then, it be possible, do as I would urge you. I am not fond of crying while I am getting my supper. Morning will come in due course, and in the forenoon I care not how much I cry for those that are dead and gone. This is all we can do for the poor things. One can soon see when a man is son to one whom sky has blessed, both as regards wife and offspring. And it has blessed Nestor from first to last all his days, giving him a green old age in his own house, with sons about him who are both well-disposed and valiant. We will put an end so to all this weeping, and attend to our supper again. Let water be poured over our hands. Telemachus and I can talk with one another fully in the morning. On this, Asphalion, one of the servants, poured water over their hands, and they laid their hands on the food set before them. Then Zeus's daughter Helen thought of another matter. The drug had been given to Helen by Polydamna, wife of Thon, a woman of Egypt. In Egypt all kinds of herbs grow, some good for the mixing bowl, and others poisonous. There every physician is skilled, for they are of the race of Paeon. When Helen had put the drug into the wine and told the servants to serve it round, she said, Menelaus, son of Atreus, and you, my good friends, sons of honorable men, Zeus gives both good and evil as he chooses. Feast here as you will, and listen while I tell you a tale in season. In this disguise he entered the city of Troy, and no one said anything to him. I alone recognized him and began to question him, but he was too cunning for me. When, however, I had washed and anointed him and had given him clothes, and after I had sworn a solemn oath not to betray him to the Trojans till he had got safely back to his own camp and to the ships, he told me all that the Greeks meant to do. What endurance, too, and what courage he displayed within the wooden horse, wherein all the bravest of the Greeks were lying in wait to bring death and destruction upon the Trojans. At that moment you came up to us. Some god who wished well to the Trojans must have set you on to it, and you had Deiphobus with you. 3 times did you go all round our hiding place and pat it. You called our chiefs each by his own name, and mimicked all our wives, Diomed, Odysseus, and I from our seats inside heard what a noise you made. But now, sir, be pleased to send us all to bed, that we may lie down and enjoy the blessed boon of sleep. On this, Helen told the maidservants to set beds in the room that was in the gatehouse,
and to make them with good red rugs, and spread coverlets on the top of them with woolen cloaks for the guests to wear. So the maids went out, carrying a torch, and made the beds, to which a servant man soon led the strangers. Thus, then, did Telemachus and Pisistratus sleep there in the forecourt, while the son of Atreus lay in an inner room with lovely Helen by his side. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Menelaus rose and dressed himself. "Tell me all about it." "I have come, sir," replied Telemachus, "to see if you can tell me anything about my father. I am being eaten out of house and home. My fair estate is being wasted, and my house is full of miscreants who keep killing great numbers of my sheep and oxen on the pretense of paying their addresses to my mother. So I am suppliant at your knees, if haply you may tell me about my father's melancholy end, whether you saw it with your own eyes, or heard it from some other traveler, for he was a man born to trouble. Do not soften things out of any pity for myself, but tell me in all plainness exactly what you saw." A hind might as well lay her newborn young in the lair of a lion, and then go off to feed in the forest or in some grassy dell. The lion, when he comes back to his lair, will make short work with the pair of them, and so will Odysseus with these suitors. By Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if Odysseus is still the man that he was when he wrestled with Philomelides in Lesbos, and threw him so heavily that all the Greeks cheered him, if he is still such and were to come near these suitors, they would have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. We should have run clean out of provisions, and my men would have starved, if a goddess had not taken pity upon me and saved me in the person of Idothea, daughter to Proteus, the old man of the sea, for she had taken a great fancy to me. She came to me one day when I was by myself, as I often was, for the men used to go with their barbed hooks all over the island in the hope of catching a fish or two to save them from the pangs of hunger. "Stranger," said she, "it seems to me that you like starving in this way. Tell me so, for the gods know everything, which of the immortals it is that is hindering me in this way. And tell me also how I may sail the sea so as to reach my home." "Stranger," replied she, "I will make it all quite clear to you. There is an old immortal who lives under the sea hereabouts, and whose name is Proteus. He is an Egyptian, and people say he is my father. He is Poseidon's head man, and knows every inch of ground all over the bottom of the sea. For a god is not easily caught, not by a mortal man." "Stranger," said she, "I will make it all quite clear to you. About the time when the sun shall have reached mid the sky, the old man of the sea comes up from under the waves, heralded by the west wind that furs the water over his head. As soon as he has come up, he lies down and goes to sleep in a great sea cave, where the seals, Halosydne's chickens, as they call them, come up also from the grey sea, and go to sleep in shoals all round him. The moment you see that he is asleep, seize him. Put forth all your strength and hold him fast, for he will do his very utmost to get away from you. He will turn himself into every kind of creature that goes upon the earth, and will become also both fire and water. But you must hold him fast, and grip him tighter and tighter, till he begins to talk to you, and comes back to what he was when you saw him go to sleep. Then you may slacken your hold and let him go." When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I took the 3 men on whose prowess of all kinds I could most rely, and went along by the seaside, praying heartily to the sky. Meanwhile the goddess fetched me up 4 sealskins from the bottom of the sea, all of them just skinned, for she meant playing a trick upon her father. Then she dug 4 pits for us to lie in, and sat down to wait till we should come up. When we were close to her, she made us lie down in the pits, one after the other, and threw a sealskin over each of us. Our ambuscade would have been intolerable, for the stench of the fishy seals was most distressing. We waited the whole morning and made the best of it, watching the seals come up in hundreds to bask upon the seashore. Till at noon the old man of the sea came up too, and when he had found his fat seals, he went over them and counted them. We were among the first he counted, and he never suspected any guile, but laid himself down to sleep as soon as he had done counting. Then we rushed upon him with a shout and seized him, on which he began at once with his old tricks, and changed himself first into a lion with a great mane. Then all of a sudden he became a dragon, a leopard, a wild boar. It is because I have been kept so long in this island, and see no sign of my being able to get away. I am losing all heart. Tell me then, for you gods know everything, which of the immortals it is that is hindering me, and tell me also how I may sail the sea so as to reach my home. Then, he said, if you would finish your voyage and get home quickly, you must offer sacrifices to Zeus and to the rest of the gods before embarking. You had better not know what I can tell you, for your eyes will surely fill when you have heard my story. Many of those about whom you ask are dead and gone, but many still remain, and only 2 of the chief men among the Greeks perished during their return home. As for what happened on the field of battle, you were there yourself. A 3rd Achaean leader is still at sea, alive, but hindered from returning. Ajax was wrecked, for Poseidon drove him on to the great rocks of Gyrae. Even so, he let him get safe out of the water, and in spite of all Athena's hatred, he would have escaped death if he had not ruined himself by boasting. The base remained where it was, but the part on which Ajax was sitting fell headlong into the sea and carried Ajax with it. So he drank salt water and was drowned. Your brother and his ships escaped, for Hera protected him. But when he was just about to reach the high promontory of Malea, he was caught by a heavy gale, which carried him out to sea again, sorely against his will, and drove him to the foreland where Thyestes used to dwell, but where Aegisthus was then living. After a while, however, it seemed as though he was to return safely after all, for the gods backed the wind into its old quarter, and they reached home. This man had been looking out for a whole year to make sure that Agamemnon did not give him the slip and prepare war. When, so, this man saw Agamemnon go by, he went and told Aegisthus, who at once began to lay a plot for him. He picked 20 of his bravest warriors and placed them in ambuscade on one side the cloister, while on the opposite side he prepared a banquet. Then he sent his chariots and horsemen to Agamemnon and invited him to the feast, but he meant foul play. He got him there, all unsuspicious of the doom that was awaiting him, and killed him when the banquet was over, as though he were butchering an ox in the shambles. Soon, when I had had my fill of weeping and writhing upon the ground, the old man of the sea said, "Son of Atreus, do not waste any more time in crying so bitterly. It can do no manner of good. Find your way home as fast as ever you can, for Aegisthus may be still alive. And even though Orestes has been beforehand with you in killing him, you may yet come in for his funeral." On this I took comfort, in spite of all my sorrow, and said, "I know then about these 2. Tell me so about the 3rd man of whom you spoke. Is he still alive, but at sea, and unable to get home? Or is he dead?"
There fair-haired Rhadamanthus reigns, and men lead an easier life than anywhere else in the world. For in Elysium there falls not rain, nor hail, nor snow. But Oceanus breathes ever with a west wind that sings softly from the sea and gives fresh life to all men. This will happen to you because you have married Helen and are Zeus's son-in-law." As he spoke, he dived under the waves, and then I turned back to the ships with my companions, and my heart was clouded with care as I went along. When we reached the ships, we got supper ready, for night was falling, and camped down upon the beach. "And now for yourself. Stay here some 10 or 12 days longer, and I will then speed you on your way. I will make you a noble present of a chariot and 3 horses. I will also give you a beautiful chalice, that so long as you live, you may think of me whenever you pour a drink offering to the immortal gods." "Son of Atreus," replied Telemachus, "do not press me to stay longer. I should be contented to remain with you for another 12 months. I find your conversation so delightful that I should never once wish myself at home with my parents. But my crew, whom I have left at Pylos, are already impatient, and you are detaining me from them. I will take no horses back with me to Ithaca, but will leave them to adorn your own stables, for you have much flat ground in your kingdom where lotus thrives, as also meadowsweet and wheat and barley, and oats with their white and spreading ears, whereas in Ithaca we have neither open fields nor racecourses, and the country is more fit for goats than horses, and I like it the better for that. None of our islands have much level ground suitable for horses, and Ithaca least of all." Menelaus smiled and took Telemachus's hand within his own. "What you say," said he, "shows that you come of good family." Meanwhile, the suitors were throwing discs or aiming with spears at a mark on the leveled ground in front of Odysseus's house, and were behaving with all their old arrogance. Antinous and Eurymachus, who were their ringleaders and much the foremost among them all, were sitting together when Noëmon, son of Phronius, came up and said to Antinous, "Have we any idea, Antinous, on what day Telemachus returns from Pylos? Tell me also, did you let him have the ship of your own free will because he asked you, or did he take it without your leave?" "I lent it him," answered Noëmon. "What else could I do when a man of his position said he was in a difficulty and asked me to oblige him? I could not possibly refuse. As for those who went with him, they were the best young men we have, and I saw Mentor go on board as captain, or some god who was exactly like him. He will be giving us trouble soon. May Zeus take him before he is full grown. Find me a ship, so, with a crew of 20 men, and I will lie in wait for him in the straits between Ithaca and Samos. He will then rue the day that he set out to try and get news of his father." Thus did he speak, and the others applauded his saying. They then all of them went inside the buildings. It was not long before Penelope came to know what the suitors were plotting. For a servant man, Medon, overheard them from outside the outer court, as they were laying their schemes within, and went to tell his mistress. "Did not your fathers tell you, when you were children, how good Odysseus had been to them, never doing anything high-handed, nor speaking harshly to anybody? Kings may say things sometimes, and they may take a fancy to one man and dislike another, but Odysseus never did an unjust thing by anybody, which shows what bad hearts you have, and that there is no such thing as gratitude left in this world." Then Medon said, "I wish, madam, that this were all, but they are plotting something much more dreadful now.
May the sky frustrate their design.
Does he want to die without leaving anyone behind him to keep up his name?
I do not know, answered Medon, whether some god set him onto it, or whether he went on his own impulse to see if he could find out if his father was dead or alive and on his way home. Then he went downstairs again, leaving Penelope in an agony of grief. There were plenty of seats in the house, but she had no heart for sitting on any one of them. She could only fling herself on the floor of her own room and cry.
You hussies. There was not one of you would so much as think of giving me a call out of my bed, though you all of you very well knew when he was starting. If I had known he meant taking this voyage, he would have had to give it up, no matter how much he was bent upon it, or leave me a corpse behind him, one or other. Now, however, go some of you and call old Dolius, who was given me by my father on my marriage, and who is my gardener. I knew all about it, and gave him everything he wanted in the way of bread and wine. But he made me take my solemn oath that I would not tell you anything for some 10 or 12 days, unless you asked, or happened to hear of his having gone, for he did not want you to spoil your beauty by crying. And now, madam, wash your face, change your dress, and go upstairs with your maids to offer prayers to Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, for she can save him, even though he be in the jaws of death. Do not trouble Laertes. He has trouble enough already. If ever Odysseus, while he was here, burned you fat thigh bones of sheep or heifer, bear it in mind now as in my favour, and save my darling son from the villainy of the suitors. She cried aloud as she spoke, and the goddess heard her prayer. Meanwhile the suitors were clamorous throughout the covered cloister, and one of them said, "The queen is preparing for her marriage with one or other of us. Little does she dream that her son has now been doomed to die." This was what they said, but they did not know what was going to happen. Then Antinous said, "Comrades, let there be no loud talking, lest some of it get carried inside." Then they made the ship fast a little way out, came on shore again, got their suppers, and waited till night should fall. But Penelope lay in her own room upstairs, unable to eat or drink, and wondering whether her brave son would escape or be overpowered by the wicked suitors. Like a lioness caught in the toils with huntsmen hemming her in on every side, she thought and thought till she sank into a slumber, and lay on her bed bereft of thought and motion. Then Athena thought of another matter, and made a vision in the likeness of Penelope's sister Iphthime, daughter of Icarius, who had married Eumelus and lived in Phaerae. "Your son has done them no wrong, so he will yet come back to you." Penelope, who was sleeping sweetly at the gates of dreamland, answered, "Sister, why have you come here? You do not come very often, but I suppose that is because you live such a long way off. Am I then to leave off crying, and refrain from all the sad thoughts that torture me? I, who have lost my brave and lion-hearted husband, who had every good quality under the sky, and whose name was great over all Hellas and middle Argos. There is one gone with him whom many a man would be glad enough to have stand by his side. I mean Athena. It is she who has compassion upon you, and who has sent me to bear you this message." "Then," said Penelope, "if you are a god, or have been sent here by divine commission, tell me also about that other unhappy one. Is he still alive, or is he already dead and in the house of Hades?" and the vision said, I shall not tell you for certain whether he is alive or dead, and there is no use in idle conversation. Then it vanished through the thong hole of the door and was dissipated into thin air. And now, as dawn rose from her couch beside Tithonus, harbinger of light alike to mortals and immortals, the gods met in council, and with them Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, who is their king. Then Athena began to tell them of the many sufferings of Odysseus, for she pitied him away there in the house of the nymph Calypso. Father Zeus, said she, and all you other gods that live in everlasting bliss, I hope there may never be such a thing as a kind and well-disposed ruler any more, nor one who will govern equitably. Furthermore, wicked people are now trying to murder his only son Telemachus, who is coming home from Pylos and Lacedaemon, where he has been to see if he can get news of his father. What, my dear, are you talking about? Replied her father. Did you not send him there yourself, because you thought it would help Odysseus to get home and punish the suitors? Besides, you are perfectly able to protect Telemachus, and to see him safely home again, while the suitors have to come hurry-scurrying back without having killed him. When he had thus spoken, he said to his son Hermes, Hermes, you are our messenger. Go so and tell Calypso we have decreed that poor Odysseus is to return home. This is how we have settled that he shall return to his country and his friends. Thus he spoke, and Hermes, guide and guardian, slayer of Argus, did as he was told. At once he bound on his glittering golden sandals, with which he could fly like the wind over land and sea. He took the wand with which he seals men's eyes in sleep, or wakes them, just as he pleases, and flew holding it in his hand over Phaeacia. Then he swooped down through the firmament till he reached the level of the sea, whose waves he skimmed like a cormorant that flies fishing every hole and corner of the ocean, and drenching its thick plumage in the spray. As for herself, she was busy at her loom, shooting her golden shuttle through the warp, and singing beautifully. Round her cave there was a thick wood of alder, poplar, and sweet-smelling cypress trees, wherein all kinds of great birds had built their nests, owls, hawks, and chattering sea crows that occupy their business in the waters. A vine, loaded with grapes, was trained and grew luxuriantly about the mouth of the cave. Calypso gave Hermes a seat and said, Why have you come to see me, Hermes? Honoured and ever welcome, for you do not visit me often. Say what you want. I will do it for you at once if I can, and if it can be done at all. But come inside, and let me set refreshment before you. As she spoke, she drew a table loaded with ambrosia beside him, and mixed him some red nectar. So Hermes ate and drank till he had had enough, and then said, We are speaking god and goddess to one another, and you ask me why I have come here, and I will tell you truly as you would have me do. Zeus sent me. On their way home they sinned against Athena, who raised both wind and waves against them, so that all his brave companions perished, and he alone was carried here by wind and tide. Zeus says that you are to let this man go at once, for it is decreed that he shall not perish here, far from his own people, but shall return to his house and country, and see his friends again. Calypso trembled with rage when she heard this. You gods, she exclaimed, ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You are always jealous, and hate seeing a goddess take a fancy to a mortal man, and live with him in open matrimony. I found the poor creature sitting all alone astride of a keel. for Zeus had struck his ship with lightning and sunk it in mid-ocean, so that all his crew were drowned, while he himself was driven by wind and waves onto my island. I got fond of him and cherished him, and had set my heart on making him immortal, so that he should never grow old all his days. Still, I cannot cross Zeus, nor bring his counsels to nothing. So, if he insists upon it, let the man go beyond the seas again. But I cannot send him anywhere myself, for I have neither ships nor men who can take him. As for the daytime, he spent it on the rocks and on the seashore, weeping, crying aloud for his despair, and always looking out upon the sea. Calypso then went close up to him and said, "My poor fellow, you shall not stay here grieving and fretting your life out any longer. I am going to send you away of my own free will. So go, cut some beams of wood, and make yourself a large raft with an upper deck that it may carry you safely over the sea. I will put bread, wine, and water on board to save you from starving. Not even a well-found ship with a fair wind could venture on such a distant voyage. Nothing that you can say or do shall make me go on board a raft unless you first solemnly swear that you mean me no mischief." Calypso smiled at this and caressed him with her hand. "You know a great deal," said she, "but you are quite wrong here. May the sky above and earth below be my witnesses, with the waters of the river Styx, and this is the most solemn oath which a blessed God can take, that I mean you no sort of harm, and am only advising you to do exactly what I should do myself in your place." Calypso set food and drink before him, of the food that mortals eat. But her maids brought ambrosia and nectar for herself, and they laid their hands on the food set before them. When they had satisfied themselves with food and drink, Calypso spoke, saying, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, so you would start home to your own land at once? She is only a woman, whereas you are an immortal. Even so, I want to get home, and can think of nothing else. If some god wrecks me when I am on the sea, I will bear it and make the best of it. I have had infinite trouble both by land and sea already, so let this go with the rest." Soon the sun set, and it became dark, and then the pair retired into the inner part of the cave and went to bed. She also gave him a sharp adze, and then led the way to the far end of the island, where the largest trees grew, alder, poplar, and pine, that reached the sky, very dry and well seasoned, so as to sail light for him in the water. Then, when she had shown him where the best trees grew, Calypso went home, leaving him to cut them, which he soon finished doing. He cut down 20 trees in all, and adzed them smooth, squaring them by rule in good workmanlike fashion. Meanwhile Calypso came back with some augers, so he bored holes with them, and fitted the timbers together with bolts and rivets. Last of all, with the help of levers, he drew the raft down into the water. In 4 days he had completed the whole work, and on the 5th Calypso sent him from the island after washing him and giving him some clean clothes. She gave him a goat skin full of black wine, and another, larger one, of water. She also gave him a wallet full of provisions, and found him in much good food. Moreover, she made the wind fair and warm for him, and gladly did Odysseus spread his sail before it, while he sat and guided the raft skillfully by means of the rudder. But King Poseidon, who was returning from the Ethiopians, caught sight of Odysseus a long way off, from the mountains of the Solymi. He could see him sailing upon the sea, and it made him very angry, so he wagged his head and muttered to himself, "What a day, so the gods have been changing their minds about Odysseus while I was away in Ethiopia, and now he is close to the land of the Phaeacians, where it is decreed that he shall escape from the calamities that have befallen him." I am afraid Calypso was right when she said I should have trouble by sea before I got back home. It is all coming true. How black is Zeus making the sky with his clouds, and what a sea the winds are raising from every quarter at once. I am now safe to perish. Blessed and thrice blessed were those Greeks who fell before Troy in the cause of the sons of Atreus. Would that I had been killed on the day when the Trojans were pressing me so sorely about the dead body of Achilles, for then I should have had due burial, and the Greeks would have honored my name. For a long time Odysseus was under water, and it was all he could do to rise to the surface again, for the clothes Calypso had given him weighed him down. But at last he got his head above water and spat out the bitter brine that was running down his face in streams. In spite of all this, however, he did not lose sight of his raft, but swam as fast as he could towards it, got hold of it, and climbed on board again so as to escape drowning. The sea took the raft and tossed it about as autumn winds whirl thistledown round and round upon a road. He is giving you a great deal of trouble, but for all his bluster, he will not kill you. You seem to be a sensible person. Do then as I bid you. Strip, leave your raft to drive before the wind, and swim to the Phaeacian coast, where better luck awaits you. And here, take my veil and put it round your chest. It is enchanted, and you can come to no harm so long as you wear it. As soon as you touch land, take it off, throw it back as far as you can into the sea, and then go away again. With these words, she took off her veil and gave it to him. I know what I will do. I am sure it will be best. No matter what happens, I will stick to the raft as long as her timbers hold together. But when the sea breaks her up, I will swim for it. I do not see how I can do any better than this. While he was thus in two minds, Poseidon sent a terrible great wave that seemed to rear itself above his head till it broke right over the raft, which then went to pieces as though it were a heap of dry chaff tossed about by a whirlwind. Odysseus got astride of one plank and rode upon it as if he were on horseback. But Athena resolved to help Odysseus. So she bound the ways of all the winds except one, and made them lie quite still. But she roused a good stiff breeze from the north that should lay the waters till Odysseus reached the land of the Phaeacians, where he would be safe. Then he floated about for 2 nights and 2 days in the water, with a heavy swell on the sea, and death staring him in the face. But when the 3rd day broke, the wind fell, and there was a dead calm, without so much as a breath of air stirring. As he rose on the swell, he looked eagerly ahead, and could see land quite near. When, however, he got within earshot, he began to hear the surf thundering up against the rocks, for the swell still broke against them with a terrific roar. Everything was enveloped in spray. There were no harbours where a ship might ride, nor shelter of any kind, but only headlands, low-lying rocks, and mountain tops. Odysseus's heart now began to fail him, and he said despairingly to himself, "Alas, Zeus has let me see land after swimming so far that I had given up all hope. but I can find no landing place, for the coast is rocky and surf-beaten. The rocks are smooth and rise sheer from the sea, with deep water close under them, so that I cannot climb out for want of foothold. If, on the other hand, I swim further in search of some shelving beach or harbour, a hurricane may carry me out to sea again sorely against my will, or the sky may send some great monster of the deep to attack me, for Amphitrite breeds many such, and I know that Poseidon is very angry with me." While he was thus in two minds, a wave caught him, and took him with such force against the rocks that he would have been smashed and torn to pieces if Athena had not shown him what to do. He caught hold of the rock with both hands and clung to it, groaning with pain, till the wave retired, so he was saved that time. After a while, as he swam on, he came to the mouth of a river, and here he thought would be the best place, for there were no rocks, and it afforded shelter from the wind. He felt that there was a current, so he prayed inwardly and said, "Hear me, O king, whoever you may be, and save me from the anger of the sea god Poseidon, for I approach you prayerfully. Anyone who has lost his way has at all times a claim even upon the gods. Why, in my distress, I draw near to your stream and cling to the knees of your riverhood." His body was all swollen, and his mouth and nostrils ran down like a river with sea water, so that he could neither breathe nor speak, and lay swooning from sheer exhaustion. Soon, when he had got his breath and came to himself again, he took off the scarf that Ino had given him and threw it back into the salt stream of the river. And then Ino received it into her hands from the wave that bore it towards her. Then he left the river, laid himself down among the rushes, and kissed the bounteous earth. "Alas," he cried to himself in his dismay, "whatever will become of me, and how is it all to end?" There he crept beneath 2 shoots of olive that grew from a single stalk, the one an ungrafted sucker, while the other had been grafted. No wind, however squally, could break through the cover they afforded, nor could the sun's rays pierce them, nor the rain get through them, so closely did they grow into one another. Odysseus crept under these, and began to make himself a bed to lie on, for there was a great litter of dead leaves lying about, enough to make a covering for 2 or 3 men, even in hard winter weather. He was glad enough to see this, so he laid himself down and heaped the leaves all round him. So here Odysseus slept, overcome by sleep and toil. But Athena went off to the country and city of the Phaeacians, a people who used to live in the fair town of Hypereia near the lawless Cyclops. Now the Cyclops were stronger than they and plundered them, so their king Nausithous moved them from there and settled them in Scheria, far from all other people. He surrounded the city with a wall, built houses and temples, and divided the lands among his people. But he was dead and gone to the house of Hades, and King Alcinous, whose counsels were inspired of the sky, was now reigning. To his house then did Athena hie in furtherance of the return of Odysseus. "Here are your clothes, all lying in disorder. Yet you are going to be married almost immediately, and should not only be well dressed yourself, but should find good clothes for those who attend you. This is the way to get yourself a good name, and to make your father and mother proud of you. Suppose, then, that we make tomorrow a washing day, and start at daybreak. I will come and help you, so that you may have everything ready as soon as possible. For all the best young men among your own people are courting you, and you are not going to remain a maid much longer." This was the place to which the goddess went when she had given instructions to the girl. After a while, morning came and woke Nausicaa, who began wondering about her dream. She so went to the other end of the house to tell her father and mother all about it, and found them in their own room. Her mother was sitting by the fireside spinning her purple yarn with her maids around her, and she happened to catch her father just as he was going out to attend a meeting of the town council, which the Phaeacian alderman had convened. She stopped him and said, "Papa dear, could you manage to let me have a good big wagon?" "Be off with you, and the men shall get you a good strong wagon with a body to it that will hold all your clothes." On this he gave his orders to the servants, who got the wagon out, harnessed the mules and put them to, while the girl brought the clothes down from the linen room and placed them on the wagon. Her mother prepared her a basket of provisions with all sorts of food set before them, and a goatskin full of wine. The girl now got into the wagon, and her mother gave her also a golden cruse of oil, that she and her women might anoint themselves. Here they unharnessed the mules and turned them out to feed on the sweet, juicy herbage that grew by the waterside. They took the clothes out of the wagon, put them in the water, and vied with one another in treading them in the pits to get the dirt out. After they had washed them and got them quite clean, they laid them out by the seaside, where the waves had raised a high beach of shingle, and set about washing themselves and anointing themselves with olive oil. Then they got their dinner by the side of the stream, and waited for the sun to finish drying the clothes. When it was time for them to start home, and they were folding the clothes and putting them into the wagon, Athena began to consider how Odysseus should wake up and see the handsome girl who was to send him to the city of the Phaeacians. The girl, so, threw a ball at one of the maids, which missed her and fell into deep water. On this they all shouted, and the noise they made woke Odysseus, who sat up in his bed of leaves and began to wonder what it might all be. "Alas," said he to himself, "what kind of people have I come amongst? Are they cruel, savage and uncivilized, or hospitable and humane?" He looked like some lion of the wilderness that stalks about, exulting in his strength and defying both wind and rain. His eyes glare as he prowls in quest of oxen, sheep, or deer, for he is famished, and will dare break even into a well-fenced homestead, trying to get at the sheep. Even such did Odysseus seem to the young women, as he drew near to them all naked as he was, for he was in great want. On seeing one so unkempt and so begrimed with salt water, the others scampered off along the spits that jutted out into the sea. But the daughter of Alcinous stood firm, for Athena put courage into her heart and took away all fear from her. "If you are a goddess and dwell in the sky, I can only conjecture that you are Zeus's daughter, Artemis, for your face and figure resemble none but hers. If, on the other hand, you are a mortal and live on earth, thrice happy are your father and mother. Thrice happy, too, are your brothers and sisters. How proud and delighted they must feel when they see so fair a scion as yourself going out to a dance. Most happy, however, of all, will he be whose wedding gifts have been the richest, and who takes you to his own home. I never yet saw anyone so beautiful, neither man nor woman, and am lost in admiration as I behold you. The winds and waves have taken me, all the way from the Aegean island, and now fate has flung me upon this coast that I may endure still further suffering. For I do not think that I have yet come to the end of it, but rather that sky has still much evil in store for me. And now, O Queen, have pity upon me, for you are the first person I have met, and I know no one else in this country. Show me the way to your town, and let me have anything that you may have brought here to wrap your clothes in. May the sky grant you in all things your heart's desire, husband, house, and a happy, peaceful home. Now, however, that you have come to this our country, you shall not want for clothes, nor for anything else that a foreigner in distress may reasonably look for. I will show you the way to the town, and will tell you the name of our people. We are called Phaeacians, and I am daughter to Alcinous, in whom the whole power of the state is vested. Then she called her maids and said, "Stay where you are, you girls. Can you not see a man without running away from him? Do you take him for a robber or a murderer?" They made Odysseus sit down in the shelter, as Nausicaa had told them, and brought him a shirt and cloak. They also brought him the little golden cruse of oil, and told him to go and wash in the stream. But Odysseus said, "Young women, please to stand a little on one side, that I may wash the brine from my shoulders and anoint myself with oil. For it is long enough since my skin has had a drop of oil upon it. I cannot wash as long as you all keep standing there." Then he went and sat down a little way off upon the beach, looking quite young and handsome, and the girl gazed on him with admiration. Then she said to her maids, "Hush, my dears, for I want to say something. I believe the gods who live in the sky have sent this man to the Phaeacians. When I first saw him, I thought him plain, but now his appearance is like that of the gods who dwell in the sky. I should like my future husband to be just such another as he is, if he would only stay here and not want to go away. But be sure and do as I bid you, for you seem to be a sensible person. As long as we are going past the fields and farmlands, follow briskly behind the wagon, along with the maids, and I will lead the way myself. Soon, however, we shall come to the town, where you will find a high wall running all round it, and a good harbour on either side, with a narrow entrance into the city, and the ships will be drawn up by the roadside, for everyone has a place where his own ship can lie. I am afraid of the gossip and scandal that may be set on foot against me later on. For the people here are very ill-natured, and some low fellow, if he met us, might say, 'Who is this fine-looking stranger that is going about with Nausicaa? Where did she find him? I suppose she is going to marry him. Perhaps he is a vagabond sailor whom she has taken from some foreign vessel, for we have no neighbours. Or some god has at last come down from the sky in answer to her prayers, and she is going to live with him all the rest of her life. If so, you want my father to give you an escort and to help you home, do as I bid you. You will see a beautiful grove of poplars by the roadside dedicated to Athena. It has a well in it and a meadow all round it. Here my father has a field of rich garden ground, about as far from the town as a man's voice will carry. Sit down there and wait for a while, till the rest of us can get into the town and reach my father's house. Then, when you think we must have done this, come into the town and ask the way to the house of my father, Alcinous. You will have no difficulty in finding it. Never mind him, but go up to my mother, and lay your hands upon her knees if you would get home quickly. If you can gain her over, you may hope to see your own country again, no matter how distant it may be." So saying, she lashed the mules with her whip, and they left the river. The mules drew well, and their hoofs went up and down upon the road. She was careful not to go too fast for Odysseus and the maids who were following on foot along with the wagon. so she plied her whip with judgment. Thus then did Odysseus wait and pray. But the girl drove on to the town. When she reached her father's house, she drew up at the gateway, and her brothers, comely as the gods, gathered round her, took the mules out of the wagon, and carried the clothes into the house, while she went to her own room, where an old servant, Eurymedusa of Epira, lit the fire for her. This old woman had been brought by sea from Epira, and had been chosen as a prize for Alcinous because he was king over the Phaeacians, and the people obeyed him as though he were a god. She stood right in front of him, and Odysseus said, "My dear, will you be so kind as to show me the house of King Alcinous? I am an unfortunate foreigner in distress, and do not know one in your town and country." Then Athena said, "Yes, father stranger, I will show you the house you want, for Alcinous lives quite close to my own father. I will go before you and show the way, but say not a word as you go, and do not look at any man, nor ask him questions, for the people here cannot abide strangers, and do not like men who come from some other place." He admired their harbours, ships, places of assembly, and the lofty walls of the city which, with the palisade on top of them, were very striking. And when they reached the king's house, Athena said, "This is the house, father stranger, which you would have me show you. You will find a number of great people sitting at table, but do not be afraid. Go straight in, for the bolder a man is, the more likely he is to carry his point, even though he is a stranger. First, find the queen. Her name is Arete, and she comes of the same family as her husband Alcinous. They both descend originally from Poseidon, who was father to Nausithous by Peribea, a woman of great beauty. Thus she both was, and still is, respected beyond measure by her children, by Alcaeneus himself, and by the whole people, who look upon her as a goddess and greet her whenever she goes about the city. For she is a thoroughly good woman, both in head and heart. And when any women are friends of hers, she will help their husbands also to settle their disputes. If you can gain her goodwill, you may have every hope of seeing your friends again, and getting safely back to your home and country." Then Athena left Scheria and went away over the sea. She went to Marathon and to the spacious streets of Athens, where she entered the abode of Erechtheus. The doors were gold and hung on pillars of silver that rose from a floor of bronze, while the lintel was silver and the hook of the door was of gold. On either side there stood gold and silver mastiffs, which Hephaestus, with his consummate skill, had fashioned expressly to keep watch over the palace of King Alcinous. So they were immortal and could never grow old. Seats were ranged all along the wall, here and there from one end to the other, with coverings of fine woven work which the women of the house had made. Here the chief persons of the Phaeacians used to sit and eat and drink, for there was abundance at all seasons. As the Phaeacians are the best sailors in the world, so their women excel all others in weaving, for Athena has taught them all manner of useful arts, and they are very intelligent. Outside the gate of the outer court there is a large garden of about 4 acres, with a wall all round it. It is full of beautiful trees, pears, pomegranates, and the most delicious apples. There are luscious figs also, and olives in full growth. The fruits never rot nor fail all the year round, neither winter nor summer, for the air is so soft that a new crop ripens before the old has dropped. 2 streams go through it. The one turned in ducts throughout the whole garden, while the other is carried under the ground of the outer court to the house itself, and the townspeople draw water from it. Such, then, were the splendours with which the gods had endowed the house of King Alcinous. So here Odysseus stood for a while and looked about him. But when he had looked long enough, he crossed the threshold and went within the precincts of the house. There he found all the chief people among the Phaeacians making their drink offerings to Hermes, which they always did the last thing before going away for the night. "Queen Arete," he exclaimed, "daughter of great Rhexenor, in my distress I humbly pray you, as also your husband and these your guests, whom may the sky prosper with long life and happiness, and may they leave their possessions to their children, and all the honours conferred upon them by the state, to help me home to my own country as soon as possible." A servant woman then brought him water in a beautiful golden jug, and poured it into a silver basin for him to wash his hands, and she drew a clean table beside him. An upper servant brought him bread, and offered him many food set before them of what there was in the house, and Odysseus ate and drank. Then Alcinous said to one of the servants, "Pontonous, mix a cup of wine and hand it round, that we may make drink offerings to Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, who is the protector of all well-disposed suppliants." Pontonous then mixed wine and water, and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. "Tomorrow morning I shall invite a still larger number of aldermen, and will give a sacrificial banquet in honour of our guest. We can then discuss the question of his escort, and consider how we may at once send him back rejoicing to his own country, without trouble or inconvenience to himself, no matter how distant it may be. We must see that he comes to no harm while on his homeward journey, but when he is once at home, he will have to take the luck he was born with for better or worse, like other people. It is possible, however, that the stranger is one of the immortals who has come down from the sky to visit us. I have nothing of the immortal about me, neither in body nor mind, and most resemble those among you who are the most afflicted. Indeed, were I to tell you all that sky has seen fit to lay upon me, you would say that I was still worse off than they are. Even so, let me sup in spite of sorrow, for an empty stomach is a very importunate thing, and thrusts itself on a man's notice no matter how dire is his distress. I am in great trouble, yet it insists that I shall eat and drink, bids me lay aside all memory of my sorrows, and dwell only on the due replenishing of itself. Then, when they had made their drink offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, they went home to bed, every man in his own abode, leaving Odysseus in the cloister with Arete and Alcinous, while the servants were taking the things away after supper. Arete was the first to speak, for she recognized the shirt, cloak, and good clothes that Odysseus was wearing, as the work of herself and of her maids. So she said, "Stranger, before we go any further, there is a question I should like to ask you. Who and whence are you? And who gave you those clothes?" Fortune, however, brought me to her hearth all desolate and alone, for Zeus struck my ship with his thunderbolts and broke it up in mid-ocean. My brave comrades were drowned, every man of them, but I stuck to the keel and was carried here and there for the space of 9 days, till at last, during the darkness of the 10th night, the gods brought me to the Aegean island, where the great goddess Calypso lives. She took me in and treated me with the utmost kindness.
Indeed, she wanted to make me immortal, that I might never grow old, but she could not persuade me to let her do so. Days 7 and 10 did I sail over the sea, and on the 18th I caught sight of the first outlines of the mountains upon your coast, and glad indeed was I to set eyes upon them. Even so, there was still much trouble in store for me, for at this point Poseidon would let me go no further, and raised a great storm against me. The sea was so terribly high that I could no longer keep to my raft, which went to pieces under the fury of the gale, and I had to swim for it, till wind and current brought me to your shores. Sick and sorry as I was, I slept among the leaves all night, and through the next day till afternoon. When I woke as the sun was westering, and saw your daughter's maidservants playing upon the beach, and your daughter among them looking like a goddess. I besought her aid, and she proved to be of an excellent disposition, much more so than could be expected from so young a person, for young people are apt to be thoughtless. She gave me plenty of bread and wine, and when she had had me washed in the river, she also gave me the clothes in which you see me. Every human being is sometimes a little suspicious and irritable. Stranger, replied Alcinous, I am not the kind of man to get angry about nothing. It is always better to be reasonable. But by Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, now that I see what kind of person you are, and how much you think as I do, I wish you would stay here, marry my daughter, and become my son-in-law. If you will stay, I will give you a house and an estate, but no one, the sky forbid, shall keep you here against your own wish, and that you may be sure of this, I will attend tomorrow to the matter of your escort. You will thus see how much my ships excel all others, and what magnificent oarsmen my sailors are. Then was Odysseus glad, and prayed aloud, saying, Father Zeus, grant that Alcinous may do all as he has said, for so he will win an imperishable name among mankind, and at the same time I shall return to my country. Thus did they converse. Then Arete told her maids to set a bed in the room that was in the gatehouse, and make it with good red rugs, and to spread coverlets on the top of them with woolen cloaks for Odysseus to wear. Now when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Alcinous and Odysseus both rose, and Alcinous led the way to the Phaeacian place of assembly, which was near the ships. When they got there, they sat down side by side on a seat of polished stone, while Athena took the form of one of Alcinous's servants, and went round the town in order to help Odysseus to get home. She went up to the citizens, man by man, and said, Aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, come to the assembly, all of you, and listen to the stranger who has just come off a long voyage to the house of King Alcinous. Then, when they were got together, Alcinous spoke. Hear me, said he, aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, that I may speak even as I am minded. This stranger, whoever he may be, has found his way to my house from somewhere or other, either east or west. He wants an escort and wishes to have the matter settled. Let us then get one ready for him, as we have done for others before him. Indeed, no one who ever yet came to my house has been able to complain of me for not speeding on his way soon enough. I can take no excuses, and we will have Demodocus to sing to us, for there is no bard like him, whatever he may choose to sing about. Alcinous then led the way, and the others followed after, while a servant went to fetch Demodocus. The 52 picked oarsmen went to the seashore as they had been told, and when they got there they drew the ship into the water, got her mast and sails inside her, bound the oars to the thole pins with twisted thongs of leather, all in due course,
and spread the white sails aloft. They moored the vessel a little way out from land, and then came on shore and went to the house of King Alcinous. A servant soon led in the famous bard Demodocus, whom a muse had dearly loved, but to whom she had given both good and evil. For though she had endowed him with a divine gift of song, she had robbed him of his eyesight. Pontonous set a seat for him among the guests, leaning it up against a bearing post. He hung the lyre for him on a peg over his head, and showed him where he was to feel for it with his hands. He also set a fair table, with a basket of victuals by his side, and a cup of wine, from which he might drink whenever he was so disposed. Here was the beginning of the evil that by the will of Zeus fell both upon Greeks and Trojans. Thus sang the bard, but Odysseus drew his purple mantle over his head and covered his face, for he was ashamed to let the Phaeacians see that he was weeping. When the bard left off singing, he wiped the tears from his eyes, uncovered his face, and, taking his cup, made a drink offering to the gods. But when the Phaeacians pressed Demodocus to sing further, for they delighted in his lays, then Odysseus again drew his mantle over his head and wept bitterly. No one noticed his distress except Alcinous, who was sitting near him, and heard the heavy sighs that he was heaving. A servant hung Demodocus's lyre on its peg for him, led him out of the cloister, and set him on the same way as that along which all the chief men of the Phaeacians were going to see the sports. A crowd of several thousands of people followed them, and there were many excellent competitors for all the prizes. Acronius, Ocealus, Elatrius, Nautius, Primnius, Anchialus, Eretmius, Pontius, Proreus, Thune, Anabyssinius, and Amphialus, son of Polinius, son of Tecton. There was also Euryalus, son of Naubolus, who was like Ares himself, and was the best-looking man among the Phaeacians except Laodamas. 3 sons of Alcinous, Laodamas, Halios, and Clytoneus, competed also. The foot races came first. They then turned to the painful art of wrestling, and here Euryalus proved to be the best man. Amphialus excelled all the others in jumping, while at throwing the disc there was no one who could approach Elatrius. Alcinous's son Laodamas was the best boxer, and he it was who soon said, when they had all been diverted with the games, "Let us ask the stranger whether he excels in any of these sports. He seems very powerfully built. There is nothing that does anyone so much credit all his life long as the showing himself a proper man with his hands and feet. Have a try so at something, and banish all sorrow from your mind. Your return home will not be long delayed, for the ship is already drawn into the water, and the crew is found." Odysseus answered, "Laodamas, why do you taunt me in this way? My mind is set rather on cares than contests. One man may be of weak presence, but Sky has adorned this with such a good conversation that he charms every one who sees him. His honeyed moderation carries his hearers with him, so that he is leader in all assemblies of his fellows, and wherever he goes he is looked up to. Another may be as handsome as a god, but his good looks are not crowned with discretion. This is your case. No god could make a finer-looking fellow than you are, but you are a fool. Your ill-judged remarks have made me exceedingly angry, and you are quite mistaken, for I excel in a great many athletic exercises." Then, swinging it back, he threw it from his brawny hand, and it made a humming sound in the air as he did so. The Phaeacians quailed beneath the rushing of its flight as it sped gracefully from his hand, and flew beyond any mark that had been made yet. Athena, in the form of a man, came and marked the place where it had fallen. "A blind man, sir," said she, "could easily tell your mark by groping for it. It is so far ahead of any other." "If anyone wants to have a bout with me, let him come on, for I am exceedingly angry. I will box, wrestle, or run, I do not care what it is, with any man of you all except Laodamas, but not with him, because I am his guest, and one cannot compete with one's own personal friend. At least, I do not think it a prudent or a sensible thing for a guest to challenge his host's family at any game, especially when he is in a foreign country. He will cut the ground from under his own feet if he does. I far excel everyone else in the whole world of those who still eat bread upon the face of the earth. But I should not like to shoot against the mighty dead, such as Heracles or Eurytus the Oechalian, men who could shoot against the gods themselves. This, in fact, was how Eurytus came prematurely by his end, for Apollo was angry with him and killed him because he challenged him as an archer. I can throw a dart farther than anyone else can shoot an arrow. Running is the only point in respect of which I am afraid some of the Phaeacians might beat me, for I have been brought down very low at sea. I hope you will apprehend my meaning, and will explain to any one of your chief men who may be dining with yourself and your family when you get home, that we have an hereditary aptitude for accomplishments of all kinds. We are not particularly remarkable for our boxing, nor yet as wrestlers, but we are singularly fleet of foot and are excellent sailors. We are extremely fond of good dinners, music, and dancing." Soon the servant came back with Demodocus's lyre, and he took his place in the midst of them. And then the best young dancers in the town began to foot and trip it so nimbly that Odysseus was delighted with the merry twinkling of their feet. Meanwhile the bard began to sing the loves of Ares and Aphrodite, and how they first began their intrigue in the house of Hephaestus. Ares made Aphrodite many presents and defiled King Hephaestus's marriage bed. So the son, who saw what they were about, told Hephaestus. As soon as he had spread the chains all over the bed, he made as though he was setting out for the fair state of Lemnos, which of all places in the world was the one he was most fond of. But Ares kept no blind lookout, and as soon as he saw him start, hurried off to his house, burning with love for Aphrodite. He was in a furious passion, and stood in the vestibule making a dreadful noise as he shouted to all the gods. "Father Zeus," he cried, "and all you other blessed gods who live forever, come here and see the ridiculous and disgraceful sight that I will show you. Zeus's daughter Aphrodite is always dishonoring me because I am lame. She is in love with Ares, who is handsome and clean built, whereas I am a cripple. But my parents are to blame for that, not I. They ought never to have begotten me. Come and see the pair together asleep on my bed. It makes me furious to look at them." Then the givers of all food set before them stood in the doorway, and the blessed gods roared with inextinguishable laughter as they saw how cunning Hephaestus had been. And then one would turn towards his neighbor, saying, "Ill deeds do not prosper, and the weak confound the strong. See how limping Hephaestus, lame as he is, has caught Ares, who is the fleetest god in the sky. Let him go," he cried, "and I will undertake, as you require, that he shall pay you all the damages that are held reasonable among the immortal gods." "Do not," replied Hephaestus, "ask me to do this. A bad man's bond is bad security. What remedy could I enforce against you if Ares should go away and leave his debts behind him along with his chains?" "Hephaestus," said Poseidon, "if Ares goes away without paying his damages, I will pay you myself." So Hephaestus answered, "In this case, I cannot and must not refuse you." Then he loosed the bonds that bound them, and as soon as they were free they scampered off, Ares to Thrace, and laughter-loving Aphrodite to Cyprus and to Paphos, where is her grove and her altar fragrant with burnt offerings. So they took a red bull which Polybus had made for them, and one of them bent himself backwards and threw it up towards the clouds, while the other jumped from off the ground and caught it with ease before it came down again. When they had done throwing the ball straight up into the air, they began to dance, and at the same time kept on throwing it backwards and forwards to one another, while all the young men in the ring applauded and made a great stamping with their feet. Then Odysseus said, "King Alcinous, you said your people were the nimblest dancers in the world, and indeed they have proved themselves to be so. As for Euryalus, he will have to make a formal apology and a present too, for he has been rude." Thus did he speak. The others, all of them, applauded his saying, and sent their servants to fetch the presents. Then Euryalus said, "King Alcinous, I will give the stranger all the satisfaction you require. He shall have my sword, which is of bronze, all but the hilt, which is of silver. I will also give him the scabbard of newly sawn ivory into which it fits. It will be worth a great deal to him." As he spoke, he placed the sword in the hands of Odysseus and said, "Good luck to you, father stranger. I hope you will not miss the sword you have given me, along with your apology." With these words, he girded the sword about his shoulders, and towards sundown the presents began to make their appearance, as the servants of the donors kept bringing them to the house of King Alcinous. Here his sons received them, and placed them under their mother's charge. Then Alcinous led the way to the house, and told his guests, "Take their seats." "Wife," said he, turning to Queen Arete, "go, fetch the best chest we have, and put a clean cloak and shirt in it. Also, set a copper on the fire and heat some water. Our guest will take a warm bath. I shall myself give him this golden goblet, which is of exquisite workmanship, that he may be reminded of me for the rest of his life whenever he makes a drink offering to Zeus or to any of the gods." Then Arete told her maids to set a large tripod upon the fire as fast as they could, and then they set a tripod full of bath water onto a clear fire. They threw on sticks to make it blaze, and the water became hot as the flame played about the belly of the tripod. Meanwhile, Arete brought a magnificent chest from her own room, and inside it she packed all the beautiful presents of gold and raiment which the Phaeacians had brought. When the servants had done washing and anointing him with oil, and had given him a clean cloak and shirt, he left the bathroom and joined the guests who were sitting over their wine. Lovely Nausicaa stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, and admired him as she saw him pass. "Farewell, stranger," said she. "Do not forget me when you are safe at home again, for it is to me first that you owe a ransom for having saved your life." And Odysseus said, "Nausicaa, daughter of great Alcinous, may Zeus, the mighty husband of Hera, grant that I may reach my home." Then Odysseus cut off a piece of roast pork with plenty of fat, for there was abundance left on the joint, and said to a servant, "Take this piece of pork over to Telemachus and tell him to eat it,
For all the pain his lays may cause me, I will salute him none the less. Bards are honored and respected throughout the world, for the muse teaches them their songs and loves them. The servant carried the pork in his fingers over to Demodocus, who took it and was very much pleased.
Now, however, change your song, and tell us of the wooden horse which Epeus made with the assistance of Athena, and which Odysseus got by stratagem into the fort of Troy, after freighting it with the men who afterwards sacked the city. If you will sing this tale aright, I will tell all the world how magnificently Sky has endowed you. The bard, inspired of the sky, took up the story at the point where some of the Greeks set fire to their tents and sailed away, while others, hidden within the horse, were waiting with Odysseus in the Trojan place of assembly. And this was how they settled it in the end. For the city was doomed when it took in that horse, within which were all the bravest of the Greeks, waiting to bring death and destruction on the Trojans. Anon he sang how the sons of the Greeks issued from the horse and sacked the town, breaking out from their ambuscade. He sang how they overran the city here and there and ravaged it, and how Odysseus went raging like Ares along with Menelaus to the house of Deiphobus. It was there that the fight raged most furiously. Even so, by Athena's help, he was victorious. All this he told, but Odysseus was overcome as he heard him, and his cheeks were wet with tears. The king, so, at once rose and said, "Aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, let Demodocus cease his song, for there are those present who do not seem to like it." From the moment that we had done supper and Demodocus began to sing, our guest has been all the time groaning and lamenting. He is evidently in great trouble. So let the bard leave off, that we may all enjoy ourselves, hosts and guest alike. So, sir, do you, on your part, affect no more concealment nor reserve in the matter about which I shall ask you? It will be more polite in you to give me a plain answer. Tell me the name, by which your father and mother over there used to call you, and by which you were known among your neighbours and fellow citizens. There is no one, neither rich nor poor, who is absolutely without any name whatever, for people's fathers and mothers give them names as soon as they are born. Tell me also your country, nation and city, that our ships may shape their purpose accordingly and take you there. For the Phaeacians have no pilots. He said that one of these days he should wreck a ship of ours as it was returning from having escorted someone, and bury our city under a high mountain. This is what my father used to say, but whether the god will carry out his threat or no is a matter which he will decide for himself. And now, tell me, and tell me true, where have you been wandering, and in what countries have you travelled? Tell us of the peoples themselves and of their cities, who were hostile, savage and uncivilized, and who, on the other hand, hospitable and humane. Tell us also why you are made so unhappy on hearing about the return of the Argive Greeks from Troy. And Odysseus answered, "King Alcinous, it is a good thing to hear a bard with such a divine voice as this man has. There is nothing better or more delightful than when a whole people make merry together, with the guests sitting orderly to listen, while the table is loaded with bread and meats, and the cupbearer draws wine and fills his cup for every man. This is indeed as fair a sight as a man can see. It lies low on the horizon, farthest out towards sunset, while the other islands face the dawn. It is a rugged island, but it breeds brave men, and my eyes know none that they better love to look upon. The goddess Calypso kept me with her in her cave, and wanted me to marry her, as did also the cunning Aegean goddess Circe. But they could neither of them persuade me, for there is nothing dearer to a man than his own country and his parents. And however splendid a home he may have in a foreign country, if it be far from father or mother, he does not care about it. I told my men we should leave at once, but they would not listen. So they stayed there drinking much wine and killing great numbers of sheep and oxen on the seashore. Meanwhile, the Cicons cried out for help to other Cicons who lived inland. They came in greater numbers, stronger and more skilled in war, for they could fight, either from chariots or on foot as the occasion served. At dawn they came thick as leaves and summer blossom, and the gods turned against us, so that we were hard pressed. From there we sailed onward with sorrow in our hearts, but glad to have escaped death, that we had lost our comrades. Nor did we leave till we had thrice invoked each one of the poor fellows who had perished by the hands of the Cicons. Then Zeus raised the north wind against us till it blew a hurricane, so that land and sky were hidden in thick clouds, and night sprang forth out of the sky. We let the ships run before the gale, but the force of the wind tore our sails to tatters, so we took them down for fear of shipwreck, and rowed our hardest towards the land. I was driven from there by foul winds for a space of 9 days upon the sea. But on the 10th day we reached the land of the lotus eaters, who live on a food that comes from a kind of flower. Here we landed to take in fresh water, and our crews got their midday meal on the shore near the ships. When they had eaten and drunk, I sent 2 of my company to see what kind of people the people of the place might be, and they had a 3rd man under them. We sailed from here, always in much distress, till we came to the land of the lawless and inhuman Cyclopes. Now the Cyclopes neither plant nor plough, but trust in providence, and live on such wheat, barley, and grapes as grow wild without any kind of tillage, and their wild grapes yield them wine as the sun and the rain may grow them. They have no laws nor assemblies of the people, but live in caves on the tops of high mountains. Each is lord and master in his family, and they take no account of their neighbours. Now off their harbour there lies a wooded and fertile island, not quite close to the land of the Cyclopes, but still not far. For the Cyclops have no ships, nor yet shipwrights who could make ships for them. They cannot so go from city to city, or sail over the sea to one another's country as people who have ships can do. If they had had these, they would have colonized the island, for it is a very good one, and would yield everything in due season. There are meadows that in some places come right down to the seashore, well watered and full of luscious grass. Grapes would do there excellently. There is level land for ploughing, and it would always yield heavily at harvest time, for the soil is deep. A thick mist hung all round our ships. The moon was hidden behind a mass of clouds, so that no one could have seen the island if he had looked for it, nor were there any breakers to tell us we were close inshore before we found ourselves upon the land itself. When, however, we had beached the ships, we took down the sails, went ashore, and camped upon the beach till daybreak. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we admired the island and wandered all over it, while the nymphs, Zeus's daughters, roused the wild goats, that we might get some food for our dinner. We could almost fancy we heard their voices, and the bleating of their sheep and goats. But when the sun went down, and it came on dark, we camped down upon the beach, and next morning I called a council. "Stay here, my brave fellows," said I. "All the rest of you. while I go with my ship and exploit these people myself. I want to see if they are uncivilized savages or a hospitable and humane race. I went on board, bidding my men to do so also, and loose the hawsers. So they took their places and smote the grey sea with their oars. He was a horrid creature, not like a human being at all, but resembling rather some crag that stands out boldly against the sky on the top of a high mountain. I told my men to draw the ship ashore and stay where they were, all but the 12 best among them, who were to go along with myself. I also took a goat skin of sweet black wine which had been given me by Maron, son of Euanthes, who was priest of Apollo, the patron god of Ismarus, and lived within the wooded precincts of the temple. When we were sacking the city, we respected him and spared his life, as also his wife and child. I filled a large skin with this wine, and took a wallet full of provisions with me, for my mind misgave me that I might have to deal with some savage who would be of great strength, and would respect neither right nor law. We soon reached his cave, but he was out shepherding, so we went inside and took stock of all that we could see. His cheese racks were loaded with cheeses, and he had more lambs and kids than his pins could hold. They were kept in separate flocks. First there were the hoggets, then the oldest of the younger lambs, and lastly the very young ones, all kept apart from one another. When, however, we saw him, my poor men found him ill to deal with. We lit a fire, offered some of the cheeses in sacrifice, ate others of them, and then sat waiting till the Cyclops should come in with his sheep. When he came, he brought in with him a huge load of dry firewood to light the fire for his supper, and this he flung with such a noise onto the floor of his cave that we hid ourselves for fear at the far end of the cavern. Meanwhile, he drove all the ewes inside, as well as the she-goats that he was going to milk, leaving the males, both rams and he-goats, outside in the yards. When he had got through with all his work, he lit the fire, and then caught sight of us. And then he said, "Strangers, who are you? Where do you sail from? Are you traders, or do you sail the sea as rovers, with your hands against every man, and every man's hand against you?" We were frightened out of our senses by his loud voice and monstrous form, but I managed to say, "We are Greeks, on our way home from Troy, but by the will of Zeus and stress of weather, we have been driven far out of our course." Talk to me indeed about fearing the gods, or shunning their anger. We Cyclopes do not care about Zeus, or any of your blessed gods, for we are ever so much stronger than they. I shall not spare either yourself or your companions out of any regard for Zeus, unless I am in the humor for doing so. And now, tell me where you made your ship fast when you came on shore. Was it round the point, or is she lying straight off the land?" He said this to draw me out, but I was too cunning to be caught in that way, so I answered with a lie. Then he tore them limb from limb and supped upon them. He gobbled them up like a lion in the wilderness, flesh, bones, marrow, and entrails, without leaving anything uneaten. As for us, we wept and lifted up our hands to the sky on seeing such a horrid sight, for we did not know what else to do. But when the Cyclops had filled his huge paunch and had washed down his meal of human flesh with a drink of neat milk, he stretched himself full length upon the ground among his sheep and went to sleep. Soon, with the utmost ease, he rolled the stone away from the door and drove out his sheep. But he at once put it back again, as easily as though he were merely clapping the lid on to a quiver full of arrows. As soon as he had done so, he shouted and cried, "Shoo! Shoo!" after his sheep to drive them on to the mountain. So I was left to scheme some way of taking my revenge and covering myself with glory. In the end, I deemed it would be the best plan to do as follows. The Cyclops had a great club which was lying near one of the sheep pens. When I had done this, I hid it under dung which was lying about all over the cave, and told the men to cast lots which of them should venture along with myself to lift it and bore it into the monster's eye while he was asleep. The lot fell upon the very 4 whom I should have chosen, and I myself made 5. In the evening the wretch came back from shepherding, and drove his flocks into the cave, this time driving them all inside, and not leaving any in the yards. I suppose some fancy must have taken him, or a god must have prompted him to do so. So I went up to him with an ivy-wood bowl of black wine in my hands. "Look here, Cyclops," said I. "You have been eating a great deal of man's flesh, so take this and drink some wine, that you may see what kind of liquor we had on board my ship. I was bringing it to you as a drink offering, in the hope that you would take compassion upon me and further me on my way home. Whereas all you do is to go on ramping and raving most intolerably. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. How can you expect people to come see you any more if you treat them in this way?" He then took the cup and drank. We have wine even in this country, for our soil grows grapes and the sun ripens them. But this drinks like nectar and ambrosia all in one. I then gave him some more. 3 times did I fill the bowl for him, and 3 times did he drain it without thought or heed. Then, when I saw that the wine had got into his head, I said to him as plausibly as I could, "Cyclops, you ask my name, and I will tell it you. Give me so the present you promised me. My name is No Man." We drove the sharp end of the beam into the monster's eye, and bearing upon it with all my weight, I kept turning it round and round as though I were boring a hole in a ship's plank with an auger, which 2 men with a wheel and strap can keep on turning as long as they choose. Even thus did we bore the red-hot beam into his eye, till the boiling blood bubbled all over it as we worked it round and round, so that the steam from the burning eyeballs scalded his eyelids and eyebrows, and the roots of the eye sputtered in the fire. As a blacksmith plunges an axe or hatchet into cold water to temper it. "What ails you, Polyphemus?" said they, "that you make such a noise, breaking the stillness of the night, and preventing us from being able to sleep? Surely no man is carrying off your sheep. Surely no man is trying to kill you, either by fraud or by force." But Polyphemus shouted to them from inside the cave, "No man is killing me by fraud. No man is killing me by force." "Then," said they, "if no man is attacking you, you must be ill." As for myself, I kept on puzzling to think how I could best save my own life and those of my companions. I schemed and schemed, as one who knows that his life depends upon it, for the danger was very great. In the end, I deemed that this plan would be the best. The male sheep were well grown and carried a heavy black fleece, so I bound them noiselessly in 3s together, with some of the withies on which the wicked monster used to sleep. There was to be a man under the middle sheep, and the 2 on either side were to cover him, so that there were 3 sheep to each man. As the ram was going out, last of all, heavy with its fleece and with the weight of my crafty self, Polyphemus laid hold of it and said, "My good ram, what is it that makes you the last to leave my cave this morning? You are not wont to let the ewes go before you, but lead the mob with a run, whether to flowery mead or bubbling fountain, and are the first to come home again at night. But now you lag last of all. Is it because you know your master has lost his eye, and are sorry, because that wicked no-man and his horrid crew has got him down in his drink and blinded him? I should thus have some satisfaction for the harm this no-good no-man has done me." As he spoke, he drove the ram outside, but when we were a little way out from the cave and yards, I first got from under the ram's belly, and then freed my comrades. As for the sheep, which were very fat, by constantly heading them in the right direction, we managed to drive them down to the ship. The crew rejoiced greatly at seeing those of us who had escaped death, but wept for the others whom the Cyclops had killed. "You might have known that your sin would find you out, and now Zeus and the other gods have punished you." He got more and more furious as he heard me, so he tore the top from off a high mountain and flung it just in front of my ship, so that it was within a little of hitting the end of the rudder. The sea quaked as the rock fell into it, and the wash of the wave it raised carried us back towards the mainland and forced us towards the shore. There was a prophet here at one time, a man both brave and of great stature, Telemachus, son of Eurymachus, who was an excellent seer and did all the prophesying for the Cyclopes till he grew old. He told me that all this would happen to me some day, and said I should lose my sight by the hand of Odysseus. I have been all along expecting someone of imposing presence and superhuman strength, whereas he turns out to be a little insignificant weakling who has managed to blind my eye by taking advantage of me in my drink. He, if he so will, shall heal me, which no one else, neither god nor man, can do. Then I said, I wish I could be as sure of killing you outright and sending you down to the house of Hades, as I am that it will take more than Poseidon to cure that eye of yours. On this, he lifted up his hands to the firmament of the sky and prayed, saying, Hear me, great Poseidon. If I am indeed your own true begotten son, grant that Odysseus may never reach his home alive. When at last we got to the island where we had left the rest of our ships, we found our comrades lamenting us and anxiously awaiting our return. We ran our vessel upon the sands and got out of her onto the seashore. We also landed the Cyclops sheep and divided them equitably amongst us, so that none might have reason to complain. As for the ram, my companions agreed that I should have it as an extra share. So I sacrificed it on the seashore and burned its thigh bones to Zeus, who is the Lord of all. But he heeded not my sacrifice, and only thought how he might destroy both my ships and my comrades. From there we went on to the Aeolian island, where lives Aeolus, son of Hippotas, dear to the immortal gods. It is an island that floats, as it were, upon the sea, iron-bound with a wall that girds it. Now Aeolus has 6 daughters and 6 lusty sons, so he made the sons marry the daughters, and they all live with their dear father and mother, feasting and enjoying every conceivable kind of luxury. All day long the atmosphere of the house is loaded with the savour of roasting meats, till it groans again, yard and all. But by night they sleep on their well-made bedsteads, each with his own wife between the blankets. Moreover, he flayed me a prime ox hide to hold the ways of the roaring winds, which he shut up in the hide as in a sack. For Zeus had made him captain over the winds, and he could stir or still each one of them according to his own pleasure. He put the sack in the ship, and bound the mouth so tightly with a silver thread that not even a breath of a side wind could blow from any quarter. The west wind, which was fair for us, did he alone let blow as it chose. But it all came to nothing, for we were lost through our own folly. See what fine prizes he is taking home from Troy, while we, who have travelled just as far as he has, come back with hands as empty as we set out with. And now Aeolus has given him ever so much more. Quick, let us see what it all is, and how much gold and silver there is in the sack he gave him." Thus they talked, and evil counsels prevailed. They loosed the sack, whereupon the wind flew howling forth, and raised a storm that carried us weeping out to sea and away from our own country. Then I awoke, and knew not whether to throw myself into the sea or to live on and make the best of it. They were astounded when they saw us, and said, "Odysseus, what brings you here? What god has been ill-treating you? We took great pains to further you on your way home to Ithaca, or wherever it was that you wanted to go to." Thus did they speak, but I answered sorrowfully, "My men have undone me. They and cruel sleep have ruined me. My friends, mend me this mischief, for you can if you will." I spoke as movingly as I could, but they said nothing, till their father answered, "Vilest of mankind, get you gone at once out of the island. Him whom the sky hates will I in no wise help." In that country, a man who could do without sleep might earn double wages, one as a herdsman of cattle, and another as a shepherd, for they work much the same by night as they do by day. When we reached the harbour, we found it landlocked under steep cliffs, with a narrow entrance between two headlands. My captains took all their ships inside, and made them fast close to one another, for there was never so much as a breath of wind inside, but it was always dead calm. I kept my own ship outside, and moored it to a rock at the very end of the point. She was going to the fountain Artacea, from which the people bring in their water. And when my men had come close up to her, they asked her who the king of that country might be, and over what kind of people he ruled. So she directed them to her father's house, but when they got there, they found his wife to be a giantess, as huge as a mountain, and they were horrified at the sight of her. She at once called her husband Antiphates from the place of assembly, and at once he set about killing my men. While they were thus killing my men within the harbour, I drew my sword, cut the cable of my own ship, and told my men to row with all their might, if they too would not fare like the rest. So they laid out for their lives, and we were thankful enough when we got into open water, out of reach of the rocks they hurled at us. As for the others, there was not one of them left. When the morning of the third day came, I took my spear and my sword, and went away from the ship to reconnoitre, and see if I could discover signs of human handiwork, or hear the sound of voices. Climbing to the top of a high lookout, I espied the smoke of Circe's house, rising upwards amid a dense forest of trees. And when I saw this, I doubted whether, having seen the smoke, I would not go on at once and find out more. But in the end I deemed it best to go back to the ship, give the men their dinners, and send some of them instead of going myself. Then I set my foot upon him, drew my spear from the wound, and laid it down. I also gathered rough grass and rushes and twisted them into a fathom or so of good stout rope, with which I bound the 4 feet of the noble creature together. Having so done, I hung him round my neck and walked back to the ship, leaning upon my spear. For the stag was much too big for me to be able to carry him on my shoulder, steadying him with one hand. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, I called a council and said, "My friends, we are in very great difficulties. Listen so to me. We have no idea where the sun either sets or rises, so that we do not even know east from west. I see no way out of it. Even so, we must try and find one. We are certainly on an island, for I went as high as I could this morning and saw the sea reaching all round it to the horizon." When they reached Circe's house, they found it built of cut stones, on a site that could be seen from far, in the middle of the forest. There were wild mountain wolves and lions prowling all round it, poor bewitched creatures whom she had tamed by her enchantments and drugged into subjection. They did not attack my men, but wagged their great tails, fawned upon them, and rubbed their noses lovingly against them. As hounds crowd round their master when they see him coming from dinner, for they know he will bring them something, even so did these wolves and lions with their great claws fawn upon my men. But the men were terribly frightened at seeing such strange creatures. On this Polites, whom I valued and trusted more than any other of my men, said, "There is someone inside working at a loom and singing most beautifully. The whole place resounds with it. Let us call her and see whether she is woman or goddess." They called her, and she came down, unfastened the door, and told them enter. They, thinking no evil, followed her, all except Eurylochus, who suspected mischief and stayed outside. "We went," said he, "as you told us, through the forest, and in the middle of it there was a fine house built with cut stones, in a place that could be seen from far. There we found a woman, or else she was a goddess, working at her loom and singing sweetly. So the men shouted to her and called her, and then she at once came down, opened the door, and invited us in. The others did not suspect any mischief, so they followed her into the house. But I stayed where I was, for I thought there might be some treachery. But he laid hold of me with both his hands, and spoke piteously, saying, 'Sir, do not force me to go with you, but let me stay here, for I know you will not bring one of them back with you, nor even return alive yourself. Let us rather see if we cannot escape at any rate with the few that are left us, for we may still save our lives.' 'Stay where you are then,' answered I, 'eating and drinking at the ship, but I must go, for I am most urgently bound to do so.' With this, I left the ship and went up inland. But never mind. I will protect you and get you out of your difficulty. Take this herb, which is one of great virtue, and keep it about you when you go to Circe's house. It will be a talisman to you against every kind of mischief, and I will tell you of all the wicked witchcraft that Circe will try to practice upon you. She will mix a mess for you to drink, and she will drug the meal with which she makes it. But she will not be able to charm you, for the virtue of the herb that I shall give you will prevent her spells from working. I will tell you all about it. The root was black, while the flower was as white as milk. The gods call it moly, and mortal men cannot uproot it. But the gods can do whatever they like. Then Hermes went back to high Olympus, passing over the wooded island. But I fared onward to the house of Circe, and my heart was clouded with care as I walked along. When I got to the gates, I stood there and called the goddess, and as soon as she heard me, she came down, opened the door, and asked me to come in. So I followed her, much troubled in my mind. When she had given it me, and I had drunk it without its charming me, she struck me with her wand. "There now," she cried, "be off to the pigsty, and make your lair with the rest of them." But I rushed at her with my sword drawn as though I would kill her, and then she fell with a loud scream, clasped my knees, and spoke piteously, saying, "Who and whence are you? From what place and people have you come? How can it be that my drugs have no power to charm you? Never yet was any man able to stand so much as a taste of the herb I gave you. You must be spell-proof." "I shall certainly not consent to go to bed with you, unless you will first take your solemn oath to plot no further harm against me." So she swore at once as I had told her, and when she had completed her oath, then I went to bed with her. Meanwhile, her 4 servants, who are her housemaids, set about their work. They are the children of the groves and fountains, and of the holy waters that run down into the sea. One of them spread a fair purple cloth over a seat, and laid a carpet underneath it. Another brought tables of silver up to the seats, and set them with baskets of gold. As soon as she had done washing me, and anointing me with oil, she arrayed me in a good cloak and shirt, and led me to a richly decorated seat, inlaid with silver. There was a footstool also under my feet. A servant woman then brought me water in a beautiful golden jug, and poured it into a silver basin for me to wash my hands, and she drew a clean table beside me. An upper servant brought me bread, and offered me many things of what there was in the house. And then Circe told me, "Eat," but I would not, and sat without heeding what was before me, still moody and suspicious. "If you want me to eat and drink, you must free my men, and bring them to me, that I may see them with my own eyes." When I had said this, she went straight through the court with her wand in her hand, and opened the pigsty doors. My men came out like so many prime hogs, and stood looking at her. But she went about among them, and anointed each with a second drug. And then the bristles that the bad drug had given them fell off, and they became men again, younger than they were before, and much taller and better looking. "Then hide all your ship's gear and property in some cave, and come back here with your men." I agreed to this, so I went back to the seashore and found the men at the ship weeping and wailing most piteously. When they saw me, the silly blubbering fellows began frisking round me, as calves break out and gambol round their mothers, when they see them coming home to be milked, after they have been feeding all day, and the homestead resounds with their lowing. "Rush not on your ruin by going to the house of Circe, who will turn us all into pigs, or wolves, or lions, and we shall have to keep guard over her house. Remember how the Cyclops treated us when our comrades went inside his cave, and Odysseus with them. It was all through his recklessness that those men lost their lives. When I heard him, I was in 2 minds whether or no to draw the keen blade that hung by my sturdy thigh, and cut his head off, in spite of his being a near relation of my own. Meanwhile, Circe had been seeing that the men who had been left behind were washed and anointed with olive oil. She had also given them woolen cloaks and shirts,
and when we came, we found them all comfortably at dinner in her house. As soon as the men saw each other face to face and knew one another, they wept for joy and cried aloud till the whole palace rang again. Then Circe came up to me and said, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, tell your men to leave off crying."
But when the year had passed, in the waning of moons, and the long days had come round, my men called me apart and said, "Sir, it is time you began to think about going home, if so be you are to be spared to see your house and native country at all." Thus did they speak, and I assented. Then, through the livelong day to the going down of the sun, we feasted our fill on food and wine. But when the sun went down and it came on dark, the men laid themselves down to sleep in the covered cloisters. "You must go to the house of Hades and of dread Proserpine to consult the ghost of the blind Theban prophet Tiresias, whose reason is still unshaken. To him alone has Proserpine left his understanding even in death, but the other ghosts flit about aimlessly." I was dismayed when I heard this. I sat up in bed and wept, and would gladly have lived no longer to see the light of the sun. But soon, when I was tired of weeping and tossing myself about, I said, "And who shall guide me upon this voyage? For the house of Hades is a port that no ship can reach." "You will want no guide," she answered. "When you have reached this spot, as I now tell you, dig a trench, a cubit or so in length, breadth, and depth, and pour into it as a drink offering to all the dead first honey mixed with milk, then wine, and in the third place water, sprinkling white barley meal over the whole. Moreover, you must offer many prayers to the poor, feeble ghosts, and promise them that when you get back to Ithaca, you will sacrifice a barren heifer to them, the best you have, and will load the pyre with food set before them. More particularly, you must promise that Tiresias shall have a black sheep all to himself, the finest in all your flocks. Then draw your sword and sit there, so as to prevent any other poor ghost from coming near the spilt blood before Tiresias shall have answered your questions. The seer will soon come to you, and will tell you about your voyage, what stages you are to make, and how you are to sail the sea so as to reach your home." It was daybreak by the time she had done speaking, so she dressed me in my shirt and cloak. As for herself, she threw a beautiful light gossamer fabric over her shoulders, fastening it with a golden girdle round her waist, and she covered her head with a mantle. We had with us a certain youth named Elpenor, not very remarkable for sense or courage, who had got drunk and was lying on the housetop away from the rest of the men to sleep off his liquor in the cool. When he heard the noise of the men bustling about, he jumped up on a sudden and forgot all about coming down by the main staircase, so he tumbled right off the roof and broke his neck, and his soul went down to the house of Hades. Then, when we had got down to the seashore, we drew our ship into the water and got her mast and sails into her. We also put the sheep on board and took our places, weeping and in great distress of mind. Circe, that great and cunning goddess, sent us a fair wind that blew dead aft and stayed steadily with us, keeping our sails all the time well filled. So we did whatever wanted doing to the ship's gear, and let her go as the wind and helmsman headed her. When we got there, we beached the ship, took the sheep out of her, and went along by the waters of Oceanus, till we came to the place of which Circe had told us. Here Paramedes and Eurylochus held the victims, while I drew my sword and dug the trench a cubit each way.
I made a drink offering to all the dead, first with honey and milk, then with wine, and thirdly with water. And I sprinkled white barley meal over the whole, praying earnestly to the poor, feckless ghosts, and promising them that when I got back to Ithaca, I would sacrifice a barren heifer for them, the best I had, and would load the pyre with food set before them.
When I saw them coming, I told the men to be quick, and flay the carcasses of the 2 dead sheep, and make burnt offerings of them, and at the same time to repeat prayers to Hades and to Proserpine. But I sat where I was, with my sword drawn, and would not let the poor, feckless ghosts come near the blood, till Tiresias should have answered my questions. The first ghost that came was that of my comrade Elpenor, for he had not yet been laid beneath the earth. We had left his body unwaked and unburied in Circe's house, for we had had too much else to do. I was lying asleep on the top of Circe's house, and never thought of coming down again by the great staircase, but fell right off the roof and broke my neck. So my soul came down to the house of Hades. And now I beseech you, by all those whom you have left behind you, though they are not here, by your wife, by the father who brought you up when you were a child, and by Telemachus, who is the one hope of your house, do what I shall now ask you. I know that when you leave this limbo, you will again hold your ship for the Aegean island. Then came the ghost of my dead mother Anticlea, daughter to Autonicus. I had left her alive when I set out for Troy, and was moved to tears when I saw her. But even so, for all my sorrow, I would not let her come near the blood till I had asked my questions of Tiresias. Then came also the ghost of Theban Tiresias, with his golden sceptre in his hand. He knew me and said, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, why alone have you left the light of day and come down to visit the dead in this sad place?" "You want to know," said he, "about your return home, but the sky will make this hard for you. I do not think that you will escape the eye of Poseidon, who still nurses his bitter grudge against you for having blinded his son. Still, after much suffering, you may get home if you can restrain yourself and your companions when your ship reaches the Thrinacian island, where you will find the sheep and cattle belonging to the sun, who sees and gives ear to everything. If you leave these flocks unharmed and think of nothing but of getting home, you may yet, after much hardship, reach Ithaca. When you get home, you will take your revenge on these suitors, and after you have killed them by force or fraud in your own house, you must take a well-made oar and carry it on and on till you come to a country where the people have never heard of the sea and do not even mix salt with their food, nor do they know anything about ships and oars that are as the wings of a ship. I will give you this certain token which cannot escape your notice. A wayfarer will meet you and will say it must be a winnowing shovel that you have got upon your shoulder. All that I have said will come true." "This," I answered, "must be as it may please the sky. But tell me, and tell me, and tell me truly. I see my poor mother's ghost close by us. She is sitting by the blood without saying a word, and though I am her own son, she does not remember me and speak to me. Tell me, sir, how I can make her know me." "That," said he, "I can soon do. It is a hard thing for the living to see these places, for between us and them there are great and terrible waters. And there is Oceanus, which no man can cross on foot, but he must have a good ship to take him. Are you all this time trying to find your way home from Troy? And have you never yet got back to Ithaca, nor seen your wife in your own house?" "Mother," said I was forced to come here to consult the ghost of the Theban prophet Tiresias. Tell me again what my wife intends doing, and in what mind she is. Does she live with my son and guard my estate securely? Or has she made the best match she could and married again?" My mother answered, "Your wife still remains in your house, but she is in great distress of mind and spends her whole time in tears both night and day. No one as yet has got possession of your fine property, and Telemachus still holds your lands undisturbed. He has to entertain largely, as of course he must, considering his position as a magistrate and how everyone invites him. Your father remains at his old place in the country and never goes near the town. He grieves continually about your never having come home, and suffers more and more as he grows older. As for my own end, it was in this wise. The sky did not take me swiftly and painlessly in my own house, nor was I attacked by any illness, such as those that generally wear people out and kill them. But my longing to know what you were doing, and the force of my affection for you. This it was that was the death of me. Then I tried to find some way of embracing my poor mother's ghost. The sinews no longer hold the flesh and bones together. These perish in the fierceness of consuming fire as soon as life has left the body, and the soul flits away as though it were a dream. Now, however, go back to the light of day as soon as you can, and note all these things, that you may tell them to your wife hereafter." Thus did we converse, and soon Proserpine sent up the ghosts of the wives and daughters of all the most famous men. They gathered in crowds about the blood, and I considered how I might question them severally. The first I saw was Tyro. She was daughter of Salmoneus and wife of Cretheus, the son of Aeolus. She fell in love with the river Enipeus, who is much the most beautiful river in the whole world. Once, when she was taking a walk by his side as usual, Poseidon, disguised as her lover, lay with her at the mouth of the river, and a huge blue wave arched itself like a mountain over them to hide both woman and god. And then he loosed her virgin girdle and laid her in a deep slumber. When the god had accomplished the deed of love, he took her hand in his own and said, "Tyro, rejoice in good faith. Peleus was a great breeder of sheep, and lived in Iolcus, but the other lived in Pylos. The rest of her children were by Cretheus, namely Aeson, Pheres, and Amatheon, who was a mighty warrior and charioteer. Next to her I saw Antiope, daughter to Asopus, who could boast of having slept in the arms of even Zeus himself, and who bore him 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus. These founded Thebes with its 7 gates, and built a wall all round it. For strong though they were, they could not hold Thebes till they had walled it. Then I saw Alcmena, the wife of Amphitryon, who also bore to Zeus indomitable Heracles. Then I saw Chloris, whom Neleus married for her beauty, having given priceless presents for her. She was youngest daughter to Amphion, son of Iasus, and king of Minion Orchomenus, and was queen in Pylos. She bore Nestor, Chromius, and Periclymenus, and she also bore that marvellously lovely woman Pero, who was wooed by all the country round. But Neleus would only give her to him who should raid the cattle of Iphicles from the grazing grounds of Phylace, and this was a hard task. The only man who would undertake to raid them was a certain excellent seer, but the will of the sky was against him, for the rangers of the cattle caught him and put him in prison.
And I saw Leda, the wife of Tyndarus,
who bore him 2 famous sons, Castor, breaker of horses, and Pollux, the mighty boxer. Both these heroes are lying under the earth, though they are still alive, for by a special dispensation of Zeus, they die and come to life again, each one of them every other day throughout all time, and they have the rank of gods. After her I saw Iphimedeia, wife of Aloeus, who boasted the embrace of Poseidon. She bore 2 sons, Otus and Ephialtes, but both were short-lived. They were the finest children that were ever born in this world, and the best-looking, Orion only excepted.
Then I saw Phaedra, and Procris, and fair Ariadne, daughter of the magician Minos, whom Theseus was carrying off from Crete to Athens, but he did not enjoy her. For before he could do so, Artemis killed her in the island of Dia on account of what Dionysus had said against her. I also saw Mera and Clymene, and hateful Eriphyle, who sold her own husband for gold. But it would take me all night if I were to name every single one of the wives and daughters of heroes whom I saw. And it is time for me to go to bed, either on board ship with my crew or here. Do not be in a hurry to send him away, nor niggardly in the presents you make to one who is in such great need. For Sky has blessed all of you with great abundance.
Then spoke the aged hero Echenius, who was one of the oldest men among them. "My friends," said he, "what our august queen has just said to us is both reasonable and to the purpose, so be persuaded by it. But the decision, whether in word or deed, rests ultimately with King Alcinous." "The thing shall be done," exclaimed Alcinous, "as surely as I still live and reign over the Phaeacians."
As regards his escort, it will be a matter for you all, and mine above all others as the chief person among you.
And Odysseus answered, "King Alcinous, if you were to bid me to stay here for a whole 12 months, and then speed me on my way, loaded with your noble gifts, I should obey you gladly, and it would redound greatly to my advantage. For I should return fuller-handed to my own people, and should thus be more respected and beloved by all who see me when I get back to Ithaca."
"Odysseus," replied Alcinous, "not one of us who sees you has any idea that you are a charlatan or a swindler. The evenings are still at their longest, and it is not yet bedtime. Go on, so, with your divine story, for I could stay here listening till tomorrow morning, so long as you will continue to tell us of your adventures."
"Alcinous," answered Odysseus, "there is a time for making speeches, and a time for going to bed. Even so, since you so desire, I will not refrain from telling you the still sadder tale of those of my comrades who did not fall fighting with the Trojans, but perished on their return, through the treachery of a wicked woman."
"Did Poseidon raise his winds and waves against you when you were at sea? Or did your enemies make an end of you on the mainland, when you were cattle lifting or sheep stealing, or while they were fighting in defense of their wives and city?"
"Odysseus," he answered, "noble son of Laertes, I was not lost at sea in any storm of Poseidon's raising, nor did my foes dispatch me upon the mainland. but Aegisthus and my wicked wife were the death of me between them. I lay dying upon the earth with a sword in my body, and raised my hands to kill the slut of a murderess, but she slipped away from me. She would not even close my lips nor my eyes when I was dying. For there is nothing in this world so cruel and so shameless as a woman when she has fallen into such guilt as hers was. Fancy murdering her own husband! I thought I was going to be welcomed home by my children and my servants, but her abominable crime has brought disgrace on herself and all women who shall come after. We left her a young bride with an infant at her breast when we set out for Troy. This child, no doubt, is now grown up happily to man's estate, and he and his father will have a joyful meeting, and embrace one another as it is right they should do. Whereas my wicked wife did not even allow me the happiness of looking upon my son, but killed me before I could do so. Furthermore, I say, and lay my saying to your heart, do not tell people when you are bringing your ship to Ithaca, but steal a march upon them, for after all this there is no trusting women. I do not know whether your son is alive or dead, and it is not right to talk when one does not know. As we two sat weeping and talking thus sadly with one another, the ghost of Achilles came up to us, with Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, who was the finest and goodliest man of all the Greeks after the son of Peleus. Do not so take it so much to heart, even if you are dead. Say not a word, he answered, in death's favour. I would rather be a paid servant in a lone's house and be above ground, than king of kings among the dead. But give me news about my son. Is he gone to the wars, and will he be a great soldier, or is this not so? Tell me also if you have heard anything about my father Peleus. Does he still rule among the Myrmidons, or do they show him no respect throughout Hellas and Phthia, now that he is old and his limbs fail him? In our councils of war before Troy, he was always first to speak, and his judgment was unerring. Nestor and I were the only two who could surpass him. And when it came to fighting on the plain of Troy, he would never remain with the body of his men, but would dash on far in front, foremost of them all in valour. Many a man did he kill in battle. I cannot name every single one of those whom he slew while fighting on the side of the Greeks, but will only say how he killed that valiant hero Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who was the handsomest man I ever saw, except Memnon. Moreover, when all the bravest of the Greeks went inside the horse that Epeius had made, and it was left to me to settle when we should either open the door of our ambuscade or close it, though all the other leaders and chief men among the Greeks were drying their eyes and quaking in every limb, I never once saw him turn pale, nor wipe a tear from his cheek. He was all the time urging me to break out from the horse, grasping the handle of his sword and his bronze-shod spear, and breathing fury against the foe. Thetis had offered it as a prize, but the Trojan prisoners and Athena were the judges. Would that I had never gained the day in such a contest, for it cost the life of Ajax, who was foremost of all the Greeks after the son of Peleus, alike in stature and prowess. When I saw him, I tried to pacify him and said, Ajax, will you not forget and forgive even in death? But must the judgment about that hateful armour still rankle with you? It cost us Greeks dear enough to lose such a tower of strength as you were to us. Then I saw Minos, son of Zeus, with his golden sceptre in his hand, sitting in judgment on the dead, and the ghosts were gathered sitting and standing round him in the spacious house of Hades, to learn his sentences upon them. After him, I saw huge Orion, in a meadow full of asphodel, driving the ghosts of the wild beasts that he had killed upon the mountains, and he had a great bronze club in his hand, unbreakable for ever and ever. And I saw Tityus, son of Gaia, stretched upon the plain, and covering some 9 acres of ground. I saw also the dreadful fate of Tantalus, who stood in a lake that reached his chin. He was dying to quench his thirst, but could never reach the water. For whenever the poor creature stooped to drink, it dried up and vanished, so that there was nothing but dry ground, parched by the spite of the sky. There were tall trees, moreover, that shed their fruit over his head, pears, pomegranates, apples, sweet figs and juicy olives. But whenever the poor creature stretched out his hand to take some, the wind tossed the branches back again to the clouds. And I saw Sisyphus at his endless task, raising his prodigious stone with both his hands. After him I saw mighty Heracles, but it was his phantom only, for he is feasting ever with the immortal gods, and has lovely Hebe to wife, who is daughter of Zeus and Hera. The ghosts were screaming round him like scared birds flying all whithers. He looked black as night, with his bare bow in his hands, and his arrow on the string, glaring around as though ever on the point of taking aim. About his breast there was a wondrous golden belt, adorned in the most marvelous fashion, with bears, wild boars, and lions with gleaming eyes. There was also war, battle, and death. The man who made that belt, though he struggled, would never be able to make another like it. He once sent me here to fetch the hellhound, for he did not think he could find anything harder for me than this. But I got the hound out of Hades and brought him to him, for Hermes and Athena helped me. On this Heracles went down again into the house of Hades, but I stayed where I was in case some other of the mighty dead should come to me. And I should have seen still other of them that are gone before, whom I would fain have seen, Theseus and Pirithous. After we were clear of the river Oceanus, and had got out into the open sea, we went on till we reached the Aegean island, where there is dawn and sunrise as in other places. We then drew our ship onto the sands, and got out of her onto the shore, where we went to sleep, and waited till day should break. Then, when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, I sent some men to Circe's house to fetch the body of Elpenor. We cut firewood from a wood where the headland jutted out into the sea, and, after we had wept over him and lamented him, we performed his funeral rites. Then she stood in the midst of us and said, "You have done a bold thing in going down alive to the house of Hades, and you will have died twice, to other people's once. Now, then, stay here for the rest of the day, feast your fill, and go on with your voyage at daybreak tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I will tell Odysseus about your course, and will explain everything to him, so as to prevent your suffering from misadventure either by land or sea." We agreed to do as she had said, and feasted through the livelong day to the going down of the sun. But when the sun had set and it came on dark, the men laid themselves down to sleep by the stern cables of the ship. If anyone unwarily draws in too close and hears the singing of the sirens, his wife and children will never welcome him home again. For they sit in a green field and warble him to death with the sweetness of their song. There is a great heap of dead men's bones lying all around, with the flesh still rotting off them. So pass these sirens by, and stop your men's ears with wax, that none of them may hear. Here not even a bird may pass, no, not even the timid doves that bring ambrosia to Father Zeus. But the sheer rock always carries off one of them, and Father Zeus has to send another to make up their number. No ship that ever yet came to these rocks has got away again, but the waves and whirlwinds of fire are freighted with wreckage and with the bodies of dead men. The only vessel that ever sailed and got through was the famous Argo, on her way from the house of Aeetes. And she too would have gone against these great rocks, only that Hera piloted her past them for the love she bore to Jason. Inside it Scylla sits, and yelps with a voice that you might take to be that of a young hound. But in truth she is a dreadful monster, and no one, not even a god, could face her without being terror-struck. She has 12 misshapen feet, and 6 necks of the most prodigious length. And at the end of each neck she has a frightful head, with 3 rows of teeth in each, all set very close together, so that they would crunch anyone to death in a moment. And she sits deep within her shady cell, thrusting out her heads and peering all round the rock, fishing for dolphins or dogfish, or any larger monster that she can catch, of the thousands with which Amphitrite teems. 3 times in the day does she vomit forth her waters, and 3 times she sucks them down again. See that you be not there when she is sucking, for if you are, Poseidon himself could not save you. You must hug the Scylla side and drive ship by as fast as you can, for you had better lose 6 men than your whole crew. Is there no way, said I, of escaping Charybdis, and at the same time keeping Scylla off when she is trying to harm my men? You daredevil, replied the goddess. You are always wanting to fight somebody or something. You will not let yourself be beaten even by the immortals. For Scylla is not mortal. They do not breed, nor do they become fewer in number, and they are tended by the goddesses Phaethusa and Lampetie, who are children of the sun god Hyperion by Neaera. Their mother, when she had borne them and had done suckling them, sent them to the Thrinacian island, which was a long way off, to live there and look after their father's flocks and herds. If you leave these flocks unharmed and think of nothing but getting home, you may yet, after much hardship, reach Ithaca. But if you harm them, then I forewarn you of the destruction both of your ship and of your comrades. I then went on board and told my men to loose the ship from her moorings. So they at once got into her, took their places, and began to smite the grey sea with their oars. Soon the great and cunning goddess Circe befriended us with a fair wind that blew dead aft, and stayed steadily with us, keeping our sails well filled, so we did whatever wanted doing to the ship's gear, and let her go as wind and helmsman headed her. If I beg and pray you to set me free, then bind me more tightly still. I had hardly finished telling everything to the men before we reached the island of the 2 sirens, for the wind had been very favourable. Then all of a sudden it fell dead calm. There was not a breath of wind, nor a ripple upon the water, so the men furled the sails and stowed them. Then, taking to their oars, they whitened the water with the foam they raised in rowing. Meanwhile, I looked a large wheel of wax and cut it up small with my sword. No one ever sailed past us without staying to hear the enchanting sweetness of our song. And he who listens will go on his way not only charmed, but wiser. For we know all the ills that the gods laid upon the Greeks and Trojans before Troy, and can tell you everything that is going to happen over the whole world. They sang these words most musically, and as I longed to hear them further, I made signs by frowning to my men that they should set me free. But they quickened their stroke, and Eurylochus and Paramedes bound me with still stronger bonds, till we had got out of hearing of the sirens' voices. "My friends," said I, "this is not the first time that we have been in danger, and we are in nothing like so bad a case as when the Cyclops shut us up in his cave. Even so, my courage and wise counsel saved us then, and we shall live to look back on all this as well. Now, let us all do as I say, trust in Zeus, and row on with might and main. As for you, coxswain, these are your orders. Attend to them, for the ship is in your hands." Then we entered the straits in great fear of mind, for on the one hand was Scylla, and on the other dread Charybdis kept sucking up the salt water. As she vomited it up, it was like the water in a cauldron when it is boiling over upon a great fire, and the spray reached the top of the rocks on either side. When she began to suck again, we could see the water all inside whirling round and round, and it made a deafening sound as it broke against the rocks. We could see the bottom of the whirlpool, all black with sand and mud, and the men were at their wits' ends for fear. As a fisherman, seated, spear in hand, upon some jutting rock throws bait into the water to deceive the poor little fishes, and spears them with the ox's horn with which his spear is shod, throwing them gasping on to the land as he catches them one by one. Even so did Scylla land these panting creatures on her rock, and munch them up at the mouth of her den, while they screamed and stretched out their hands to me in their mortal agony. This was the most sickening sight that I saw throughout all my voyages. So being much troubled, I said to the men, "My men, I know you are hard-pressed, but listen while I tell you the prophecy that Tiresias made me, and how carefully Aegean Circe warned me to shun the island of the blessed sun-god, for it was here, she said, that our worst danger would lie. Turn the ship away from the island." The men were in despair at this, and Eurylochus at once gave me an arrogant answer. "Odysseus," said he, "you are cruel. You are very strong yourself, and never get worn out." I saw that the sky meant us a mischief, and said, "You force me to yield, for you are many against one. But at any rate, each one of you must take his solemn oath that if he meet with a herd of cattle, or a large flock of sheep, he will not be so mad as to kill a single head of either, but will be satisfied with the food that Circe has given us." They all swore as I told them, and when they had completed their oath, we made the ship fast in a harbour that was near a stream of fresh water, and the men went ashore and cooked their suppers. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, we brought the ship to land, and drew her into a cave, wherein the sea-nymphs hold their courts and dances, and I called the men together in council. "My friends," said I, "we have food and drink in the ship. Let us mind so, and not touch the cattle, or we shall suffer for it. For these cattle and sheep belong to the mighty sun, who sees and gives ear to everything." And again they promised that they would obey. For a whole month the wind blew steadily from the south, and there was no other wind, but only south and east. Meanwhile, Eurylochus had been giving evil counsel to the men. "Listen to me," said he, "my poor comrades. All deaths are bad enough, but there is none so bad as famine. Why should not we drive in the best of these cows and offer them in sacrifice to the immortal gods? If we ever get back to Ithaca, we can build a fine temple to the sun god and enrich it with every kind of ornament." When they had done praying, they killed the cows and dressed their carcasses. They cut out the thigh bones, wrapped them round in 2 layers of fat, and set some pieces of raw food on top of them. They had no wine with which to make drink offerings over the sacrifice while it was cooking, so they kept pouring on a little water from time to time while the inward meats were being grilled. Then, when the thigh bones were burned and they had tasted the inward meats, they cut the rest up small and put the pieces upon the spits. By this time my deep sleep had left me, and I turned back to the ship and to the seashore. If they do not square accounts with me about my cows, I will go down to Hades and shine there among the dead. Sun, said Zeus, go on shining upon us gods and upon mankind over the fruitful earth. I will shiver their ship into little pieces with a bolt of white lightning as soon as they get out to sea. I was told all this by Calypso, who said she had heard it from the mouth of Hermes. As soon as I got down to my ship and to the seashore, I rebuked each one of the men separately, but we could see no way out of it, for the cows were dead already. For 6 days my men kept driving in the best cows and feasting upon them. But when Zeus, the son of Cronos, had added a 7th day, the fury of the gale abated. We so went on board, raised our masts, spread sail, and put out to sea. As soon as we were well away from the island, and could see nothing but sky and sea, the son of Cronos raised a black cloud over our ship, and the sea grew dark beneath it. The men all fell into the sea. They were carried about in the water round the ship, looking like so many seagulls, but the gods soon deprived them of all chance of getting home again. I stuck to the ship till the sea knocked her sides from her keel, which drifted about by itself, and struck the mast out of her in the direction of the keel. But there was a backstay of stout ox thong still hanging about it, and with this I lashed the mast and keel together, and getting astride of them was carried wherever the winds chose to take me. I could not plant my feet anywhere so as to stand securely, for the roots were a long way off, and the boughs that overshadowed the whole pool were too high, too vast, and too far apart for me to reach them. So I hung patiently on, waiting till the pool should discharge my mast and raft again, and a very long while it seemed. A juryman is not more glad to get home to supper, after having been long detained in court by troublesome cases, than I was to see my raft beginning to work its way out of the whirlpool again. Thus did he speak, and they all held their peace throughout the covered cloister, enthralled by the charm of his story, till soon Alcinous began to speak. Odysseus, said he, now that you have reached my house, I doubt not you will get home without further misadventure, no matter how much you have suffered in the past. To you others, however, who come here night after night to drink my choicest wine and listen to my bard, I would insist as follows. Our guest has already packed up the clothes, wrought gold and other valuables which you have brought for his acceptance. Let us now, so, present him further, each one of us, with a large tripod and a cauldron. Alcinous went on board, and saw everything so securely stowed under the ship's benches that nothing could break adrift and injure the rowers. Then they went to the house of Alcinous to get dinner, and he sacrificed a bull for them in honour of Zeus, who is the lord of all. They set the steaks to grill and made an excellent dinner, after which the inspired bard Demodocus, who was a favourite with everyone, sang to them. But Odysseus kept on turning his eyes towards the sun, as though to hasten his setting, for he was longing to be on his way. Make your drink offerings and send me on my way rejoicing. For you have fulfilled my heart's desire by giving me an escort and making me presents, which the sky grant that I may turn to good account. May I find my admirable wife living in peace among friends, and may you, whom I leave behind me, give satisfaction to your wives and children. May the sky vouchsafe you every good grace, and may no evil thing come among your people. Thus did he speak. His hearers, all of them, approved his saying, and agreed that he should have his escort, because he had spoken reasonably. I now take my leave. Be happy in this house, with your children, your people, and with King Alcinous. As he spoke, he crossed the threshold, and Alcinous sent a man to send him to his ship and to the seashore. Arete also sent some serving women with him, one with a clean shirt and cloak, another to carry his strongbox, and a third with corn and wine. When they got to the waterside, the crew took these things and put them on board, with all the food and drink. But for Odysseus they spread a rug and a linen sheet on deck, that he might sleep soundly in the stern of the ship. Her prow curvetted as it were the neck of a stallion, and a great wave of dark blue water seethed in her wake. She held steadily on her course, and even a falcon, swiftest of all birds, could not have kept pace with her. Thus then she cut her way through the water, carrying one who was as cunning as the gods, but who was now sleeping peacefully, forgetful of all that he had suffered both on the field of battle and by the waves of the weary sea. When the bright star that heralds the approach of dawn began to show, the ship drew near to land. There are mixing bowls within it, and wine jars of stone, and the bees hive there. Moreover, there are great looms of stone on which the nymphs weave their robes of sea purple, very curious to see. And at all times there is water within it. It has 2 entrances, one facing north, by which mortals can go down into the cave, while the other comes from the south, and is more mysterious. Mortals cannot possibly get in by it. It is the way taken by the gods. Into this harbour, then, they took their ship, for they knew the place. She had so much way upon her that she ran half her own length onto the shore. But Poseidon did not forget the threats with which he had already threatened Odysseus, so he took counsel with Zeus. "Father Zeus," said he, "I shall no longer be held in any sort of respect among you gods, if mortals like the Phaeacians, who are my own flesh and blood, show such small regard for me. I said I would let Odysseus get home when he had suffered sufficiently. I did not say that he should never get home at all, for I knew you had already nodded your head about it, and promised that he should do so. It would be monstrous, were they to insult one so old and honoured as you are. As regards mortals, however, if any of them is indulging in arrogance and treating you disrespectfully, it will always rest with yourself to deal with him as you may think proper. So do just as you please." "I should have done so at once," replied Poseidon, "if I were not anxious to avoid anything that might displease you. Now so, I should like to wreck the Phaeacian ship as it is returning from its escort. This will stop them from escorting people in future." Then he went up to it, turned it into stone, and drove it down with the flat of his hand so as to root it in the ground. After this he went away. The Phaeacians then began talking among themselves, and one would turn towards his neighbour, saying, "Bless my heart, who is it that can have rooted the ship in the sea just as she was getting into port? We could see the whole of her only a moment ago. This was how they talked, but they knew nothing about it. And Alcinous said, "I remember now the old prophecy of my father. Now, so let us all do as I say. In the first place, we must leave off giving people escorts when they come here. And in the next, let us sacrifice 12 picked bulls to Poseidon, that he may have mercy upon us, and not bury our city under the high mountain." When the people heard this, they were afraid and got ready the bulls. Thus did the chiefs and rulers of the Phaeacians pray to King Poseidon, standing round his altar. And at the same time, Odysseus woke up once more upon his own soil. He had been so long away that he did not know it again. Are they savage and uncivilized, or hospitable and humane? Where shall I put all this treasure, and which way shall I go? I wish I had stayed over there with the Phaeacians. Or I could have gone to some other great chief who would have been good to me and given me an escort. As it is, I do not know where to put my treasure, and I cannot leave it here for fear somebody else should get hold of it. In good truth, the chiefs and rulers of the Phaeacians have not been dealing fairly by me, and have left me in the wrong country." Then Athena came to him, disguised as a young shepherd, of delicate and princely mien, with a good cloak folded double about her shoulders. She had sandals on her comely feet, and held a javelin in her hand. Odysseus was glad when he saw her, and went straight up to her. "My friend," said he, "you are the first person whom I have met with in this country. I salute you, and beg you to be well disposed towards me. Protect these my goods, and myself too, for I embrace your knees and pray to you as though you were a god. Tell me then, and tell me truly, what land and country is this? Who are its inhabitants?" "It is rugged and not a good driving country, but it is by no means a bad island for what there is of it. It grows any quantity of corn, and also wine, for it is watered both by rain and dew. It breeds cattle also, and goats. All kinds of timber grow here, and there are watering places where the water never runs dry. I killed him because he wanted to rob me of the spoils I had got from Troy, with so much trouble and danger, both on the field of battle and by the waves of the weary sea. He said I had not served his father loyally at Troy as vassal, but had set myself up as an independent ruler. So I lay in wait for him with one of my followers by the roadside, and speared him as he was coming into town from the country. It was a very dark night, and nobody saw us. I was very tired and fell asleep directly, so they took my goods out of the ship and placed them beside me where I was lying upon the sand. Then they sailed away to Sidonia, and I was left here in great distress of mind. Such was his story, but Athena smiled and caressed him with her hand. Then she took the form of a woman, fair, stately, and wise. "He must be indeed a shifty, lying fellow," said she, "who could surpass you in all manner of craft, even though you had a god for your antagonist. Did you not know Zeus's daughter Athena, me, who have been ever with you, who kept watch over you in all your troubles, and who made the Phaeacians take so great a liking to you? And now, again, I am come here to talk things over with you, and help you to hide the treasure I made the Phaeacians give you. I want to tell you about the troubles that await you in your own house. You have got to face them, but tell no one, neither man nor woman, that you have come home again. And now, I beseech you in your father's name, tell me the truth, for I do not believe I am really back in Ithaca. I am in some other country, and you are mocking me and deceiving me in all you have been saying. Tell me then, truly, Have I really got back to my own country? You are always taking something of that sort in your head, replied Athena, and that is why I cannot desert you in your afflictions. You are so plausible, shrewd, and shifty.
As for my not coming near you, I was never uneasy about you, for I was certain you would get back safely, though you would lose all your men. And I did not wish to quarrel with my uncle Poseidon, who never forgave you for having blinded his son. I will now, however, point out to you the lie of the land, and you will then perhaps believe me. This is the haven of the old merman Phorcys, and here is the olive tree that grows at the head of it. Near it is the cave sacred to the Naiads. Then Odysseus rejoiced at finding himself again in his own land, and kissed the bounteous soil. He lifted up his hands and prayed to the nymphs, saying, "Naiad nymphs, daughters of Zeus, I made sure that I was never again to see you. Now so I greet you with all loving salutations, and I will bring you offerings as in the old days, if Zeus's redoubtable daughter will grant me life and bring my son to manhood." "Take heart, and do not trouble yourself about that," rejoined Athena. "Let us rather set about stowing your things at once in the cave, where they will be quite safe." "Odysseus," said Athena, "noble son of Laertes, think how you can lay hands on these disreputable people who have been lording it in your house these 3 years, courting your wife and making wedding presents to her, while she does nothing but lament your absence, giving hope and sending encouraging messages to every one of them, but meaning the very opposite of all she says." And Odysseus answered, "In good truth, goddess, it seems I should have come to much the same bad end in my own house as Agamemnon did, if you had not given me such timely information. Advise me how I shall best avenge myself." "Then go at once to the swineherd who is in charge of your pigs. He has been always well affected towards you, and is devoted to Penelope and your son. You will find him feeding his pigs near the rock that is called Raven by the fountain Arethusa, where they are fattening on beech mast and spring water after their manner. Stay with him and find out how things are going, while I proceed to Sparta and see your son, who is with Menelaus at Lacedaemon, where he has gone to try and find out whether you are still alive." "But why," said Odysseus, "did you not tell him? For you knew all about it." "He is in no sort of difficulty, but is staying quite comfortably with Menelaus, and is surrounded with abundance of every kind. The suitors have put out to sea, and are lying in wait for him, for they mean to kill him before he can get home. I do not much think they will succeed, but rather that some of those who are now eating up your estate will first find a grave themselves." As she spoke, Athena touched him with her wand and covered him with wrinkles, took away all his yellow hair, and withered the flesh over his whole body. She bleared his eyes, which were naturally very fine ones. Odysseus now left the haven, and took the rough track up through the wooded country, and over the crest of the mountain till he reached the place where Athena had said that he would find the swineherd, who was the most thrifty servant he had. He found him sitting in front of his hut, which was by the yards that he had built on a site which could be seen from far. He had made them spacious and fair to see, with a free run for the pigs all round them. There were 360 boar pigs, and the herdsman's 4 hounds, which were as fierce as wolves, slept always with them. The swineherd was at that moment cutting out a pair of sandals from a good stout ox hide. 3 of his men were out herding the pigs in one place or another,
and he had sent the force to town with a boar that he had been forced to send the suitors, that they might sacrifice it and have their fill of food. I have to attend swine for other people to eat, while he, if he yet lives to see the light of day, is starving in some distant land. But come inside, and when you have had your fill of bread and wine, tell me where you come from, and all about your misfortunes." On this the swineherd led the way into the hut, and told him sit down. He strewed a good thick bed of rushes upon the floor, and on the top of this he threw the shaggy chamois skin, a great thick one, on which he used to sleep by night. "You must take what you can get, and be thankful, for servants live in fear when they have young lords for their masters. And this is my misfortune now, for Sky has hindered the return of him who would have been always good to me, and given me something of my own, a house, a piece of land, a good-looking wife, and all else that a generous master allows a servant who has worked hard for him, and whose labour the gods have prospered, as they have mine in the situation which I hold." The swineherd then mixed wine in a bowl of ivy wood, and taking a seat opposite Odysseus, told him to begin. "Fall to, stranger," said he, "on a dish of servant's pork. The fat pigs have to go to the suitors, who eat them up without shame or scruple. But the blessed gods love not such shameful doings, and respect those who do what is lawful and right. Even the fierce freebooters who go raiding on other people's land, and Zeus gives them their spoil, even they, when they have filled their ships and got home again, live conscience-stricken and look fearfully for judgment. But some god seems to have told these people that Odysseus is dead and gone. There are 12 herds of cattle upon the mainland, and as many flocks of sheep. There are also 12 droves of pigs, while his own men and hired strangers feed him 12 widely spreading herds of goats. Here in Ithaca, he runs even large flocks of goats on the far end of the island, and they are in the charge of excellent goat herds. Each one of these sends the suitors the best goat in the flock every day. Zeus and the other gods know, but I may be able to give you news of him, for I have travelled much." Eumaeus answered, "Old man, no traveller who comes here with news will get Odysseus's wife and son to believe his story. Even so, tramps in want of a lodging keep coming with their mouths full of lies, and not a word of truth. Everyone who finds his way to Ithaca goes to my mistress and tells her falsehoods, and then she takes them in, makes much of them, and asks them all manner of questions, crying all the time as women will when they have lost their husbands. I do not so much care, however, about my parents now, though I should dearly like to see them again in my own country. It is the loss of Odysseus that grieves me most. I cannot speak of him without reverence, though he is here no longer, for he was very fond of me, and took such care of me that wherever he may be, I shall always honour his memory." "My friend," replied Odysseus, "you are very positive, and very hard of belief about your master's coming home again. Even so, I will not merely say, but will swear, that he is coming. Odysseus will return in this selfsame year. With the end of this moon and the beginning of the next, he will be here to do vengeance on all those who are ill-treating his wife and son." To this you answered, O swineherd Eumaeus, "Old man, you will neither get paid for bringing good news, nor will Odysseus ever come home. Drink your wine in peace, and let us talk about something else. Do not keep on reminding me of all this. It always pains me when anyone speaks about my honoured master. As for your oath, we will let it alone, but I only wish he may come, as do Penelope, his old father Laertes, and his son Telemachus." But let us say no more about him, and leave him to be taken, or else to escape if the son of Kronos holds his hand over him to protect him. And now, old man, tell me your own story. Tell me also, for I want to know, who you are and where you come from. Tell me of your town and parents, what kind of ship you came in, how crew brought you to Ithaca, and from what country they profess to come, for you cannot have reached this island by land. And Odysseus answered, I will tell you all about it. I am by birth a Cretan. My father was a well-to-do man, who had many sons born in marriage, whereas I was the son of a slave whom he had purchased for a concubine. Even so, my father, Castor, son of Hylax, whose lineage I claim, and who was held in the highest honour among the Cretans for his wealth, prosperity, and the valour of his sons, put me on the same level with my brothers who had been born in wedlock. When, however, death took him to the house of Hades, his sons divided his estate and cast lots for their shares. But to me, they gave a holding and little else. My delight was in ships, fighting, javelins and arrows, things that most men shudder to think of. But one man likes one thing and another another, and this was what I was most naturally inclined to. Before the Greeks went to Troy, 9 times was I in command of men and ships on foreign service, and I amassed much wealth. I had my pick of the spoil in the first instance, and much more was allotted to me later on. For 6 days I and my men made feast, and I found them many victims both for sacrifice to the gods and for themselves. But on the 7th day, we went on board and set sail from Crete, with a fair north wind behind us, though we were going down a river. Nothing went ill with any of our ships, and we had no sickness on board, but sat where we were and let the ships go as the wind and steersman took them. On the 5th day we reached the river Aegyptus. There I stationed my ships in the river, bidding my men stay by them and keep guard over them, while I sent out scouts to reconnoitre from every point of vantage. The Egyptians killed many of us, and took the rest alive to do forced labour for them. Zeus, however, put it in my mind to do thus, and I wish I had died then and there in Egypt instead, for there was much sorrow in store for me. I took off my helmet and shield, and dropped my spear from my hand. Then I went straight up to the king's chariot, clasped his knees and kissed them, and then he spared my life, told me to get into his chariot, and took me weeping to his own home. I stayed there for a whole 12 months. But at the end of that time, when months and days had gone by, till the same season had come round again, he set me on board a ship bound for Libya, on a pretence that I was to take a cargo along with him to that place, but really that he might sell me as a slave and take the money I fetched. I suspected his intention, but went on board with him, for I could not help it. The ship ran before a fresh north wind till we had reached the sea that lies between Crete and Libya. Zeus, however, sent the ship's mast within my reach, which saved my life, for I clung to it and drifted before the fury of the gale. 9 days did I drift, but in the darkness of the 10th night, a great wave bore me on to the Thesprotian coast. There Phaedon, king of the Thesprotians, entertained me hospitably, without charging me anything at all, for his son found me when I was nearly dead with cold and fatigue, and then he raised me by the hand, took me to his father's house, and gave me clothes to wear. Moreover, the king swore in my presence making drink offerings in his own house as he did so. That the ship was by the waterside, and the crew found, that should take him to his own country. He sent me off, however, before Odysseus returned, for there happened to be a Thesprotian ship sailing for the wheat-growing island of Dulichium, and he told those in charge of her to be sure and take me safely to King Acastus. These men hatched a plot against me that would have reduced me to the very extreme of misery. For when the ship had got some way out from land, they resolved on selling me as a slave. They were very angry at my having escaped, and went searching about for me, till at last they thought it was no further use, and went back to their ship. The gods, having hidden me thus easily, then took me to a good man's door, for it seems that I am not to die yet a while. To this you answered, O swineherd Eumaeus, "Poor unhappy stranger, I have found the story of your misfortunes extremely interesting, but that part about Odysseus is not right, and you will never get me to believe it. Why should a man like you go about telling lies in this way? I know all about the return of my master." Then they all sit round and ask questions, both those who grieve over the king's absence and those who rejoice at it because they can eat up his property without paying for it. For my own part, I have never cared about asking anyone else since the time when I was taken in by an Aetolian, who had killed a man and come a long way till at last he reached my station, and I was very kind to him. He said he had seen Odysseus with Idomeneus among the Cretans, refitting his ships which had been damaged in a gale. He said Odysseus would return in the following summer or autumn with his men, and that he would bring back much wealth. "If your master comes home, give me a cloak and shirt of good wear, and send me to Dulichium where I want to go. But if he does not come, as I say he will, set your men on to me, and tell them to throw me from over their precipice as a warning to tramps not to go about the country telling lies." "And a pretty figure I should cut then," replied Eumaeus, "both now and hereafter, if I were to kill you after receiving you into my hut and showing you hospitality. I should have to say my prayers in good earnest if I did. We have had trouble enough this long time feeding pigs, while others reap the fruit of our labour." On this he began chopping firewood, while the others brought in a fine, fat 5-year-old boar pig and set it at the altar. Eumaeus did not forget the gods, for he was a man of good principles. So the first thing he did was to cut bristles from the pig's face and throw them into the fire, praying to all the gods as he did so that Odysseus might return home again. Then he clubbed the pig with a billet of oak, which he had kept back when he was chopping the firewood, and stunned it, while the others slaughtered and singed it. The swineherd, who was a most equitable man, then stood up to give everyone his share. He made 7 portions. One of these he set apart for Hermes, the son of Maia, and the nymphs, praying to them as he did so. The others he dealt out to the men, man by man. He gave Odysseus some slices cut lengthways down the loin, as a mark of especial honour, and Odysseus was much pleased. "I hope, Eumaeus," said he, "that Zeus will be as well disposed towards you as I am, for the respect you are showing to an outcast like myself." To this you answered, O swineherd Eumaeus, "Eat, my good fellow, and enjoy your supper, such as it is." They then laid their hands upon the food set before them, and when they had had enough to eat and drink, Mesaulius took away what was left of the bread, and they all went to bed after having made a hearty supper. Now the night came on stormy and very dark, for there was no moon. It poured without ceasing, and the wind blew strong from the west, which is a wet quarter. So Odysseus thought he would see whether Eumaeus, in the excellent care he took of him, would take off his own cloak and give it him, or make one of his men give him one. "Listen to me," said he, "Eumaeus and the rest of you." Menelaus and Odysseus were the leaders, but I was in command also, for the other two would have it so. When we had come up to the wall of the city, we crouched down beneath our armour, and lay there under cover of the reeds and thick brushwood that grew about the swamp. It came on to freeze, with a north wind blowing. The snow fell small and fine like hoarfrost, and our shields were coated thick with rime. "My friends," said he, "I have had a dream from the sky in my sleep. We are a long way from the ships. I wish someone would go down and tell Agamemnon to send us up more men at once." On this, Thoas, son of Andreamon, threw off his cloak and set out running to the ships. And then I took the cloak, and lay in it comfortably enough till morning. Would that I were still young and strong as I was in those days, for then some one of you swineherds would give me a cloak both out of goodwill and for the respect due to a brave soldier. When Odysseus' son comes home again, he will give you both cloak and shirt, and send you wherever you may want to go. With this he got up and made a bed for Odysseus, by throwing some goatskins and sheepskins on the ground in front of the fire. Here Odysseus lay down, and Eumaeus covered him over with a great heavy cloak that he kept for a change, in case of extraordinarily bad weather. Thus did Odysseus sleep, and the young men slept beside him. But the swineherd did not like sleeping away from his pigs, so he got ready to go outside, and Odysseus was glad to see that he looked after his property during his master's absence. But Athena went to the fair city of Lacedaemon to tell Odysseus' son that he was to return at once. She found him and Pisistratus sleeping in the forecourt of Menelaus' house. Pisistratus was fast asleep, but Telemachus could get no rest all night for thinking of his unhappy father. So Athena went close up to him and said, "Telemachus, you should not remain so far away from home any longer, nor leave your property with such dangerous people in your house. They will eat up everything you have among them, and you will have been on a fool's errand. Ask Menelaus to send you home at once, if you wish to find your excellent mother still there when you get back. Go home so, and put everything in charge of the most respectable woman-servant that you have, until it shall please the sky to send you a wife of your own. Let me tell you also of another matter which you had better attend to. The chief men among the suitors are lying in wait for you in the strait between Ithaca and Samos, and they mean to kill you before you can reach home. I do not much think they will succeed. It is more likely that some of those who are now eating up your property will find a grave themselves. Sail night and day, and keep your ship well away from the islands. As soon as you get to Ithaca, send your ship and men onto the town, but yourself go straight to the swineherd who has charge of your pigs. He is well disposed towards you. Stay with him, so, for the night, and then send him to Penelope to tell her that you have got back safe from Pylos. Then she went back to Olympus. But Telemachus stirred Pisistratus with his heel to rouse him, and said, "Wake up, Pisistratus, and yoke the horses to the chariot, for we must set off home." But Pisistratus said, "No matter what hurry we are in, we cannot drive in the dark. It will be morning soon. I do not like to see a host either too fond of his guest or too rude to him. Moderation is best in all things, and not letting a man go when he wants to do so is as bad as telling him to go if he would like to stay. One should treat a guest well as long as he is in the house, and speed him when he wants to leave it. Wait then, till I can get your beautiful presents into your chariot, until you have yourself seen them. I will tell the women to prepare a sufficient dinner for you, of what there may be in the house. No one will send us away empty-handed. Everyone will give us something. A bronze tripod, a couple of mules, or a gold cup.
Menelaus, replied Telemachus, I want to go home at once, for when I came away I left my property without protection, and fear that while looking for my father I shall come to ruin myself, or find that something valuable has been stolen during my absence. When Menelaus heard this, he immediately told his wife and servants to prepare a sufficient dinner from what there might be in the house. At this moment, Eteoneus joined him, for he lived close by and had just got up. I will now present you with the finest and most precious piece of plate in all my house. It is a mixing bowl of pure silver, except the rim, which is inlaid with gold, and it is the work of Hephaestus. Phaedamus, king of the Sidonians, made me a present of it in the course of a visit that I paid him while I was on my return home. I should like to give it to you. With these words he placed the double cup in the hands of Telemachus, while Megapenthes brought the beautiful mixing bowl and set it before him. Hard by stood lovely Helen, with the robe ready in her hand.
Till then, get your dear mother to keep it for you. Thus may you go back rejoicing to your own country and to your home.
So saying, she gave the robe over to him, and he received it gladly. Then Pisistratus put the presents into the chariot, and admired them all as he did so. Soon Menelaus took Telemachus and Pisistratus into the house, and they both of them sat down to table. A servant woman brought them water in a beautiful golden jug, and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands, and she drew a clean table beside them. An upper servant brought them bread, and offered them many food set before them of what there was in the house.
He stood in front of the horses and pledged them, saying, Farewell to both of you. See that you tell Nestor how I have treated you, for he was as kind to me as any father could be, while we Greeks were fighting before Troy.
We will be sure, sir, answered Telemachus, to tell him everything as soon as we see him. I wish I were as certain of finding Odysseus returned when I get back to Ithaca, that I might tell him of the very great kindness you have shown me, and of the many beautiful presents I am taking with me. As he was thus speaking, a bird flew on his right hand. When they saw it, they were glad, and their hearts took comfort within them. And then Pisistratus said, Tell me, Menelaus, has the sky sent this omen for us, or for you? Menelaus was thinking what would be the most proper answer for him to make, but Helen was too quick for him and said, I will read this matter as Sky has put it in my heart, and as I doubt not that it will come to pass. The eagle came from the mountain where it was bred and has its nest, and in like manner Odysseus, after having travelled far and suffered much, will return to take his revenge.
Then they reached Phere, where Diocles lived, who was son of Ortilochus, the son of Alpheus. There they passed the night, and were treated hospitably. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, they again yoked their horses and their places in the chariot. They drove out through the inner gateway and under the echoing gatehouse of the outer court. Then Pisistratus lashed his horses on, and they flew forward, nothing loath. Before long they came to Pylos, and then Telemachus said, Pisistratus, I hope you will promise to do what I am going to ask you. You know our fathers were old friends before us. Moreover, we are both of an age, and this journey has brought us together still more closely." Then he said, "Go on board at once, and tell your men to do so also, before I can reach home to tell my father. I know how obstinate he is, and am sure he will not let you go. He will come down here to fetch you, and he will not go back without you, but he will be very angry." With this, he drove his goodly steeds back to the city of the Pylians, and soon reached his home. But Telemachus called the men together and gave his orders. "Now, my men," said he, "get everything in order on board the ship, and let us set out home." Thus did he speak, and they went on board even as he had said. Neleus seized his goods and held them for a whole year, during which he was a close prisoner in the house of King Phylacus, and in much distress of mind, both on account of the daughter of Neleus, and because he was haunted by a great sorrow that dread Erinnys had laid upon him. In the end, however, he escaped with his life, drove the cattle from Pylos to Pylos, avenged the wrong that had been done him, and gave the daughter of Neleus to his brother. Then he left the country and went to Argos, where it was ordained that he should reign over much people. There he married, established himself, and had 2 famous sons, Antiphates and Mantius. Aurora, throned in gold, carried off Clytus for his beauty's sake, that he might dwell among the immortals. But Apollo made Polyphides the greatest seer in the whole world, now that Amphiaraus was dead. He quarrelled with his father and went to live in Hyperesia, where he remained and prophesied for all men. His son, Theoclymenus, it was who now came up to Telemachus as he was making drink offerings and praying in his ship. "Friend," said he, "now that I find you sacrificing in this place, I beseech you by your sacrifices themselves and by the God to whom you make them. I ask you also by your own head and by those of your followers, tell me the truth, and nothing but the truth." "He has many brothers and kinsmen in Argos, and they have great power among the Greeks. I am flying to escape death at their hands, and am thus doomed to be a wanderer on the face of the earth. I am your suppliant. Take me so on board your ship that they may not kill me, for I know they are in pursuit." "I will not refuse you," replied Telemachus, "if you wish to join us. Come so, and in Ithaca we will treat you hospitably according to what we have." On this he received Theoclymenus' spear and laid it down on the deck of the ship. He went on board and sat in the stern, bidding Theoclymenus sit beside him. Athena sent them a fair wind that blew fresh and strong to take the ship on her course as fast as possible. Thus then they passed by Cruni and Chalcis. Soon the sun set, and darkness was over all the land. The vessel made a quick passage to Phae, and from there on to Elis, where the Epeans rule. Telemachus then headed her for the flying islands, wondering within himself whether he should escape death or should be taken prisoner. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the swineherd were eating their supper in the hut, and the men supped with them. "I will go the round of the city begging, as I needs must, to see if anyone will give me a drink and a piece of bread. I should like also to go to the house of Odysseus and bring news of her husband to Queen Penelope. I could then go about among the suitors and see if out of all their abundance they will give me a dinner. I should soon make them an excellent servant in all sorts of ways. Listen and believe when I tell you that by the blessing of Hermes, who gives grace and good name to the works of all men, there is no one living who would make a more handy servant than I should. If you go near the suitors, you will be undone to a certainty. for their pride and arrogance reach the very sky. They would never think of taking a man like you for a servant. Their servants are all young men, well-dressed, wearing good cloaks and shirts, with well-looking faces and their hair always tidy. The tables are kept quite clean and are loaded with bread, food, and wine. Stay where you are, then. You are not in anybody's way.
Are they still living? Or are they already dead and in the house of Hades?
I will tell you all about them, replied Eumaeus. Laertes is still living, and prays the sky to let him depart peacefully in his own house, for he is terribly distressed about the absence of his son, and also about the death of his wife, which grieved him greatly, and aged him more than anything else did. She came to an unhappy end through sorrow for her son. May no friend or neighbor who has dealt kindly by me come to such an end as she did.
As for me, my mistress gave me a good shirt and cloak, with a pair of sandals for my feet, and sent me off into the country. But she was just as fond of me as ever. This is all over now. Still, it has pleased the sky to prosper my work in the situation which I now hold. I have enough to eat and drink, and can find something for any respectable stranger who comes here. But there is no getting a kind word or deed out of my mistress, for the house has fallen into the hands of wicked people. Servants want sometimes to see their mistress and have a talk with her. Tell me, and tell me truly, was the city in which your father and mother lived sacked and pillaged? Or did some enemies carry you off when you were alone tending sheep or cattle, ship you off here, and sell you for whatever your master gave them? Stranger, replied Eumaeus, as regards your question, sit still, make yourself comfortable, drink your wine and listen to me. The nights are now at their longest. There is plenty of time both for sleeping and sitting up talking together. You ought not to go to bed till bedtime. Too much sleep is as bad as too little. If any one of the others wishes to go to bed, let him leave us and do so. It is not very thickly peopled, but the soil is good, with much pasture fit for cattle and sheep, and it abounds with wine and wheat. Death never comes there, nor are the people plagued by any sickness. But when they grow old, Apollo comes with Artemis and kills them with his painless shafts. It contains 2 communities, and the whole country is divided between these 2. My father, Theseus, son of Ormenus, a man comparable to the gods, reigned over both. Now to this place there came some cunning traders from Phoenicia, for the Phoenicians are great mariners, in a ship which they had freighted with gewgaws of all kinds. One day, as I was coming into the town from the country, some Taphian pirates seized me and took me here, over the sea, where they sold me to the man who owns this house, and he gave them their price for me. The man who had seduced her then said, "Would you like to come along with us to see the house of your parents, and your parents themselves?" He would put me in prison, and would have all of you murdered. Keep your own counsel so. Buy your merchandise as fast as you can, and send me word when you have done loading. I will bring as much gold as I can lay my hands on, and there is something else also that I can do towards paying my fare. I am nurse to the son of the good man of the house, a funny little fellow, just able to run about. I will carry him off in your ship, and you will get a great deal of money for him if you take him and sell him in foreign parts. On this she went back to the house. In the forepart of the house she saw the tables set with the cups of guests who had been feasting with my father, as being in attendance on him. These were now all gone to a meeting of the public assembly. So she snatched up 3 cups and carried them off in the bosom of her dress, while I followed her, for I knew no better. The sun was now set, and darkness was over all the land, so we hurried on as fast as we could, till we reached the harbour, where the Phoenician ship was lying. When they had got on board, they sailed their ways over the sea, taking us with them, and Zeus sent then a fair wind. Soon the winds and waves took the ship to Ithaca, where Laertes gave sundry of his chattels for me, and thus it was that ever I came to set eyes upon this country. Odysseus answered, Eumaeus, I have heard the story of your misfortunes with the most lively interest and pity. But Zeus has given you good as well as evil, for in spite of everything you have a good master, who sees that you always have enough to eat and drink, and you lead a good life, whereas I am still going about begging my way from city to city. Thus did they converse, and they had only a very little time left for sleep, for it was soon daybreak. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus said, Take the ship onto the town, but leave me here, for I want to look after the herdsmen on one of my farms. In the evening, when I have seen all I want, I will come down to the city, and tomorrow morning, in return for your trouble, I will give you all a good dinner with food and wine. Then Theoclymenus said, And what, my dear young friend, is to become of me? He is much the best man, and the most persistent wooer of all those who are paying court to my mother, and trying to take Odysseus's place. Zeus, however, in the sky alone knows whether or no they will come to a bad end before the marriage takes place. As he was speaking, a bird flew by upon his right hand, a hawk, Apollo's messenger. It held a dove in its talons, and the feathers, as it tore them off, fell to the ground midway between Telemachus and the ship. On this, Theoclymenus called him apart and caught him by the hand. Telemachus, said he, that bird did not fly on your right hand without having been sent there by some god. If it does, I will show you so much goodwill and give you so many presents that all who meet you will congratulate you. Then he said to his friend Piraeus, Piraeus, son of Clytius, you have throughout shown yourself the most willing to serve me of all those who have accompanied me to Pylos. I wish you would take this stranger to your own house and entertain him hospitably till I can come for him. And Piraeus answered, Telemachus, you may stay away as long as you please, but I will look after him for you, and he shall find no lack of hospitality. As he spoke, he went on board, and told the others to do so also, and loose the hawsers, so they took their places in the ship. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the swineherd had lit a fire in the hut, and were getting breakfast ready at daybreak, for they had sent the men out with the pigs. When Telemachus came up, the dogs did not bark, but fawned upon him. So Odysseus, hearing the sound of feet, and noticing that the dogs did not bark, said to Eumaeus, Eumaeus, I hear footsteps. I suppose one of your men or some one of your acquaintance is coming here, for the dogs are fawning upon him and not barking. The words were hardly out of his mouth before his son stood at the door. He embraced him, kissed him all over as though he had come back from the dead, and spoke fondly to him, saying, So you are come, Telemachus, light of my eyes that you are. When I heard you had gone to Pylos, I made sure I was never going to see you any more. Come in, my dear child, and sit down, that I may have a good look at you now you are home again. It is not very often you come into the country to see us herdsmen. You stick pretty close to the town generally. Odysseus rose from his seat to give him place as he entered, but Telemachus checked him. "Sit down, stranger," said he. "I can easily find another seat, and there is one here who will lay it for me." Odysseus went back to his own place, and Eumaeus strewed some green brushwood on the floor and threw a sheepskin on top of it for Telemachus to sit upon. Then the swineherd brought them platters of cold food, the remains from what they had eaten the day before, and he filled the bread baskets with bread as fast as he could. He mixed wine also in bowls of ivywood, and took his seat facing Odysseus.
He says he is a Cretan, and that he has been a great traveller. At this moment he is running away from a Thesprotian ship, and has taken refuge at my station, so I will put him into your hands. Do whatever you like with him, only remember that he is your suppliant."
"I am very much distressed," said Telemachus, "by what you have just told me. How can I take this stranger into my house? I am as yet young, and am not strong enough to hold my own if any man attacks me. Or if you like, you can keep him here at the station, and I will send him clothes and food, that he may be no burden on you and on your men. But I will not have him go near the suitors, for they are very arrogant, and are sure to ill-treat him in a way that would greatly grieve me. No matter how valiant a man may be, he can do nothing against numbers, for they will be too strong for him." Then Odysseus said, "Sir, it is right that I should say something myself. I am much shocked about what you have said about the arrogant way in which the suitors are behaving, in despite of such a man as you are. I wish I were as young as you are, and in my present mind. If I were son to Odysseus, or indeed Odysseus himself, I would rather someone came and cut my head off, but I would go to the house and be the bane of every one of these men. If they were too many for me, I being single-handed, I would rather die fighting in my own house than see such disgraceful sights day after day, strangers grossly maltreated, and men dragging the women servants about the house in an unseemly way, wine drawn recklessly, and bread wasted all to no purpose, for an end that shall never be accomplished." And Telemachus answered, "I will tell you truly everything. I am myself the only son of Odysseus, who left me behind him when he went away, so that I have never been of any use to him. From here it comes that my house is in the hands of numberless marauders. For the chiefs from all the neighbouring islands, Dulichium, Same, Zacynthus, as also all the principal men of Ithaca itself, are eating up my house under the pretext of paying court to my mother, who will neither say point blank that she will not marry, nor yet bring matters to an end. So they are making havoc of my estate, and before long will do so with myself into the bargain. The issue, however, rests with the sky. He used to superintend the work on his farm, in spite of his bitter sorrow about Odysseus. And he would eat and drink at will, along with his servants. But they tell me that from the day on which you set out for Pylos, he has neither eaten nor drunk as he ought to do, nor does he look after his farm, but sits weeping and wasting the flesh from off his bones." "More's the pity," answered Telemachus. "I am sorry for him, but we must leave him to himself just now. If people could have everything their own way, the first thing I should choose would be the return of my father. But go and give your message." She stood against the side of the entry and revealed herself to Odysseus. But Telemachus could not see her, and knew not that she was there, for the gods do not let themselves be seen by everybody. Odysseus saw her, and so did the dogs, for they did not bark, but went scared and whining off to the other side of the yards. She nodded her head, and motioned to Odysseus with her eyebrows, And then he left the hut and stood before her outside the main wall of the yards.
Then she went away, and Odysseus came back inside the hut. His son was astounded when he saw him, and turned his eyes away for fear he might be looking upon a god. "Stranger," said he, "how suddenly you have changed from what you were a moment or two ago. You are dressed differently, and your colour is not the same. Are you some one or other of the gods that live in the sky? If so, be propitious to me till I can make you due sacrifice and offerings of wrought gold. Have mercy upon me." And Odysseus said, "I am no god. Why should you take me for one? A second ago you were old and all in rags, and now you are like some god come down from the sky." Odysseus answered, "Telemachus, you ought not to be so immeasurably astonished at my being really here. There is no other Odysseus who will come hereafter. Such as I am, it is I, who after long wandering and much hardship have got home in the 20th year to my own country. What you wonder at is the work of the redoubtable goddess Athena, who does with me whatever she will, for she can do what she pleases. At one moment she makes me like a beggar, and the next I am a young man with good clothes on my back." They were both so much moved that they cried aloud like eagles or vultures with crooked talons that have been robbed of their half-fledged young by peasants. Thus piteously did they weep, and the sun would have gone down upon their mourning if Telemachus had not suddenly said, "In what ship, my dear father, did your crew bring you to Ithaca? From what people did they declare themselves to be? For you cannot have come by land." "I will tell you the truth, my son," replied Odysseus. "It was the Phaeacians who brought me here. They are great sailors, and are in the habit of giving escorts to anyone who reaches their coasts. I can then turn the matter over in my mind, and see whether we too can fight the whole body of them ourselves, or whether we must find others to help us." To this, Telemachus answered, "Father, I have always heard of your renown both in the field and in council, but the task you talk of is a very great one. I am awed at the mere thought of it. 2 men cannot stand against many and brave ones. There are not 10 suitors only, nor twice 10, but 10 many times over. You shall learn their number at once. There are 52 chosen youths from Dulichium, and they have 6 servants. From Same there are 24. See whether you cannot think of someone who would be willing to come and help us." "Listen to me," replied Odysseus, "and think whether Athena and her father Zeus may seem sufficient, or whether I am to try and find someone else as well." "Those whom you have named," answered Telemachus, "are a couple of good allies, for though they dwell high up among the clouds, they have power over both gods and men. These 2, continued Odysseus, will not keep long out of the fray when the suitors and we join fight in my house. Now, so, return home early tomorrow morning, and go about among the suitors as before. Make some excuse when the suitors ask you why you are removing it. Say that you have taken it to be out of the way of the smoke, because it is no longer what it was when Odysseus went away, but has become soiled and begrimed with soot. Add to this, more particularly, that you are afraid Zeus may set them on to quarrel over their wine, and that they may do each other some harm, which may disgrace both banquet and wooing. For the sight of arms sometimes tempts people to use them. But leave a sword and a spear apiece for yourself and me, and a couple of ox-hide shields, so that we can snatch them up at any moment. Let you and me exploit the women alone.
and let us also make trial of some other of the men-servants, to see who is on our side, and whose hand is against us."
"Father," replied Telemachus, "you will come to know me after a while, and when you do, you will find that I can keep your counsel. I do not think, however, the plan you propose will turn out well for either of us. Think it over. It will take us a long time to go the round of the farms and exploit the men, and all the time the suitors will be wasting your estate with impunity and without compunction." They drew the ship onto the land. Their servants came and took their armour from them, and they left all the presents at the house of Clytius. Then they sent a servant to tell Penelope that Telemachus had gone into the country, but had sent the ship to the town to prevent her from being alarmed and made unhappy. This servant and Eumaeus happened to meet when they were both on the same errand of going to tell Penelope. When they reached the house, the servant stood up and said to the queen in the presence of the waiting women, "Your son, madam, is now returned from Pylos." Eurymachus, son of Polybus, was the first to speak. "My friends," said he, "this voyage of Telemachus's is a very serious matter. We had made sure that it would come to nothing. Now, however, let us draw a ship into the water and get a crew together to send after the others and tell them to come back as fast as they can." He had hardly done speaking when Amphinomus turned in his place and saw the ship inside the harbour, with the crew lowering her sails and putting by their oars. So he laughed and said to the others, "We need not send them any message, for they are here." "What a day," said he. "See how the gods have saved this man from destruction. We kept a succession of scouts upon the headlands all day long, and when the sun was down, we never went on shore to sleep, but waited in the ship all night till morning in the hope of capturing and killing him. But some god has conveyed him home in spite of us. Let us consider how we can make an end of him. He must not escape us. Our affair is never likely to come off while he is alive, for he is very shrewd, and public feeling is by no means all on our side. We must make haste before he can call the Greeks in assembly. Let us try and lay hold of him, either on his farm, away from the town, or on the road here. Then we can divide up his property amongst us, and let his mother and the man who marries her have the house. If this does not please you, and you wish Telemachus to live on and hold his father's property, then we must not gather here and eat up his goods in this way, but must make our offers to Penelope, each from his own house, and she can marry the man who will give the most for her, and whose lot it is to win her." They all held their peace until Amphinomus rose to speak. "It is a heinous thing to kill one who is of noble blood. Let us first take counsel of the gods, and if the oracles of Zeus advise it, I will both help to kill him myself, and will urge everyone else to do so. But if they dissuade us, I would have you hold your hands." Thus did he speak, and his words pleased them well. So they rose at once and went to the house of Odysseus, where they took their accustomed seats. Then Penelope resolved that she would show herself to the suitors. She knew of the plot against Telemachus, for the servant Medon had overheard their counsels and had told her, "It is not right for you to plot thus against one another. Do you not remember how your father fled to this house in fear of the people, who were enraged against him for having gone with some Taphian pirates and plundered the Thesprotians who were at peace with us? They wanted to tear him in pieces and eat up everything he had, but Odysseus stayed their hands, although they were infuriated. And now you devour his property without paying for it,
and break my heart by wooing his wife and trying to kill his son.
So Telemachus is much the dearest friend I have, and has nothing to fear from the hands of us suitors. Of course, if death comes to him from the gods, he cannot escape it."
He said this to quiet her, but in reality he was plotting against Telemachus. Then Penelope went upstairs again and mourned her husband till Athena shed sleep over her eyes. In the evening, Eumaeus got back to Odysseus and his son, who had just sacrificed a young pig of a year old and were helping one another to get supper ready.
Have the suitors returned, or are they still waiting over there to take me on my way home?
"I did not think of asking about that," replied Eumaeus. "When I was in the town, I thought I would give my message and come back as soon as I could. I met a man sent by those who had gone with you to Pylos, and he was the first to tell the news to your mother. But I can say what I saw with my own eyes. I had just got on to the crest of the hill of Hermes above the town, when I saw a ship coming into harbour with a number of men in her.
When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, Telemachus bound on his sandals and took a strong spear that suited his hands, for he wanted to go into the city. "Old friend," said he to the swineherd, "I will now go to the town and show myself to my mother, for she will never leave off grieving till she has seen me. As for this unfortunate stranger, take him to the town and let him beg there of anyone who will give him a drink and a piece of bread. I have trouble enough of my own, and cannot be burdened with other people. My clothes are wretchedly thin, and this frosty morning I shall be perished with cold, for you say the city is some way off." On this, Telemachus strode off through the yards, brooding his revenge upon the suitors. When he reached home, he stood his spear against a bearing post of the cloister, crossed the stone floor of the cloister itself, and went inside. Nurse Euryclea saw him long before anyone else did. She was putting the fleeces onto the seats, and she burst out crying as she ran up to him. All the other maids came up too, and covered his head and shoulders with their kisses. "But come, tell me what you saw." "Do not scold me, mother," answered Telemachus, "nor vex me, seeing what a narrow escape I have had. But wash your face, change your dress, go upstairs with your maids, and promise full and sufficient hecatombs to all the gods, if Zeus will only grant us our revenge upon the suitors. I must now go to the place of assembly to invite a stranger who has come back with me from Pylos." Athena endowed him with a presence of such divine comeliness that all marvelled at him as he went by, and the suitors gathered round him with fair words in their mouths and malice in their hearts. But he avoided them, and went to sit with Mentor, Antiphus, and Halitherses, old friends of his father's house, and they made him tell them all that had happened to him. Then Piraeus came up with Theoclymenus, whom he had escorted through the town to the place of assembly, and then Telemachus at once joined them. When the maids had washed and anointed them, and had given them cloaks and shirts, they took their seats at table. A servant woman then brought them water in a beautiful golden jug, and poured it into a silver basin for them to wash their hands. And she drew a clean table beside them. An upper servant brought them bread, and offered them many food set before them of what there was in the house. Opposite them sat Penelope, reclining on a couch by one of the bearing posts of the cloister, and spinning.
"We went to Pylos and saw Nestor, who took me to his house, and treated me as hospitably as though I were a son of his own,
who had just returned after a long absence. So also did his sons. But he said he had not heard a word from any human being about Odysseus, whether he was alive or dead. He sent me, so, with a chariot and horses to Menelaus. There I saw Helen, for whose sake so many, both Greeks and Trojans, were in the sky's wisdom doomed to suffer. Menelaus asked me what it was that had brought me to Lacedaemon, and I told him the whole truth. And then he said, "So then, these cowards would usurp a brave man's bed." By Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if Odysseus is still the man that he was when he wrestled with Philomeleides in Lesbos, and threw him so heavily that all the Greeks cheered him, if he is still such, and were to come near these suitors, they would have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. As regards your question, however, I will not prevaricate nor deceive you, but what the old man of the sea told me, so much will I tell you in full. May Zeus, the king of the sky, be my witness, and the rites of hospitality, with that hearth of Odysseus to which I now come, that Odysseus himself is even now in Ithaca, and, either going about the country or staying in one place, is inquiring into all these evil deeds and preparing a day of reckoning for the suitors. I saw an omen when I was on the ship which meant this, and I told Telemachus about it. "May it be even so," answered Penelope. "If your words come true, you shall have such gifts and such goodwill from me that all who see you shall congratulate you." Thus did they converse. Dinner is not a bad thing at dinner time. They left their sports as he told them, and when they were within the house, they laid their cloaks on the benches and seats inside, and then sacrificed some sheep, goats, pigs, and a heifer, all of them fat and well grown. Thus they made ready for their meal. In the meantime, Odysseus and the swineherd were about starting for the town, and the swineherd said, "Stranger, I suppose you still want to go to town today, as my master said you were to do." "Let us be going. But if you have a stick ready cut, let me have it to walk with, for you say the road is a very rough one." As he spoke, he threw his shabby old tattered wallet over his shoulders, by the cord from which it hung, and Eumaeus gave him a stick to his liking. The two then started, leaving the station in charge of the dogs and herdsmen who remained behind. The swineherd led the way, and his master followed after, looking like some broken-down old tramp as he leaned upon his staff, and his clothes were all in rags. When he saw Eumaeus and Odysseus, he reviled them with outrageous and unseemly language, which made Odysseus very angry. "There you go," cried he, "and a precious pair you are. See how the sky brings birds of the same feather to one another. Where, pray, master swineherd, are you taking this poor miserable object? It would make anyone sick to see such a creature at table. A fellow like this never won a prize for anything in his life, but will go about rubbing his shoulders against every man's doorpost, and begging, not for swords and cauldrons like a man, but only for a few scraps not worth begging for." "I say so, and it shall surely be. If he goes near Odysseus' house, he will get his head broken by the stools they will fling at him, till they turn him out." On this, as he passed, he gave Odysseus a kick on the hip out of pure wantonness. But Odysseus stood firm, and did not budge from the path. For a moment he doubted whether or no to fly at Melanthius and kill him with his staff, or fling him to the ground and beat his brains out. He resolved, however, to endure it and keep himself in check.
But the swineherd looked straight at Melanthius and rebuked him, lifting up his hands and praying to the sky as he did so.
Some day or other, I will put you on board ship and take you to a foreign country, where I can sell you and pocket the money you will fetch. I wish I were as sure that Apollo would strike Telemachus dead this very day, or that the suitors would kill him, as I am that Odysseus will never come home again. With this, he left them to come on at their leisure, while he went quickly forward and soon reached the house of his master. When he got there, he went in and took his seat among the suitors opposite Eurymachus, who liked him better than any of the others. The outer court has a wall with battlements all round it. The doors are double folding and of good workmanship. It would be a hard matter to take it by force of arms. I perceive, too, that there are many people banqueting within it, for there is a smell of roast food, and I hear a sound of music, which the gods have made to go along with feasting. Then Eumaeus said, "You have perceived aright, as indeed you generally do. But let us think what will be our best course. Will you go inside first and join the suitors, leaving me here behind you? Or will you wait here and let me go in first? But a man cannot hide away the cravings of a hungry belly. This is an enemy which gives much trouble to all men. It is because of this that ships are fitted out to sail the seas, and to make war upon other people." As they were thus talking, a dog that had been lying asleep raised his head and pricked up his ears. This was Argos, whom Odysseus had bred before setting out for Troy, but he had never had any work out of him. When Odysseus saw the dog on the other side of the yard, he dashed a tear from his eyes without Eumaeus seeing it, and said, "Eumaeus, what a noble hound that is over there on the manure heap. His build is splendid. Is he as fine a fellow as he looks, or is he only one of those dogs that come begging about a table, and are kept merely for show?" "This hound," answered Eumaeus, "belonged to him who has died in a far country. If he were what he was when Odysseus left for Troy, he would soon show you what he could do." Telemachus saw Eumaeus long before anyone else did, and beckoned him to come and sit beside him. So he looked about, and saw a seat lying near where the carver sat serving out their portions to the suitors. He picked it up, brought it to Telemachus's table, and sat down opposite him. Then the servant brought him his portion, and gave him bread from the bread basket. Immediately afterwards, Odysseus came inside, looking like a poor, miserable old beggar, leaning on his staff and with his clothes all in rags. Telemachus took a whole loaf from the bread basket, with as much food as he could hold in his 2 hands, and said to Eumaeus, "Take this to the stranger, and tell him to go the round of the suitors and beg from them. A beggar must not be shamefaced." So Eumaeus went up to him and said, "Stranger, Telemachus sends you this, and says you are to go the round of the suitors begging, for beggars must not be shamefaced." Odysseus answered, "May King Zeus grant all happiness to Telemachus, and fulfill the desire of his heart." Then with both hands he took what Telemachus had sent him, and laid it on the dirty old wallet at his feet. "The swineherd brought him here, but I know nothing about the man himself, nor where he comes from." On this, Antinous began to abuse the swineherd. "You precious idiot," he cried. "What have you brought this man to town for? Have we not tramps and beggars enough already to pester us as we sit at food? Do you think it a small thing that such people gather here to waste your master's property? And must you needs bring this man as well?" And Eumaeus answered, "Antinous, your birth is good,
but your words evil. It was no doing of mine that he came here.
You are always harder on Odysseus's servants than any of the other suitors are, and above all on me.
But I do not care, so long as Telemachus and Penelope are alive and here. But Telemachus said, "Hush, do not answer him. Antinous has the bitterest tongue of all the suitors, and he makes the others worse." Then turning to Antinous, he said, "Antinous, you take as much care of my interests as though I were your son. Why should you want to see this stranger turned out of the house? The sky forbid. Take something and give it him yourself. I do not grudge it. I bid you take it. Never mind my mother, nor any of the other servants in the house."
If all the suitors were to give him as much as I will, he would not come here again for another 3 months.
As he spoke, he drew the stool on which he rested his dainty feet from under the table, and made as though he would throw it at Odysseus. But the other suitors all gave him something, and filled his wallet with bread and food. He was about to go back to the threshold and eat what the suitors had given him, but he first went up to Antinous and said, "Sir, give me something. You are not surely the poorest man here. You seem to be a chief, foremost among them all."
But the men disobeyed my orders, took to their own devices, and ravaged the land of the Egyptians, killing the men and taking their wives and children captives. The alarm was soon carried to the city, and when they heard the war cry, the people came out at daybreak till the plain was filled with soldiers, horse and foot, and with the gleam of armour. Then Zeus spread panic among my men, and they would no longer face the enemy, for they found themselves surrounded. The Egyptians killed many of us, and took the rest alive to do forced labour for them.
Get out, into the open part of the court, or I will give you Egypt and Cyprus over again for your arrogance and importunity. You have begged of all the others, and they have given you lavishly, for they have abundance round them, and it is easy to be free with other people's property when there is plenty of it." On this, Odysseus began to move off, and said, "Your looks, my fine sir, are better than your breeding."
"Listen to me," he cried, "you suitors of Queen Penelope, that I may speak even as I am minded. A man knows neither ache nor pain if he gets hit while fighting for his money, or for his sheep, or his cattle. And even so Antinous has hit me while in the service of my miserable belly, which is always getting people into trouble. Still, if the poor have gods and avenging deities at all, I pray them that Antinous may come to a bad end before his marriage. Sit where you are and eat your victuals in silence, or be off elsewhere," shouted Antinous. Meanwhile, Telemachus was furious about the blow that had been given to his father, and though no tear fell from him, he shook his head in silence and brooded on his revenge. Now when Penelope heard that the beggar had been struck in the banqueting cloister, she said before her maids, "Would that Apollo would so strike you, Antinous." And her waiting woman, Eurynome, answered, "If our prayers were answered, not one of the suitors would ever again see the sun rise." Then Penelope said, "Nurse, I hate every single one of them, for they mean nothing but mischief. But I hate Antinous like the darkness of death itself. A poor unfortunate tramp has come begging about the house for sheer want." Then she called for the swineherd and said, "Eumaeus, go and tell the stranger to come here. I want to see him and ask him some questions. He seems to have travelled much,
and he may have seen or heard something of my unhappy husband." To this you answered, O swineherd Eumaeus, "If these Greeks, madam, would only keep quiet, you would be charmed with the history of his adventures. I had him 3 days and 3 nights with me in my hut, which was the first place he reached after running away from his ship, and he has not yet completed the story of his misfortunes. As for the suitors, let them take their pleasure indoors or out as they will, for they have nothing to fret about. Their corn and wine remain unwasted in their houses, with none but servants to consume them, while they keep hanging about our house day after day, sacrificing our oxen, sheep, and fat goats for their banquets, and never giving so much as a thought to the quantity of wine they drink. No estate can stand such recklessness, for we have now no Odysseus to protect us. If he were to come again, he and his son would soon have their revenge." As she spoke, Telemachus sneezed so loudly that the whole house resounded with it. "Furthermore, I say, and lay my saying to your heart, if I am satisfied that the stranger is speaking the truth, I shall give him a shirt and cloak of good wear." When Eumaeus heard this, he went straight to Odysseus and said, "Father, stranger, my mistress Penelope, mother of Telemachus, has sent for you. She is in great grief, but she wishes to hear anything you can tell her about her husband. And if she is satisfied that you are speaking the truth, she will give you a shirt and cloak, which are the very things that you are most in want of. Tell Penelope so, to be patient, and wait till sundown. Let her give me a seat close up to the fire, for my clothes are worn very thin. You know they are, for you have seen them ever since I first asked you to help me. She can then ask me about the return of her husband." The swineherd went back when he heard this, and Penelope said as she saw him cross the threshold, "Why do you not bring him here, Eumaeus? Is he afraid that someone will ill-treat him? Or is he shy of coming inside the house at all? Beggars should not be shamefaced." To this you answered, "O swineherd Eumaeus, the stranger is quite reasonable." Then he went up to Telemachus and said in his ear, so that none could overhear him, "My dear sir, I will now go back to the pigs to see after your property and my own business. You will look to what is going on here, but above all, be careful to keep out of danger, for there are many who bear you ill will. May Zeus bring them to a bad end before they do us a mischief." "Very well," replied Telemachus. "Go home when you have had your dinner, and in the morning come here with the victims we are to sacrifice for the day." Now there came a certain common tramp who used to go begging all over the city of Ithaca, and was notorious as an incorrigible glutton and drunkard. This man had no strength nor stay in him, but he was a great hulking fellow to look at. His real name, the one his mother gave him, was Arneus, but the young men of the place called him Irus, because he used to run errands for anyone who would send him. As soon as he came, he began to insult Odysseus, and to try and drive him out of his own house. "Be off, old man," he cried, "from the doorway, or you shall be dragged out neck and heels. There is room enough in this doorway for the pair of us, and you need not grudge me things that are not yours to give. You seem to be just such another tramp as myself, but perhaps the gods will give us better luck after a while. Do not, however, talk too much about fighting, or you will incense me, and old though I am, I shall cover your mouth and chest with blood. I shall have more peace tomorrow if I do, for you will not come to the house of Odysseus any more." Iris was very angry and answered, "You filthy glutton! You run on trippingly like an old fish fag.
The stranger and Iris have quarrelled and are going to fight. Let us set them on to do so at once."
The suitors all came up laughing and gathered round the two ragged tramps. "Listen to me," said Antinous. "There are some goat's paunches down at the fire, which we have filled with blood and fat and set aside for supper. He who is victorious and proves himself to be the better man shall have his pick of the lot.
Whoever strikes you will have to fight more than one. I am host, and the other chiefs, Antinous and Eurymachus, both of them men of understanding, are of the same mind as I am." Everyone assented, and Odysseus girded his old rags about his loins, thus baring his stalwart thighs, his broad chest and shoulders, and his mighty arms. But Athena came to him, and made his limbs even stronger still.
"I say so, and it shall surely be. If he beats you, and proves himself the better man, I shall pack you off on board ship to the mainland, and send you to King Echetus, who kills every one that comes near him. He will cut off your nose and ears, and draw out your entrails for the dogs to eat."
This frightened Iris still more, but they brought him into the middle of the court, and the two men raised their hands to fight. Then Odysseus considered whether he should let drive so hard at him as to make an end of him then and there, or whether he should give him a lighter blow that should only knock him down.
There he propped him up against the wall, and put his staff in his hands. "Sit here," said he, "and keep the dogs and pigs off. You are a pitiful creature, and if you try to make yourself king of the beggars any more, you shall fare still worse." Then he threw his dirty old wallet, all tattered and torn, over his shoulder, with the cord by which it hung, and went back to sit down upon the threshold. But the suitors went within the cloisters, laughing and saluting him. "May Zeus and all the other gods," said they, "grant you whatever you want, for having put an end to the importunity of this insatiable tramp." Amphinomus took 2 loaves out of the bread basket and brought them to him, pledging him as he did so in a golden goblet of wine. "Good luck to you," he said, "father stranger. You are very badly off at present, but I hope you will have better times after a while." To this Odysseus answered, "Amphinomus, you seem to be a man of good understanding, as indeed you may well be, seeing whose son you are. I have heard your father well spoken of. He is Nisus of Dulichium, a man both brave and wealthy. They tell me you are his son, and you appear to be a considerable person. Listen so, and take heed to what I am saying. I know all about it, for I was a rich man once, and did much wrong in the stubbornness of my pride, and in the confidence that my father and my brothers would support me. So let a man fear God in all things always, and take the good that the sky may see fit to send him without vain glory. Consider the infamy of what these suitors are doing. See how they are wasting the estate and doing dishonour to the wife of one who is certain to return some day, and that too not long from here. Nay, he will be here soon." Then Athena put it into the mind of Penelope to show herself to the suitors, that she might make them still more enamoured of her, and win still further honour from her son and husband. So she feigned a mocking laugh and said, "Eurynome, I have changed my mind, and have a fancy to show myself to the suitors, although I detest them. I should like also to give my son a hint that he had better not have anything more to do with them. They speak fairly enough, but they mean mischief." "My dear child," answered Eurynome,
all that you have said is true. Go and tell your son about it. But first wash yourself and anoint your face.
They must be with me when I am in the cloister. I am not going among the men alone. It would not be proper for me to do so."
On this, the old woman went out of the room to bid the maids go to their mistress. In the meantime, Athena thought of another matter and sent Penelope off into a sweet slumber. So she lay down on her couch, and her limbs became heavy with sleep. Then the goddess shed grace and beauty over her, that all the Greeks might admire her. She washed her face with the ambrosial loveliness that Aphrodite wears when she goes dancing with the Graces.
I wish Artemis would let me die so sweetly now at this very moment, that I might no longer waste in despair for the loss of my dear husband, who possessed every kind of good quality, and was the most distinguished man among the Greeks. With these words she came down from her upper room, not alone, but attended by 2 of her maidens, and when she reached the suitors she stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, holding a veil before her face, and with a staid servant woman on either side of her.
"What is all this disturbance that has been going on? And how came you to allow a stranger to be so disgracefully ill-treated? What would have happened if he had suffered serious injury while a suppliant in our house? Surely this would have been very discreditable to you."
"I am not surprised, my dear mother, at your displeasure," replied Telemachus. "I understand all about it, and know when things are not as they should be, which I could not do when I was younger. I cannot, however, behave with perfect propriety at all times. First one, and then another of these wicked people here keeps driving me out of my mind, and I have no one to stand by me.
See how he nods his head like a drunken man. He has had such a thrashing that he cannot stand on his feet, nor get back to his home, wherever that may be, for he has no strength left in him." Thus did they converse. Eurymachus then came up and said, "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius, if all the Greeks in Iasian Argos could see you at this moment, you would have still more suitors in your house by tomorrow morning, for you are the most admirable woman in the whole world, both as regards personal beauty and strength of understanding." To this Penelope replied, "Eurymachus, the sky robbed me of all my beauty, whether of face or figure, when the Greeks set sail for Troy, and my dear husband with them. They are excellent also at fighting from chariots, and nothing decides the issue of a fight sooner than this. I know not, so, whether the sky will send me back to you, or whether I may not fall over there at Troy. In the meantime, do you look after things here. Take care of my father and mother as at present, and even more so during my absence. But when you see our son growing a beard, then marry whom you will, and leave this your present home." This is what he said, and now it is all coming true. When men are courting a woman who they think will be a good wife to them, and who is of noble birth, and when they are each trying to win her for himself, they usually bring oxen and sheep to feast the friends of the lady, and they make her magnificent presents, instead of eating up other people's property without paying for it. This was what she said, and Odysseus was glad when he heard her trying to get presents out of the suitors, and flattering them with fair words, which he knew she did not mean. Then Antinous said, "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius, take as many presents as you please from anyone who will give them to you." Eurydamas's 2 men returned with some earrings fashioned into 3 brilliant pendants which glistened most beautifully, while King Pisander, son of Polyctor, gave her a necklace of the rarest workmanship, and everyone else brought her a beautiful present of some kind. Then the queen went back to her room upstairs,
and her maids brought the presents after her. Meanwhile, the suitors took to singing and dancing, and stayed till evening came. They danced and sang till it grew dark. They then brought in 3 braziers to give light, and piled them up with chopped firewood, very old and dry, and they lit torches from them, which the maids held up turn and turn about.
She was daughter to Dolius, but had been brought up by Penelope, who used to give her toys to play with, and looked after her when she was a child. But in spite of all this, she showed no consideration for the sorrows of her mistress, and used to misconduct herself with Eurymachus, with whom she was in love. "Poor wretch," said she, "are you gone clean out of your mind? Go and sleep in some smithy or place of public gossips, instead of chattering here. Are you not ashamed of opening your mouth before your betters? So many of them too. Has the wine been getting into your head, or do you always babble in this way?" But Odysseus took his stand near the burning braziers, holding up torches and looking at the people, brooding the while on things that should surely come to pass. But Athena would not let the suitors for one moment cease their arrogance, for she wanted Odysseus to become even more bitter against them. She so set Eurymachus, son of Polybus, on to gibe at him, which made the others laugh. "Listen to me," said he, "you suitors of Queen Penelope, that I may speak even as I am minded. It is not for nothing that this man has come to the house of Odysseus, not you. For you have got into bad ways, and do not want to work. You had rather fill your belly by going round the country begging." "Eurymachus," answered Odysseus, "if you and I were to work one against the other in early summer, when the days are at their longest, give me a good scythe, and take another yourself, and let us see which will last the longer, or mow the stronger, from dawn till dark, when the mowing grass is about. Or, if you will plough against me, let us each take a yoke of tawny oxen, well mated and of great strength and endurance. Turn me into a 4-acre field, and see whether you or I can drive the straighter furrow." He scowled at him and cried, "You wretch, I will soon pay you out for daring to say such things to me, and in public too. Has the wine been getting into your head, or do you always babble in this way? You seem to have lost your wits, because you beat the tramp Irus." With this he caught hold of a footstool, but Odysseus sought protection at the knees of Amphinomus of Dulichium, for he was afraid. The stool hit the cupbearer on his right hand and knocked him down. The man fell with a cry, flat on his back, and his wine jug fell ringing to the ground. "I do not wish to drive any of you away, but you have had your suppers, and the sooner you all go home to bed, the better." The suitors bit their lips and marveled at the boldness of his speech. But Amphinomus, the son of Nisus, who was son to Arretius, said, "Do not let us take offense. It is reasonable, so let us make no answer. Neither let us do violence to the stranger, nor to any of Odysseus's servants. Let the cupbearer go round with the drink offerings, that we may make them and go home to our rest." Odysseus was left in the cloister, pondering on the means whereby, with Athena's help, he might be able to kill the suitors. Soon he said to Telemachus, "Telemachus, we must get the armour together and take it down inside. Make some excuse when the suitors ask you why you have removed it. Say that you have taken it to be out of the way of the smoke, because it is no longer what it was when Odysseus went away, but has become soiled and begrimed with soot. I want to take it down where the smoke cannot reach it." "I wish, child," answered Euryclea, that you would take the management of the house into your own hands altogether, and look after all the property yourself. But who is to go with you and light you to the storeroom? The maids would have done so, but you would not let them. The stranger, said Telemachus, shall show me a light. When people eat my bread, they must earn it, no matter where they come from. Euryclea did as she was told, and bolted the women inside their room. Then Odysseus and his son made all haste to take the helmets, shields, and spears inside. Your mother, in her grief, will ask me all sorts of questions. On this, Telemachus went by torchlight to the other side of the inner court, to the room in which he always slept. There he lay in his bed till morning, while Odysseus was left in the cloister, pondering on the means whereby, with Athena's help, he might be able to kill the suitors. Then Penelope came down from her room, looking like Aphrodite or Artemis, and they set her a seat, inlaid with scrolls of silver and ivory near the fire, in her accustomed place. It had been made by Icmalius, and had a footstool all in one piece with the seat itself. They emptied the embers out of the braziers, and heaped much wood upon them to give both light and heat. But Melantho began to rail at Odysseus a second time, and said, Stranger, do you mean to plague us by hanging about the house all night and spying upon the women? Be off, you wretch, outside, and eat your supper there, or you shall be driven out with a firebrand. Odysseus scowled at her and answered, My good woman, why should you be so angry with me? Is it because I am not clean, and my clothes are all in rags, and because I am obliged to go begging about after the manner of tramps and beggars generally? Moreover, though he be dead as you think he is, yet by Apollo's will he has left a son behind him, Telemachus, who will note anything done amiss by the maids in the house, for he is now no longer in his boyhood. Penelope heard what he was saying, and scolded the maid. Impudent baggage, said she. I see how abominably you are behaving, and you shall smart for it. Tell me of your town and parents. Madam, answered Odysseus, who on the face of the whole earth can dare to chide with you? Your fame reaches the firmament of the sky itself. You are like some blameless king, who upholds righteousness as the monarch over a great and valiant nation. The earth yields its wheat and barley. The trees are loaded with fruit. The ewes bring forth lambs, and the sea abounds with fish by reason of his virtues, and his people do good deeds under him. Even so, as I sit here in your house, ask me some other question, and do not seek to know my race and family, or you will recall memories that will yet more increase my sorrow. If he were to return and look after my affairs, I should be both more respected and should show a better presence to the world. As it is, I am oppressed with care, and with the afflictions which Sky has seen fit to heap upon me. The chiefs from all our islands, Dulichium, Same, and Zacynthus, as also from Ithaca itself, are wooing me against my will, and are wasting my estate. I can so show no attention to strangers nor suppliants, nor to people who say that they are skilled artisans, but am all the time broken-hearted about Odysseus. They want me to marry again at once, and I have to invent stratagems in order to deceive them. He is very rich, and the women of the place will talk if he is laid out without a pall. This was what I said, and they assented. And then I used to keep working at my great web all day long, but at night I would unpick the stitches again by torchlight. I fooled them in this way for 3 years without their finding it out, but as time wore on, and I was now in my 4th year, in the waning of moons, and many days had been accomplished, those good-for-nothing hussies, my maids, betrayed me to the suitors, who broke in upon me and caught me. Still,
notwithstanding all this, tell me who you are and where you come from, for you must have had father and mother of some sort. You cannot be the son of an oak or of a rock."
Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, since you persist in asking me about my family, I will answer, no matter what it costs me. People must expect to be pained when they have been exiles as long as I have, and suffered as much among as many peoples. Even so, as regards your question, I will tell you all you ask. There is a fair and fruitful island in mid-ocean called Crete. Idomeneus sailed for Troy, and I, who am the younger, am called Aethon. My brother, however, was at once the older and the more valiant of the two. From here it was in Crete that I saw Odysseus and showed him hospitality, for the winds took him there as he was on his way to Troy, carrying him out of his course from Cape Malea and leaving him in Amnisus off the cave of Ilithuia, where the harbours are difficult to enter, and he could hardly find shelter from the winds that were then raging.
I suppose some unfriendly god had raised it for them, but on the 13th day the wind dropped, and they got away." Many a plausible tale did Odysseus further tell her, and Penelope wept as she listened, for her heart was melted. As the snow wastes upon the mountain tops when the winds from south, east, and west have breathed upon it, and thawed it till the rivers run bank full with water, even so did her cheeks overflow with tears for the husband who was all the time sitting by her side. 20 years are come and gone since he left my home and went elsewhither, but I will tell you as well as I can recollect. Odysseus wore a mantle of purple wool, double-lined, and it was fastened by a gold brooch with 2 catches for the pin. On the face of this there was a device that showed a dog holding a spotted fawn between his forepaws and watching it as it lay panting upon the ground. Everyone marvelled at the way in which these things had been done in gold, the dog looking at the fawn and strangling it, while the fawn was struggling convulsively to escape. I myself gave him a sword of bronze and a beautiful purple mantle, double-lined, with a shirt that went down to his feet, and I sent him on board his ship with every mark of honour. He had a servant with him, a little older than himself, and I can tell you what he was like. His shoulders were hunched, he was dark, and he had thick curly hair. His name was Eurybates, and Odysseus treated him with greater familiarity than he did any of the others, as being the most like-minded with himself. Penelope was moved still more deeply as she heard the indisputable proofs that Odysseus laid before her. Alas, I shall never welcome him home again. It was by an ill fate that he ever set out for that detested city, whose very name I cannot bring myself even to mention. Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, do not disfigure yourself further by grieving thus bitterly for your loss, though I can hardly blame you for doing so. A woman who has loved her husband and borne him children would naturally be grieved at losing him, even though he were a worse man than Odysseus, who, they say, was like a god. Still, cease your tears, and listen to what I can tell you." But Odysseus stuck to the keel of the ship, and was drifted on to the land of the Phaeacians, who are near of kin to the immortals, and who treated him as though he had been a god, giving him many presents, and wishing to escort him home safe and sound. In fact, Odysseus would have been here long ago, had he not thought better to go from land to land gathering wealth. For there is no man living who is so wily as he is. There is no one can compare with him. So you may know he is safe, and will be here shortly. He is close at hand, and cannot remain away from home much longer.
Even so, I will confirm my words with an oath, and call Zeus, who is the first and mightiest of all gods, to witness, as also that hearth of Odysseus to which I have now come, that all I have spoken shall surely come to pass. Odysseus will return in this self-same year, with the end of this moon and the beginning of the next. He will be here."
"May it be even so," answered Penelope. "If your words come true, you shall have such gifts and such goodwill from me that all who see you shall congratulate you. And now, you maids, wash his feet for him, and make him a bed on a couch with rugs and blankets, that he may be warm and quiet till morning. Then, at daybreak, wash him and anoint him again, that he may sit in the cloister and take his meals with Telemachus. It shall be the worse for any one of these hateful people who is uncivil to him. Like it or not, he shall have no more to do in this house. For how, sir, shall you be able to learn whether or no I am superior to others of my sex, both in goodness of heart and understanding, if I let you dine in my cloisters, squalid and ill-clad? I will lie as I have lain on many a sleepless night hitherto. Night after night have I passed in any rough sleeping place, and waited for morning. Nor again do I like having my feet washed. I shall not let any of the young hussies about your house touch my feet. But if you have any old and respectable woman who has gone through as much trouble as I have, I will allow her to wash them." To this, Penelope said, "My dear sir, of all the guests who ever yet came to my house, there never was one who spoke in all things with such admirable propriety as you do. I am certain no one was ever more God-fearing than yourself, and yet Zeus hates you. No one in the whole world ever burned him more thigh bones, nor gave him finer hecatombs when you prayed you might come to a green old age yourself, and see your son grow up to take after you. Yet see how he has prevented you alone from ever getting back to your own home. I have no doubt the women in some foreign palace which Odysseus has got to are jibing at him, as all these sluts here have been jibing at you. I do not wonder at your not choosing to let them wash you, after the manner in which they have insulted you. I will wash your feet myself, gladly enough, as Penelope has said that I am to do so. I will wash them both for Penelope's sake and for your own, for you have raised the most lively feelings of compassion in my mind. And let me say this, moreover, which pray attend to. Hermes himself had endowed him with this gift, for he used to burn the thigh bones of goats and kids to him, so he took pleasure in his companionship. It happened once that Autolycus had gone to Ithaca and had found the child of his daughter just born. As soon as he had done supper, Euryclea set the infant upon his knees and said, "Autolycus, you must find a name for your grandson. You greatly wish that you might have one." "Son-in-law and daughter," replied Autolycus. "Call the child thus. I am highly displeased with a large number of people in one place and another, both men and women. So name the child Odysseus, or the child of anger." They brought in a 5-year-old bull, flayed it, made it ready, and divided it into joints. These they then cut carefully up into smaller pieces and spitted them. They roasted them sufficiently and served the portions round. Thus, through the livelong day to the going down of the sun, they feasted, and every man had his full share, so that all were satisfied. But when the sun set and it came on dark, they went to bed and enjoyed the boon of sleep. When the child of morning,
rosy-fingered dawn appeared. The sons of Autolycus went out with their hounds hunting, and Odysseus went too. They climbed the wooded slopes of Parnassus and soon reached its breezy upland valleys. Here was the lair of a huge boar among some thick brushwood, so dense that the wind and rain could not get through it, nor could the sun's rays pierce it, and the ground underneath lay thick with fallen leaves. The boar heard the noise of the men's feet, and the hounds baying on every side as the huntsman came to him. So he rushed from his lair, raised the bristles on his neck, and stood at bay, with fire flashing from his eyes. But when Autolycus and his sons had thoroughly healed Odysseus, they made him some splendid presents, and sent him back to Ithaca with much mutual goodwill. When he got back, his father and mother were rejoiced to see him, and asked him all about it, and how he had hurt himself to get the scar. So he told them how the boar had ripped him when he was out hunting with Autolycus and his sons on Mount Parnassus. As soon as Euryclea had got the scarred limb in her hands, and had well hold of it, she recognized it, and dropped the foot at once. "Since it has been borne in upon you by the sky to recognize me, hold your tongue, and do not say a word about it to anyone else in the house, for if you do, I tell you, and it shall surely be, that if the sky grants me to take the lives of these suitors, I will not spare you, though you are my own nurse, when I am killing the other women." "My child," answered Euryclea, "what do you mean? You know very well that nothing can either bend or break me. I will hold my tongue like a stone or a piece of iron. Furthermore, let me say, and lay my saying to your heart, when Sky has delivered the suitors into your hand, I will give you a list of the women in the house who have been ill-behaved, and of those who are guiltless." And Odysseus answered, "Nurse, you ought not to speak in that way. I am well able to form my own opinion about one and all of them. Hold your tongue, and leave everything to the sky." As he said this, Euryclea left the cloister to fetch some more water, for the first had been all spilt. As the dun nightingale, daughter of Pandareus, sings in the early spring from her seat in shadiest covert hid, and with many a plaintive trill pours out the tale, how by mishap she killed her own child Italus, son of King Zethus. Even so does my mind toss and turn in its uncertainty, whether I ought to stay with my son here, and safeguard my substance, my bondsmen, and the greatness of my house, out of regard to public opinion and the memory of my late husband, or whether it is not now time for me to go with the best of these suitors, who are wooing me and making me such magnificent presents. I dreamed that a great eagle came swooping down from a mountain, and dug his curved beak into the neck of each of them, till he had killed them all. Soon he soared off into the sky, and left them lying dead about the yard. And then I wept in my dream till all my maids gathered round me, so piteously was I grieving because the eagle had killed my geese. Then he came back again, and perching on a projecting rafter, spoke to me with human voice, and told me to leave off crying. "Be of good courage," he said, "daughter of Icarius. This is no dream, but a vision of good omen that shall surely come to pass. The death of the suitors is portended, and not one single one of them will escape." And Penelope answered, "Stranger, dreams are very curious and unaccountable things, and they do not by any means invariably come true. There are two gates through which these unsubstantial fancies proceed. The one is of horn, and the other ivory.
Those that come through the gate of ivory are fatuous, but those from the gate of horn mean something to those that see them. I do not think, however, that my own dream came through the gate of horn, though I and my son should be most thankful if it proves to have done so. I shall make the suitors try to do the same thing, and whichever of them can string the bow most easily, and send his arrow through all the 12 axes, him will I follow, and quit this house of my lawful husband, so goodly and so abounding in wealth. But even so, I doubt not that I shall remember it in my dreams." Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, you need not defer your tournament, for Odysseus will return before ever they can string the bow, handle it how they will, and send their arrows through the iron." To this Penelope said, "As long, sir, as you will sit here and talk to me, I can have no desire to go to bed." Odysseus slept in the cloister upon an undressed bullock's hide, on the top of which he threw several skins of the sheep the suitors had eaten, and Eurynome threw a cloak over him after he had laid himself down. There then Odysseus lay, wakefully brooding upon the way in which he should kill the suitors. And after a while, the women who had been in the habit of misconducting themselves with them left the house, giggling and laughing with one another. This made Odysseus very angry, and he doubted whether to get up and kill every single one of them then and there, or to let them sleep one more and last time with the suitors. His heart growled within him, and as a bitch with puppies growls and shows her teeth when she sees a stranger, so did his heart growl with anger at the evil deeds that were being done. But he beat his breast and said, "Heart, be still. You had worse than this to bear on the day when the terrible Cyclops ate your brave companions. And there is this further difficulty, which is still more considerable. Supposing that with Zeus's and your assistance I succeed in killing them, I must ask you to consider where I am to escape to from their avengers when it is all over." "For shame," replied Athena. "Why, anyone else would trust a worse ally than myself, even though that ally were only a mortal and less wise than I am. Am I not a goddess? And have I not protected you throughout in all your troubles? I tell you plainly that even though there were 50 bands of men surrounding us and eager to kill us, you should take all their sheep and cattle and drive them away with you." When she had relieved herself by weeping, she prayed to Artemis, saying, "Great goddess Artemis, daughter of Zeus, drive an arrow into my heart and slay me. Or let some whirlwind snatch me up and bear me through paths of darkness, till it drop me into the mouths of overflowing Oceanus, as it did the daughters of Pandarius." The daughters of Pandarius lost their father and mother, for the gods killed them, so they were left orphans. But Aphrodite took care of them, and fed them on cheese, honey, and sweet wine. Hera taught them to excel all women in beauty of form and understanding. Artemis gave them an imposing presence, and Athena endowed them with every kind of accomplishment. Even so, I wish that the gods who live in the sky would hide me from mortal sight, or that fair Artemis might strike me, for I would fain go even beneath the sad earth, if I might do so still looking towards Odysseus only, and without having to yield myself to a worse man than he was. Besides, no matter how much people may grieve by day, they can put up with it so long as they can sleep at night. For when the eyes are closed in slumber, people forget good and ill alike.
whereas my misery haunts me even in my dreams."
He lifted up his hands to the sky and prayed, saying, "Father Zeus, since you have seen fit to bring me over land and sea to my own home after all the afflictions you have laid upon me, give me a sign out of the mouth of someone or other of those who are now waking within the house. And let me have another sign of some kind from outside." Thus did he pray. Zeus heard his prayer, and at once thundered high up among the clouds from the splendour of Olympus, and Odysseus was glad when he heard it. At the same time within the house, a miller woman from hard by in the mill room lifted up her voice and gave him another sign. "Father Zeus," said she, "you who rule over sky and earth, you have thundered from a clear sky without so much as a cloud in it, and this means something for somebody. Grant the prayer, then, of me, your poor servant who calls upon you, and let this be the very last day that the suitors dine in the house of Odysseus. They have worn me out with labour of grinding meal for them, and I hope they may never have another dinner anywhere at all." Odysseus was glad when he heard the omens conveyed to him by the woman's speech, and by the thunder, for he knew they meant that he should avenge himself on the suitors. He girded his sword about his shoulder, bound his sandals onto his comely feet, and took a doughty spear with a point of sharpened bronze. Then he went to the threshold of the cloister and said to Euryclea, "Nurse, did you make the stranger comfortable, both as regards bed and board, or did you let him shift for himself? For my mother, good woman though she is, has a way of paying great attention to second-rate people, and of neglecting others who are in reality much better men." "Do not find fault, child," said Euryclea, "when there is no one to find fault with." But Euryclea called the maids and said, "Come, wake up. Set about sweeping the cloisters and sprinkling them with water to lay the dust. Put the covers on the seats. Wipe down the tables, some of you, with a wet sponge. Clean out the mixing jugs and the cups, and go for water from the fountain at once. The suitors will be here directly. They will be here early, for it is a feast day." Thus did she speak, and they did even as she had said. 20 of them went to the fountain for water, and the others set themselves busily to work about the house. The men who were in attendance on the suitors also came up and began chopping firewood. They tied the goats up under the gatehouse, and then Melanthius began gibing at Odysseus. "Are you still here, stranger?" said he, "to pester people by begging about the house? Why can you not go elsewhere? You and I shall not come to an understanding before we have given each other a taste of our fists. You beg without any sense of decency. Are there not feasts elsewhere among the Greeks, as well as here?" Odysseus made no answer, but bowed his head and brooded. Then a third man, Phaeacius, joined them, who was bringing in a barren heifer and some goats. These were brought over by the boatmen who are there to take people over when anyone comes to them. "Is he one of your men? What is his family? Where does he come from? Poor fellow, he looks as if he had been some great man. But the gods give sorrow to whom they will, even to kings if it so pleases them." As he spoke, he went up to Odysseus and saluted him with his right hand. "Good day to you, father stranger," said he. "You seem to be very poorly off now, but I hope you will have better times after a while." "Father Zeus, of all gods you are the most malicious. We are your own children, yet you show us no mercy in all our misery and afflictions. If he is already dead, and in the house of Hades, then, alas, from my good master, who made me his stockman when I was quite young among the Cephalenians, and now his cattle are countless. No one could have done better with them than I have, for they have bred like ears of corn. Even so, I have to keep bringing them in for others to eat, who give no thought to his son, though he is in the house, and fear not the wrath of the sky, but are already eager to divide Odysseus's property among them, because he has been away so long.
By Zeus, the chief of all gods, and by that hearth of Odysseus to which I am now come, Odysseus shall return before you leave this place, and if you are so minded, you shall see him killing the suitors who are now masters here. If Zeus were to bring this to pass, replied the stockman, you should see how I would do my very utmost to help him. And in like manner, Eumaeus prayed that Odysseus might return home. Thus did they converse. Meanwhile, the suitors were hatching a plot to murder Telemachus, but a bird flew near them on their left hand, an eagle with a dove in its talons. Then they laid their hands upon the food set before them.
Telemachus purposely made Odysseus sit in the part of the cloister that was paved with stone. He gave him a shabby-looking seat at a little table to himself, and had his portion of the inward meats brought to him, with his wine in a gold cup. "Sit there," said he, "and drink your wine among the great people. I will put a stop to the jibes and blows of the suitors, for this is no public house, but belongs to Odysseus, and has passed from him to me." Meanwhile, the heralds were bringing the holy great sacrifice through the city, and the Greeks gathered under the shady grove of Apollo. Then they roasted the outer food, drew it off the spits, gave every man his portion, and feasted to their heart's content. Those who waited at table gave Odysseus exactly the same portion as the others had, for Telemachus had told them to do so. But Athena would not let the suitors for one moment drop their arrogance, for she wanted Odysseus to become still more bitter against them. Now there happened to be among them a ribald fellow, whose name was Ctesippus, and who came from Same. I will, however, make him a present on my own account, that he may have something to give to the bathwoman, or to some other of Odysseus's servants. As he spoke, he picked up a heifer's foot from the food basket in which it lay, and threw it at Odysseus, but Odysseus turned his head a little aside, and avoided it, smiling grimly Sardinian fashion as he did so, and it hit the wall, not him. On this Telemachus spoke fiercely to Ctesippus. "It is a good thing for you," said he, "that the stranger turned his head so that you missed him.
Still, if you wish to kill me, kill me. I would far rather die than see such disgraceful scenes day after day, guests insulted, and men dragging the women servants about the house in an unseemly way." They all held their peace till at last Aegean, son of Damastor, said, "No one should take offense at what has just been said, nor gainsay it, for it is quite reasonable. Leave off so ill-treating the stranger, or anyone else of the servants who are about the house. Thus you will yourself be able to manage your own inheritance, and to eat and drink in peace, while your mother will look after some other man's house, not yours." To this Telemachus answered, "By Zeus, Aegean, and by the sorrows of my unhappy father, who has either perished far from Ithaca, or is wandering in some distant land, I throw no obstacles in the way of my mother's marriage. On the contrary, I urge her to choose whomsoever she will, and I will give her numberless gifts into the bargain. But I dare not insist point blank that she shall leave the house against her own wishes.
There is a shroud of darkness drawn over you from head to foot. Your cheeks are wet with tears. The air is alive with wailing voices. The walls and roof beams drip blood. The gate of the cloisters and the court beyond them are full of ghosts trooping down into the night of hell. The sun is blotted out of the sky, and a blighting gloom is over all the land. Thus did he speak, and they all of them laughed heartily. Eurymachus then said, "This stranger who has lately come here has lost his senses. Servants, turn him out into the streets, since he finds it so dark here." But Theoclymenus said, "Eurymachus, you need not send anyone with me." One arrogant fellow said to him, "Telemachus, you are not happy in your guests. First you have this importunate tramp, who comes begging bread and wine, and has no skill for work or for hard fighting, but is perfectly useless. And now here is another fellow who is setting himself up as a prophet. Let me persuade you, for it will be much better to put them on board ship and send them off to the Sicels to sell for what they will bring." Telemachus gave him no heed, but sat silently watching his father, expecting every moment that he would begin his attack upon the suitors. Athena now put it in Penelope's mind to make the suitors try their skill with the bow and with the iron axes, and contest among themselves, as a means of bringing about their destruction. She went upstairs and got the storeroom key, which was made of bronze and had a handle of ivory. She then went with her maidens into the storeroom at the end of the house, where her husband's treasures of gold, bronze, and wrought iron were kept, and where was also his bow, and the quiver full of deadly arrows that had been given him by a friend whom he had met in Lacedaemon, Iphitus, the son of Eurytus. Iphitus had gone there also, to try and get back 12 brood mares that he had lost, and the mule foals that were running with them. These mares were the death of him in the end, for when he went to the house of Zeus's son, mighty Heracles, who performed such prodigies of valour, Heracles to his shame killed him, though he was his guest, for he feared not the sky's vengeance, nor yet respected his own table which he had set before Iphitus, but killed him in spite of everything, and kept the mares himself. Penelope soon reached the oak threshold of the storeroom. The carpenter had planed this duly, and had drawn a line on it so as to get it quite straight. He had then set the doorposts into it, and hung the doors. She loosed the strap from the handle of the door, put in the key, and drove it straight home to shoot back the bolts that held the doors. Along with her came her maidens, bearing a chest that contained much iron and bronze, which her husband had won as prizes. When she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, holding a veil before her face, and with a maid on either side of her. Then she said, "Listen to me, you suitors, who persist in abusing the hospitality of this house because its owner has been long absent, and without other pretext than that you want to marry me." Hard by, the stockman wept also when he saw his master's bow. But Antinous scolded them. "You country louts," said he, "silly simpletons. Why should you add to the sorrows of your mistress by crying in this way? She has enough to grieve her in the loss of her husband. Sit still, so, and eat your dinners in silence, or go outside if you want to cry, and leave the bow behind you. We suitors shall have to contend for it with might and main, for we shall find it no light matter to string such a bow as this is. There is not a man of us all who is such another as Odysseus." Then Telemachus spoke. "Great sky!" he exclaimed. "Zeus must have robbed me of my senses. Here is my dear and excellent mother saying she will quit this house and marry again, yet I am laughing and enjoying myself as though there were nothing happening. But, suitors, as the contest has been agreed upon, let it go forward. It is for a woman whose peer is not to be found in Pylos, Argos, or Mycene, nor yet in Ithaca, nor on the mainland. You know this as well as I do. What need have I to speak in praise of my mother? Come on, then. Make no excuses for delay, but let us see whether you can string the bow or no." First he set the axes in a row, in a long groove which he had dug for them, and had made straight by line. Then he stamped the earth tight round them, and everyone was surprised when they saw him set them up so orderly, though he had never seen anything of the kind before. This done, he went on to the pavement to make trial of the bow. Thrice did he tug at it, trying with all his might to draw the string, and thrice he had to leave off, though he had hoped to string the bow and shoot through the iron. Then he sat down on the seat from which he had risen, and Antinous said, "Come on, each of you in his turn, going towards the right from the place at which the cupbearer begins when he is handing round the wine." The rest agreed, and Laodes, son of Enops, was the first to rise. He was sacrificial priest to the suitors, and sat in the corner near the mixing bowl. He was the only man who hated their evil deeds, and was indignant with the others. Some one of us is even now hoping and praying that he may marry Penelope. But when he has seen this bow and tried it, let him woo and make bridal offerings to some other woman, and let Penelope marry whoever makes her the best offer, and whose lot it is to win her. On this he put the bow down, letting it lean against the door, with the arrow standing against the tip of the bow. Then he took his seat again on the seat from which he had risen. And Antinous rebuked him, saying, "Laodes, what do you mean? Your words are monstrous and intolerable. It makes me angry to listen to you. Let us warm the bow and grease it. We will then make trial of it again, and bring the contest to an end." Melanthius lit the fire, and set a seat covered with sheepskins beside it. He also brought a great ball of lard from what they had in the house, and the suitors warmed the bow and again made trial of it, but they were none of them nearly strong enough to string it. Even so, there still remained Antinous and Eurymachus, who were the ringleaders among the suitors, and much the foremost among them all. Then the swineherd and the stockman left the cloisters together, and Odysseus followed them. "Say which you are disposed to do. Decide with the suitors, or with Odysseus." "Father Zeus," answered the stockman, "would indeed that you might so ordain it. If some god were but to bring Odysseus back, you should see with what might and main I would fight for him." In like words Eumaeus prayed to all the gods that Odysseus might return. When, so, he saw for certain what mind they were of, Odysseus said, "It is I, Odysseus, who am here. I have suffered much, but at last, in the 20th year, I am come back to my own country. I will now give you convincing proofs that you may know me and be assured. See, here is the scar from the boar's tooth that ripped me when I was out hunting on Mount Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus." As he spoke, he drew his rags aside from the great scar, and when they had examined it thoroughly, they both of them wept about Odysseus, threw their arms round him, and kissed his head and shoulders, while Odysseus kissed their hands and faces in return. The sun would have gone down upon their mourning if Odysseus had not checked them and said,
cease your weeping, lest someone should come outside and see us, and tell those who are within. If they hear any groaning or uproar, as of men fighting about the house, they must not come out. They must keep quiet and stay where they are at their work. And I charge you, Phaeacia, to make fast the doors of the outer court, and to bind them securely at once." When he had thus spoken, he went back to the house and took the seat that he had left. Soon his 2 servants followed him inside. At this moment the bow was in the hands of Eurymachus, who was warming it by the fire. But even so he could not string it, and he was greatly grieved. He heaved a deep sigh and said, "I grieve for myself and for us all. Today is the feast of Apollo throughout all the land. Who can string a bow on such a day as this? Put it on one side. As for the axes, they can stay where they are, for no one is likely to come to the house and take them away. Let the cupbearer go round with his cups, that we may make our drink offerings and drop this matter of the bow. We will tell Melanthius to bring us in some goats tomorrow, the best he has. I appeal more especially to Eurymachus, and to Antinous, who has just spoken with so much reason. Cease shooting for the present, and leave the matter to the gods. But in the morning let the sky give victory to whom it will. For the moment, however, give me the bow, that I may prove the power of my hands among you all, and see whether I still have as much strength as I used to have, or whether travel and neglect have made an end of it." This made them all very angry, for they feared he might string the bow. Antinous so rebuked him fiercely, saying, "Wretched creature, you have not so much as a grain of sense in your whole body." It was wine that inflamed the centaur Eurytion when he was staying with Perithous among the Lapithae. When the wine had got into his head, he went mad and did ill deeds about the house of Perithous. This angered the heroes who were there assembled, so they rushed at him and cut off his ears and nostrils. Then they dragged him through the doorway out of the house. So he went away crazed and bore the burden of his crime, bereft of understanding. Henceforth, so, there was war between mankind and the centaurs, but he brought it upon himself through his own drunkenness. If the stranger should prove strong enough to string the mighty bow of Odysseus, can you suppose that he would take me home with him and make me his wife? Even the man himself can have no such idea in his mind. None of you need let that disturb his feasting. It would be out of all reason." "Queen Penelope," answered Eurymachus, "we do not suppose that this man will take you away with him. It is impossible. But we are afraid lest some of the baser sort, men or women among the Greeks, should go gossiping about and say, 'These suitors are a feeble folk. This stranger is strong and well built. He says, moreover, that he is of noble birth. Give him the bow, and let us see whether he can string it or no. I say, and it shall surely be, that if Apollo vouchsafes him the glory of stringing it, I will give him a cloak and shirt of good wear, with a javelin to keep off dogs and robbers, and a sharp sword. I will also give him sandals, and will see him sent safely wherever he wants to go." Then Telemachus said, "Mother, I am the only man either in Ithaca or in the islands that are over against Elis, who has the right to let anyone have the bow, or to refuse it. This bow is a man's matter, and mine above all others, for it is I who am master here." She went wandering back into the house and laid her son's saying in her heart.
Then, going upstairs with her serving women into her room, she mourned her dear husband till Athena sent sweet sleep over her eyelids. The swineherd now took up the bow and was for taking it to Odysseus, but the suitors clamoured at him from all parts of the cloisters, and one of them said, "You idiot! Where are you taking the bow to? Are you out of your wits?"
I wish I was as much stronger than all the other suitors in the house as I am than you. I would soon send some of them off sick and sorry, for they mean mischief."
Thus did he speak, and they all of them laughed heartily, which put them in a better humour with Telemachus. So Eumaeus brought the bow on and placed it in the hands of Odysseus. When he had done this, he called Euryclea apart and said to her, "Euryclea, Telemachus says you are to close the doors of the women's apartments."
Then would one turn towards his neighbour, saying, "This is some tricky old bow fancier. Either he has got one like it at home, or he wants to make one. In such workmanlike style does the old vagabond handle it."
Another said, "I hope he may be no more successful in other things than he is likely to be in stringing this bow." But Odysseus, when he had taken it up and examined it all over, strung it as easily as a skilled bard strings a new peg of his lyre and makes the twisted gut fast at both ends. Then he took it in his right hand to prove the string, and it sang sweetly under his touch like the twittering of a swallow.
He took an arrow that was lying upon the table,
for those which the Greeks were so shortly about to taste were all inside the quiver. He laid it on the centrepiece of the bow, and drew the notch of the arrow and the string toward him, still seated on his seat. When he had taken aim, he let fly, and his arrow pierced every one of the handle holes of the axes from the first onwards till it had gone right through them and into the outer courtyard. Then he said to Telemachus, "Your guest has not disgraced you, Telemachus. I did not miss what I aimed at, and I was not long in stringing my bow."
Then Odysseus tore off his rags, and sprang on to the broad pavement with his bow and his quiver full of arrows. He shed the arrows onto the ground at his feet and said, "The mighty contest is at an end. I will now see whether Apollo will vouchsafe it to me to hit another mark which no man has yet hit." On this, he aimed a deadly arrow at Antinous, who was about to take up a two-handled gold cup to drink his wine, and already had it in his hands. He had no thought of death. Who amongst all the revellers would think that one man, however brave, would stand alone among so many and kill him? The suitors were in an uproar when they saw that a man had been hit. They sprang in dismay, one and all of them, from their seats, and looked everywhere towards the walls. But there was neither shield nor spear, and they rebuked Odysseus very angrily. "Stranger," said they, "you shall pay for shooting people in this way. You shall see no other contest. You are a doomed man. He whom you have slain was the foremost youth in Ithaca, and the vultures shall devour you for having killed him." Thus they spoke, for they thought that he had killed Antinous by mistake, and did not perceive that death was hanging over the head of every one of them. "You have feared neither God nor man, and now you shall die."
They turned pale with fear as he spoke, and every man looked round about to see where he might fly for safety. But Eurymachus alone spoke. "If you are Odysseus," said he, "then what you have said is just. We have done much wrong on your lands and in your house. But Antinous, who was the head and front of the offending, lies low already. It was all his doing. It was not that he wanted to marry Penelope. He did not so much care about that. What he wanted was something quite different, and Zeus has not vouchsafed it to him." Until we have done this, no one can complain of your being enraged against us." Odysseus again glared at him and said, "Though you should give me all that you have in the world, both now and all that you ever shall have, I will not stay my hand till I have paid all of you in full. You must fight or fly for your lives. And fly, not a man of you shall." Their hearts sank as they heard him, but Eurymachus again spoke, saying, "My friends, this man will give us no quarter. He will stand where he is and shoot us down till he has killed every man among us. Let us then show fight." He dropped his sword and fell doubled up over his table. The cup and all the meats went over onto the ground as he smote the earth with his forehead in the agonies of death. And he kicked the stool with his feet until his eyes were closed in darkness. Then Amphinomus drew his sword and made straight at Odysseus to try and get him away from the door. But Telemachus was too quick for him and struck him from behind. The spear caught him between the shoulders and went right through his chest, so that he fell heavily to the ground and struck the earth with his forehead. Then he said, "Father, let me bring you a shield, 2 spears, and a brass helmet for your temples. I will arm myself as well, and will bring other armor for the swineherd and the stockman, for we had better be armed." "Run and fetch them," answered Odysseus, "while my arrows hold out, or when I am alone they may get me away from the door." Telemachus did as his father said, and went off to the storeroom where the armor was kept. He chose 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 brass helmets with horsehair plumes. Now there was a trap door on the wall, while at one end of the pavement there was an exit leading to a narrow passage, and this exit was closed by a well-made door. Odysseus told Phaeacia to stand by this door and guard it, for only one person could attack it at a time. But Agelaus shouted out, "Cannot someone go up to the trap door and tell the people what is going on? Help would come at once, and we should soon make an end of this man and his shooting." "This may not be, Agelaus," answered Melanthius. "The mouth of the narrow passage is dangerously near the entrance to the outer court. But I know what I will do. I will bring you arms from the storeroom, for I am sure it is there that Odysseus and his son have put them." On this the goatherd Melanthius went by back passages to the storeroom of Odysseus's house. There he chose 12 shields, with as many helmets and spears, and brought them back as fast as he could to give them to the suitors. Odysseus's heart began to fail him when he saw the suitors putting on their armour and brandishing their spears. Meanwhile Melanthius was again going to the storeroom to fetch more armour. But the swineherd saw him, and said to Odysseus, who was beside him, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, it is that scoundrel Melanthius, just as we suspected, who is going to the storeroom. Say, shall I kill him, if I can get the better of him? Or shall I bring him here that you may take your own revenge for all the many wrongs that he has done in your house?" Odysseus answered, "Telemachus and I will hold these suitors in check, no matter what they do. Go back, both of you, and bind Melanthius's hands and feet behind him." After a while, Melanthius came out with a helmet in one hand and an old, dry-rotted shield in the other, which had been borne by Laertes when he was young, but which had been long since thrown aside, and the straps had become unsewn. On this the two seized him, dragged him back by the hair, and threw him struggling to the ground. They bent his hands and feet well behind his back, and bound them tight with a painful bond as Odysseus had told them. "You will know very well when morning comes from the streams of Oceanus, and it is time for you to be driving in your goats for the suitors to feast on." There then, they left him in very cruel bondage,
And having put on their armour, they closed the door behind them and went back to take their places by the side of Odysseus. And then the 4 men stood in the cloister, fierce and full of fury. Even so, those who were in the body of the court were still both brave and many. Then Zeus's daughter Athena came up to them, having assumed the voice and form of Mentor. "You shall pay for it with your head. And when we have killed you, we will take all you have, indoors or out, and bring it into Hotchpot with Odysseus's property. We will not let your sons live in your house, nor your daughters, nor shall your widow continue to live in the city of Ithaca." This made Athena still more furious, so she scolded Odysseus very angrily. "Odysseus," said she, "your strength and prowess are no longer what they were when you fought for 9 long years among the Trojans about the noble lady Helen. You killed many a man in those days, and it was through your stratagem that Priam's city was taken."
Meanwhile, Agelaus, son of Damasta, Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Pisander, and Polybus, son of Polyctor, bore the brunt of the fight upon the suitors' side. Of all those who were still fighting for their lives, they were by far the most valiant, for the others had already fallen under the arrows of Odysseus. Agelaus shouted to them and said, "My friends, he will soon have to leave off, for Mentor has gone away after having done nothing for him but brag. They are standing at the doors unsupported. Do not aim at him all at once, but 6 of you throw your spears first, and see if you cannot cover yourselves with glory by killing him."
1 hit the doorpost. Another went against the door. The pointed shaft of another struck the wall. And as soon as they had avoided all the spears of the suitors, Odysseus said to his own men, "My friends, I should say we too had better let drive into the middle of them, or they will crown all the harm they have done us by killing us outright." They so aimed straight in front of them and threw their spears. Odysseus killed Demoptolemus, Telemachus, Euryades, Eumaeus, Elatus, while the stockman killed Pisander. These all bit the dust, and as the others drew back into a corner, Odysseus and his men rushed forward and regained their spears by drawing them from the bodies of the dead. Then Odysseus and his men let drive into the crowd of suitors. Odysseus hit Eurydimus, Telemachus Amphimedon, and Eumaeus Polybus. After this, the stockman hit Ctesippus in the breast, and taunted him, saying, "Foul-mouthed son of Polytherses, do not be so foolish as to talk wickedly another time, but let the sky direct your speech, for the gods are far stronger than men." As eagle-beaked, crook-taloned vultures from the mountains swoop down on the smaller birds that cower in flocks upon the ground, and kill them, for they cannot either fight or fly, and lookers-on enjoy the sport. Even so did Odysseus and his men fall upon the suitors and smite them on every side. They made a horrible groaning as their brains were being battered in, and the ground seethed with their blood. Liodes then caught the knees of Odysseus and said, "Odysseus, I beseech you, have mercy upon me and spare me. I never wronged any of the women in your house, either in word or deed, and I tried to stop the others. So you shall die." With these words, he picked up the sword that Agelaus had dropped when he was being killed, and which was lying upon the ground. Then he struck Liodes on the back of his neck, so that his head fell rolling in the dust while he was yet speaking. The minstrel Phemius, son of Terpes, He who had been forced by the suitors to sing to them now tried to save his life. He was standing near towards the trap door and held his lyre in his hand. So he laid his lyre on the ground, between the mixing bowl and the silver-studded seat. Then going up to Odysseus, he caught hold of his knees and said, "Odysseus, I beseech you, have mercy on me and spare me. You will be sorry for it afterwards if you kill a bard who can sing both for gods and men as I can. I make all my lays myself, and the sky visits me with every kind of inspiration. I would sing to you as though you were a god. Do not so be in such a hurry to cut my head off." "Hold," he cried. "The man is guiltless. Do him no hurt. And we will spare Medon too, who was always good to me when I was a boy, unless Philocius or Eumaeus has already killed him, or he has fallen in your way when you were raging about the court." Medon caught these words of Telemachus, for he was crouching under a seat beneath which he had hidden by covering himself up with a freshly flayed heifer's hide. So he threw off the hide, went up to Telemachus, and laid hold of his knees. Then Odysseus searched the whole court carefully over, to see if anyone had managed to hide himself and was still living. But he found them all lying in the dust and weltering in their blood. They were like fishes which fishermen have netted out of the sea and thrown upon the beach to lie gasping for water till the heat of the sun makes an end of them. Even so were the suitors lying all huddled up one against the other. Then Odysseus said to Telemachus, "Call nurse Euryclea. I have something to say to her." Telemachus went and knocked at the door of the women's room. She found Odysseus among the corpses, bespattered with blood and filth, like a lion that has just been devouring an ox. And his breast and both his cheeks are all bloody, so that he is a fearful sight. Even so was Odysseus besmirched from head to foot with gore. When she saw all the corpses and such a quantity of blood, she was beginning to cry out for joy, for she saw that a great deed had been done. But Odysseus checked her. "Old woman," said he, "rejoice in silence. Restrain yourself, and do not make any noise about it. It is an unholy thing to vaunt over dead men. There are 50 women in the house whom we teach to do things, such as carding wool and all kinds of household work. Of these, 12 in all have misbehaved, and have been wanting in respect to me, and also to Penelope. They showed no disrespect to Telemachus, for he has only lately grown, and his mother never permitted him to give orders to the female servants. But let me go upstairs and tell your wife all that has happened, for some god has been sending her to sleep." "Do not wake her yet," answered Odysseus, "but tell the women who have misconducted themselves to come to me." Euryclea left the cloister to tell the women, and make them come to Odysseus. "When you have thoroughly cleansed the whole cloisters, take the women into the space between the domed room and the wall of the outer court, and run them through with your swords till they are quite dead, and have forgotten all about love and the way in which they used to lie in secret with the suitors." On this the women came down in a body, weeping and wailing bitterly. First they carried the dead bodies out and propped them up against one another in the gatehouse. Odysseus ordered them about and made them do their work quickly, so they had to carry the bodies out. Then, when they had made the whole place quite clean and orderly, they took the women out and hemmed them in the narrow space between the wall of the domed room and that of the yard, so that they could not get away. And Telemachus said to the other two,
I shall not let these women die a clean death, for they were arrogant to me and my mother, and used to sleep with the suitors." So saying, he made a ship's cable fast to one of the bearing posts that supported the roof of the domed room, and secured it all round the building, at a good height, lest any of the women's feet should touch the ground.
When they had done this, they washed their hands and feet, and went back into the house, for all was now over. And Odysseus said to the dear old nurse Euryclea, "Bring me sulphur, which cleanses all pollution, and fetch fire also that I may burn it, and purify the cloisters. Go, moreover, and tell Penelope to come here with her attendants, and also all the serving women that are in the house." "All that you have said is true," answered Euryclea, "but let me bring you some clean clothes, a shirt and cloak. Do not keep these rags on your back any longer. It is not right." "First, light me a fire," replied Odysseus. Euryclea now went upstairs laughing, to tell her mistress that her dear husband had come home. Her aged knees became young again, and her feet were nimble for joy as she went up to her mistress and bent over her head to speak to her. "Wake up, Penelope, my dear child," she exclaimed, "and see with your own eyes something that you have been wanting this long time past. Odysseus has at last indeed come home again, and has killed the suitors who were giving so much trouble in his house, eating up his estate and ill-treating his son." "My good nurse," answered Penelope, "you must be mad. Go back again into the women's room. If it had been anyone else who had woke me up to bring me such absurd news, I should have sent her away with a severe scolding. As it is, your age shall protect you." "My dear child," answered Euryclea, "I am not mocking you. It is quite true, as I tell you, that Odysseus is come home again. He was the stranger whom they all kept on treating so badly in the cloister. Telemachus knew all the time that he was come back, but kept his father's secret that he might have his revenge on all these wicked people." Then Penelope sprang up from her couch, threw her arms round Euryclea, and wept for joy. "Then I found Odysseus, standing over the corpses that were lying on the ground all round him, one on top of the other. You would have enjoyed it if you could have seen him standing there all bespattered with blood and filth, and looking just like a lion. But the corpses are now all piled up in the gatehouse that is in the outer court, and Odysseus has lit a great fire to purify the house with sulphur. He has sent me to call you, so come with me, that you may both be happy together after all. For now, at last, the desire of your heart has been fulfilled. It is some god who is angry with the suitors for their great wickedness, and has made an end of them. For they respected no man in the whole world, neither rich nor poor, who came near them, and they have come to a bad end in consequence of their iniquity. Odysseus is dead, far away from the Achaean land. He will never return home again." Then nurse Euryclea said, "My child, what do you mean? But you were all hard of belief, and have made up your mind that your husband is never coming, although he is in the house, and by his own fireside at this very moment. Besides, I can give you another proof. Even so, we will go in search of my son, that I may see the corpses of the suitors, and the man who has killed them." On this she came down from her upper room, and while doing so she considered whether she should keep at a distance from her husband and question him, or whether she should at once go up to him and embrace him. No other woman could bear to keep away from her husband when he had come back to her after 20 years of absence, and after having gone through so much. But your heart always was as hard as a stone. Penelope answered, My son, I am so lost in astonishment that I can find no words in which either to ask questions or to answer them. I cannot even look him straight in the face. When one man has killed another, even though he was not one who would leave many friends to take up his quarrel, the man who has killed him must still say goodbye to his friends and fly the country. Whereas we have been killing the stay of a whole town and all the picked youth of Ithaca. I would have you consider this matter. Look to it yourself, father, answered Telemachus, for they say you are the wisest counsellor in the world, and that there is no other mortal man who can compare with you. Once there, we will settle which of the courses the sky vouchsafes us shall seem wisest. Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said. First they washed and put their shirts on, while the women got ready. Then Phemius took his lyre and set them all longing for sweet song and stately dance. The house re-echoed with the sound of men and women dancing, and the people outside said, I suppose the Queen has been getting married at last. She ought to be ashamed of herself for not continuing to protect her husband's property until he comes home. This was what they said, but they did not know what it was that had been happening. He came from the bath looking like one of the immortals, and sat down opposite his wife on the seat he had left. My dear, said he, Sky has endowed you with a heart more unyielding than woman ever yet had. No other woman could bear to keep away from her husband when he had come back to her after 20 years of absence, and after having gone through so much. But come, nurse, get a bed ready for me. I will sleep alone, for this woman has a heart as hard as iron. My dear, answered Penelope, I have no wish to set myself up, nor to depreciate you. He must have found it a hard task, no matter how skilled a workman he was, unless some god came and helped him to shift it. There is no man living, however strong and in his prime, who could move it from its place. For it is a marvellous curiosity, which I made with my very own hands. There was a young olive growing within the precincts of the house, in full vigour, and about as thick as a bearing post. I built my room round this, with strong walls of stone and a roof to cover them, and I made the doors strong and well-fitting. Then I cut off the top boughs of the olive tree and left the stump standing. So you see, I know all about it, and I desire to learn whether it is still there, or whether anyone has been removing it by cutting down the olive tree at its roots. When she heard the sure proofs Odysseus now gave her, she fairly broke down. She flew weeping to his side, flung her arms about his neck and kissed him. Do not be angry with me, Odysseus, she cried. You, who are the wisest of mankind. We have suffered, both of us. The gods has denied us the happiness of spending our youth and of growing old together. Do not then be aggrieved or take it amiss that I did not embrace you thus as soon as I saw you. Now, however, that you have convinced me by showing that you know all about our bed, which no human being has ever seen but you and I and a single maidservant, the daughter of Actor, who was given me by my father on my marriage, and who keeps the doors of our room. Hard of belief though I have been, I can mistrust no longer. Then Odysseus in his turn melted, and wept as he clasped his dear and faithful wife to his bosom. As the sight of land is welcome to men who are swimming towards the shore, when Poseidon has wrecked their ship with the fury of his winds and waves.
At last, however, Odysseus said, "Wife, we have not yet reached the end of our troubles. I have an unknown amount of toil still to undergo. It is long and difficult, but I must go through with it, for thus the shade of Tiresias prophesied concerning me, on the day when I went down into Hades to ask about my return and that of my companions. But now let us go to bed, that we may lie down and enjoy the blessed boon of sleep."
"You shall go to bed as soon as you please," replied Penelope, "now that the gods have sent you home to your own good house and to your country."
"I do not like it myself, for Tiresias told me, travel far and wide, carrying an oar, till I came to a country where the people have never heard of the sea, and do not even mix salt with their food. They know nothing about ships, nor oars that are as the wings of a ship. He gave me this certain token which I will not hide from you. He said that a wayfarer should meet me and ask me whether it was a winnowing shovel that I had on my shoulder. On this, I was to fix my oar in the ground and sacrifice a ram, a bull, and a boar to Poseidon. Meanwhile, Eurynome and the nurse took torches and made the bed ready with soft coverlets. As soon as they had laid them, the nurse went back into the house to go to her rest, leaving the bedchamber woman, Eurynome, to show Odysseus and Penelope to bed by torchlight. When she had led them to their room, she went back, and they then came joyfully to the rites of their own old bed. Telemachus, Phaeacius, and the swineherd now left off dancing, and made the women leave off also. They then laid themselves down to sleep in the cloisters. When Odysseus and Penelope had had their fill of love, they fell talking with one another. He told her all about the Cyclops, and how he had punished him for having so ruthlessly eaten his brave comrades. How he then went on to Aeolus, who received him hospitably and furthered him on his way. But even so, he was not to reach home, for to his great grief, a hurricane carried him out to sea again. How he went on to the Laestrygonian city Telepylos, where the people destroyed all his ships with their crews, save himself and his own ship only. This was the last thing about which he told her, for here a deep sleep took hold upon him and eased the burden of his sorrows. Then Athena thought of another matter. When she deemed that Odysseus had had both of his wife and of repose, she told gold-enthroned Dawn rise out of Oceanus, that she might shed light upon mankind. On this, Odysseus rose from his comfortable bed and said to Penelope, "Wife, we have both of us had our full share of troubles, you here in lamenting my absence, and I in being prevented from getting home, though I was longing all the time to do so. Now, however, that we have at last come together, take care of the property that is in the house. As for the sheep and goats which the wicked suitors have eaten, I will take many myself by force from other people, and will compel the Greeks to make good the rest, till they shall have filled all my yards. I am now going to the wooded lands out in the country to see my father, who has so long been grieved on my account. And to yourself I will give these instructions, though you have little need of them. At sunrise, it will at once get abroad that I have been killing the suitors. Go upstairs so, and stay there with your women.
Then Hermes of Kyllene summoned the ghosts of the suitors,
and in his hand he held the fair golden wand with which he seals men's eyes in sleep or wakes them just as he pleases. With this he roused the ghosts and led them, while they followed whining and gibbering behind him. As bats fly squealing in the hollow of some great cave, when one of them has fallen out of the cluster in which they hang, even so did the ghosts whine and squeal as Hermes, the healer of sorrow, led them down into the dark abode of death. Round him were gathered also the ghosts of those who had perished with him in the house of Aegisthus. And the ghost of Achilles spoke first. "Son of Atreus," it said, "we used to say that Zeus had loved you better from first to last than any other hero. For you were captain over many and brave men when we were all fighting together before Troy. Yet the hand of death, which no mortal can escape, was laid upon you all too early. We fought the whole of the livelong day, nor should we ever have left off, if Zeus had not sent a hurricane to stay us. Then, when we had borne you to the ships out of the fray, we laid you on your bed, and cleansed your fair skin with warm water and with ointments. The Greeks tore their hair and wept bitterly round about you. Your mother, when she heard, came with her immortal nymphs from out of the sea, and the sound of a great wailing went forth over the waters, so that the Greeks quaked for fear. Days and nights 7 and 10 we mourned you, mortals and immortals. But on the 18th day we gave you to the flames, and many a fat sheep with many an ox did we slay in sacrifice around you. You were burnt in raiment of the gods, with rich resins and with honey, while heroes, horse and foot, clashed their armour round the pile as you were burning, with the tramp as of a great multitude. But when the flames of the sky had done their work, we gathered your white bones at daybreak, and laid them in ointments and in pure wine. Your mother brought us a golden vase to hold them, gift of Dionysus, and work of Hephaestus himself. Over these the host of the Greeks built a noble tomb, on a point jutting out over the open Hellespont, that it might be seen from far out upon the sea, by those now living, and by them that shall be born hereafter. Your mother begged prizes from the gods, and offered them to be contended for by the noblest of the Greeks. You must have been present at the funeral of many a hero, when the young men gird themselves and make ready to contend for prizes on the death of some great chieftain. But you never saw such prizes as silver-footed Thetis offered in your honour, for the gods loved you well. The ghost of Agamemnon recognized Amphimedon, son of Menelaus, who lived in Ithaca and had been his host. So it began to talk to him. "Amphimedon," it said, "what has happened to all you fine young men, all of an age too, that you are come down here under the ground? One could pick no finer body of men from any city. Did Poseidon raise his winds and waves against you when you were at sea? Or did your enemies make an end of you on the mainland, when you were cattle lifting or sheep stealing, or while fighting in defence of their wives and city? Answer my question, for I have been your guest." Odysseus had been long gone, and we were courting his wife, who did not say point blank that she would not marry, nor yet bring matters to an end, for she meant to compass our destruction. This, then, was the trick she played us. She set up a great tambour frame in her room, and began to work on an enormous piece of fine needlework.
"Sweethearts," said she, "Odysseus is indeed dead. Still, do not press me to marry again immediately. Wait, for I would not have my skill in needlework perish unrecorded, till I have completed a pall for the hero Laertes against the time when death shall take him." She fooled us in this way for 3 years without our finding it out. But as time wore on, and she was now in her 4th year, in the waning of moons and many days had been accomplished, one of her maids who knew what she was doing told us, and we caught her in the act of undoing her work. So she had to finish it whether she would or no. And when she showed us the robe she had made, after she had had it washed, its splendour was as that of the sun or moon.
He endured, both being struck and insulted without a word, though he was in his own house. But when the will of aegis-bearing Zeus inspired him, he and Telemachus took the armour and hid it in an inner chamber, bolting the doors behind them. Then he cunningly made his wife offer his bow and a quantity of iron to be contended for by us ill-fated suitors. And this was the beginning of our end, for not one of us could string the bow, nor nearly do so. When it was about to reach the hands of Odysseus, we all of us shouted out that it should not be given him, no matter what he might say. But Telemachus insisted on his having it. This, Agamemnon, is how we came by our end, and our bodies are lying still uncared for in the house of Odysseus. For our friends at home do not yet know what has happened, so that they cannot lay us out and wash the black blood from our wounds, making moan over us according to the offices due to the departed. Happy Odysseus, son of Laertes, replied the ghost of Agamemnon. You are indeed blessed in the possession of a wife endowed with such rare excellence of understanding, and so faithful to her wedded lord as Penelope, the daughter of Icarius. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the others passed out of the town, and soon reached the fair and well-tilled farm of Laertes, which he had reclaimed with infinite labor. Here was his house, with a lean-to running all round it, where the slaves who worked for him slept and sat and ate, while inside the house there was an old Sicel woman who looked after him in this his country farm. When Odysseus got there, he said to his son and to the other 2, "Go to the house, and kill the best pig that you can find for dinner." He had on a dirty old shirt, patched and very shabby. His legs were bound round with thongs of oxhide to save him from the brambles, and he also wore sleeves of leather. He had a goatskin cap on his head, and was looking very woe-begone. When Odysseus saw him so worn, so old and full of sorrow, he stood still under a tall pear tree and began to weep. He doubted whether to embrace him, kiss him, and tell him all about his having come home, or whether he should first question him and see what he would say. I trust, however, I hope you will not be offended if I say that you take better care of your garden than of yourself. You are old, unsavoury, and very meanly clad. It cannot be because you are idle that your master takes such poor care of you. Indeed, your face and figure have nothing of the slave about them, and proclaim you of noble birth. I should have said that you were one of those who should wash well, eat well, and lie soft at night, as old men have a right to do. But tell me, and tell me truly, whose bondman are you, and in whose garden are you working? Tell me also about another matter. Believe me when I tell you that this man came to my house once, when I was in my own country, and never yet did any stranger come to me whom I liked better. He said that his family came from Ithaca, and that his father was Laertes, son of Arcesius. I received him hospitably, making him welcome to all the abundance of my house. And when he went away, I gave him all customary presents. I gave him 7 talents of fine gold, and a cup of solid silver with flowers chased upon it. I gave him 12 light cloaks, and as many pieces of tapestry.
If you could have found your friend here alive in Ithaca, he would have entertained you hospitably, and would have requited your presence amply when you left him, as would have been only right, considering what you had already given him. But tell me, and tell me truly, how many years is it since you entertained this guest, my unhappy son, as ever was? Alas, he has perished far from his own country. The fishes of the sea have eaten him, or he has fallen a prey to the birds and wild beasts of some continent. I come from Alybas, where I have a fine house. I am son of King Aphidas, who is the son of Polypemon. My name is Eperitus. The gods drove me off my course as I was leaving Sicania, and I have been carried here against my will. As for my ship, it is lying over there, off the open country outside the town, and 5 years have passed since Odysseus left my country. Unhappy man. Yet the omens were good for him when he left me. The heart of Odysseus was touched, and his nostrils quivered as he looked upon his father. Then he sprang towards him, flung his arms about him and kissed him, saying, "I am he, father, about whom you are asking. I have returned, after having been away for 20 years. But cease your sighing and lament. We have no time to lose, for I should tell you that I have been killing the suitors in my house, to punish them for their arrogance and crimes." "If you really are my son Odysseus," replied Laertes, "and have come back again, you must give me such clear proof of your identity as shall convince me." "First, observe this scar," answered Odysseus, "which I got from a boar's tusk when I was hunting on Mount. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, and 40 fig trees. You also said you would give me 50 rows of vines. There was corn planted between each row, and they yield grapes of every kind when the sun's heat has been laid heavy upon them." Laertes' strength failed him when he heard the convincing proofs which his son had given him. He threw his arms about him, and Odysseus had to support him, or he would have gone off into a swoon. When they got there, they found Telemachus with the stockman and the swineherd, cutting up food and mixing wine with water. Then the old Sicel woman took Laertes inside, and washed him, and anointed him with oil. She put him on a good cloak, and Athena came to him, and gave him a more imposing presence, making him taller and stouter than before. I should have killed a great many of them, and you would have rejoiced to see it. Thus did they converse, but the others, when they had finished their work and the feast was ready, left off working, and took each his seat on the benches and seats. Then they began eating. After a while, old Dolius and his sons left their work and came up, for their mother, the Sicel woman who looked after Laertes now that he was growing old, had been to fetch them. When they saw Odysseus, and were certain it was he, they stood there lost in astonishment. But Odysseus scolded them good-naturedly and said, "Sit down to your dinner, old man, and never mind about your surprise. But tell me, does Penelope already know of your return? Or shall we send someone to tell her?" "Old man," answered Odysseus, "she knows already, so you need not trouble about that." On this he took his seat, and the sons of Dolius gathered round Odysseus to give him greeting and embrace him one after the other. Then they took their seats in order near Dolius their father.
While they were thus busy getting their dinner ready, rumor went round the town and noised abroad the terrible fate that had befallen the suitors. As soon as the people heard of it, they gathered from every quarter, groaning and hooting before the house of Odysseus.
He took many of our best men away with him in his fleet, and he has lost both ships and men. Now, moreover, on his return he has been killing all the foremost men among the Cephallenians. Let us be up and doing before he can get away to Pylos or to Elis where the Epeans rule, or we shall be ashamed of ourselves forever afterwards. It will be an everlasting disgrace to us if we do not avenge the murder of our sons and brothers. For my own part, I should have no more pleasure in life, but had rather die at once.
I myself saw an immortal god take the form of Mentor and stand beside him.
This god appeared, now in front of him encouraging him, and now going furiously about the court and attacking the suitors, and then they fell thick on one another. On this pale fear laid hold of them, and old Halitherses, son of Mastor, rose to speak, for he was the only man among them who knew both past and future. So he spoke to them plainly and in all honesty, saying, "Men of Ithaca, it is all your own fault that things have turned out as they have." But the rest stayed where they were.
For the speech of Halitherses displeased them, and they sided with Eupeithes. They so hurried off for their armour, and when they had armed themselves, they met together in front of the city, and Eupeithes led them on in their folly. He thought he was going to avenge the murder of his son, whereas in truth he was never to return, but was himself to perish in his attempt. Then Athena said to Zeus, "Father, son of Kronos, king of kings, answer me this question. What do you propose to do? Will you set them fighting still further, or will you make peace between them?" And Zeus answered, "My child, why should you ask me? Let them then all become friends as heretofore, and let peace and plenty reign." This was what Athena was already eager to bring about, so down she darted from off the topmost summits of Olympus. Now when Laertes and the others had done dinner, Odysseus began by saying, "Some of you go out and see if they are not getting close up to us." So one of Dolius's sons went as he was bid. Standing on the threshold, he could see them all quite near, and said to Odysseus, "Here they are. Let us put on our armor at once." They put on their armor as fast as they could. That is to say, Odysseus, his 3 men, and the 6 sons of Dolius. Odysseus was glad when he saw her, and said to his son Telemachus, "Telemachus, now the fight will show what each man is made of. Be sure not to disgrace your ancestors, who were known across the world for strength and courage." "You say truly, my dear father," answered Telemachus, "and you shall see, if you will, that I will not disgrace your family." Laertes was delighted when he heard this. "What a day!" he exclaimed. "What a day I have lived to see!" Athena stood between the 2 sides, and her voice stopped the bloodshed. Odysseus still burned to pursue them, but Zeus sent thunder from the sky. Then the goddess spoke again. "Enough!" The war inside Ithaca had to end, or the return would become another ruin. Odysseus obeyed gladly, and Athena, taking the form and voice of Mentor, made peace between the grieving houses. So the long return was complete,